That seafoam's so dumb. Like, what is this supposed to be showing? Lack of things disappearing? How about the bobbin and the batteries like sunken into the table? Like, I had people telling me that I carved out a piece of my freaking marble table, like a hole in it to put the battery inside to make it look like all for an online thing, like all to get that picture. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally what I did. Like the point at that time was because people were making the claim that things don't like disappear from the bottom at a distance on flat surfaces. And I was like, yeah, they do. And I that's what that so seafoam, if you really want to know, that's why I posted that, cuz I'm not going to sit here and chat and be like typing freaking paragraph after paragraph with people that can't
It's
figure out
it's
the most basic shit.
it's funny too that you took a picture of the last battery. Like I was thinking, she probably got questioned on that.
I
I
did.
was
I
like, yeah.
totally got questioned. They literally said that I like carved a hole in my marble countertop to for a picture for Discord. Like, are you guys serious? And I didn't even post the pictures where I had the level. I had the level out because they were like, "Oh, it's not level." I'm like, "It's a freaking marble countertop. Of course it's level." I'm like, "Fine, I'll get the level. We'll like do this legit." But nothing's ever good enough for them. It's literally like, yeah. And I mean, nothing's changed. That was 2017 or 18 or something. I forget. They're still the same. I was gonna post something and now I don't remember what I was posting. Distracted me. This stupid comment. Like, really? You can't be serious right now. Oh, I know what I was doing. Trying to change my profile picture and my name now to Seashell Earth. I like that. It's got a nice tone to it.
I was looking it up the other day out of curiosity's sake because somebody dropped in here. I think it was a Glober, and he mentioned he works in construction. I asked him what's the largest level he's ever worked with, and he said a 10-foot level. So I hopped on to Google. I'm like, what's the largest retail commercial level you can get? And I found this bad boy here. It's a 6 to 12-foot level.
Nice.
So the question being is like, if sag wasn't a thing, right? Like we weren't holding up these items, and like if we held the string taut, tight, and the string didn't sag, perfect world. Would we just be able to continuously just run a string at, let's say, sea level? We'll give the sea, I don't know, say 30 feet for the swell, just to be safe. But could we actually just run like a big ass steel girder or a taut line all across this thing to establish a plane, a plateau? It's like, where does this level end? Because we see it in Australia, we see it in North America, we see it in China, everywhere. And it's local too.
Sorry, I missed the last like 10 seconds. I was distracted for a second. What was the last 10 seconds you said?
Sorry, I was slow to get back from the mute. No, it's just like if we were to just take level, let's say 30 feet above sea level, would we
Yeah.
just consistently view this level thing all over the place? Because like water
That's
sits level.
wasn't that what Brian Mullen was trying to do like years ago? He had a name for it, like something
Force
the
the line.
level.
Force the line.
Yes, thank you. What was it
And I
called
mean,
again?
sure, force
Force
the
the
line.
line.
Force the line. That's what it was. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And what's dope is like in Saudi Arabia right now, they're constructing 2 skyscrapers that are as high as the Empire State Building. This internal city where you won't have to commute. Everything will be within a 20-minute walk. Now, but these things are 110 miles in length each. Now, based on the globe geometry, 3959 plane radius, that would be a 1.25 mile drop for 100 miles travel. And like, I used the word rectilinear the other day, and somebody in chat spoke up. And they're like, "That's not the right use of the word." I'm like, "Oh, my bad." But I looked it up, I Googled it. Sure enough, rectilinear is the talk of straight lines intersecting at 90-degree angles or something to that effect. Anyways, the suggestion of a rectilinear city measuring 110 miles in length is a problem for the globe model. 100% it is. But yeah, Force the Line was definitely something that that dude Brian was attempting to do. But like everybody that is on this earth, this place, whether you're in Australia, North America, China, South America, like wherever you are, you're literally observing level right now. If you're on this call, you're in this room, on YouTube listening, wherever you are, you're like, I can see my kitchen countertop, I can see a local table to me, and that local item shows me level. So then on the Glober's standpoint, they have to then show or state how the curve shows up after everybody's observing level locally. And that's where this whole massive center point of mass comes into play. This idea of gravity, which, whatever. But yeah, that was draw things.
Yeah, that gravity word, man. It's like the trigger word for a lot of people.
Well, you just don't understand the gravity of the situation. I still catch myself using stupid words.
Alright, I uploaded my new. I'm surprised it did it that quick. Like, oh, there I am. Seashell Earth. That's me. I like it. I like how it looks. This shell is actually really pretty. Yeah, I don't know. That forced line thing sounded like a good idea. Think it would be. I mean, you
Yeah, I
guys were
really wish
doing.
we would have followed through with that, right? That'd have been
Yeah,
nice.
well, and you used to go out and do stuff like that in California, right? Like with like mirrors across like parts of
Well, that's
parts of
actually
the
what
ocean.
I'm talking to these guys in the chat about, because someone posted footage or images from the Salton Sea thing, and I was like, dude, I was there. Fucking Net Geo fucked everything up by having it done too late in the day. They didn't start doing it until like 11 o'clock, and it needed to be done either earlier or later when the conditions were better, and you didn't
No,
have. Because, dude, by 11 o'clock out in Indio, it was like 100 degrees already. So you had mirages and refraction and all their other goody magic words that they like to use. Those. Like,
yeah, of course, always something, but that sucks.
well,
Was there
that
something
and
else I messed up too? Like not just the timing of it, but like
yeah. So there was the balloons that were supposed to go up. There was two weather balloons that were supposed to be seen from across the the lake. And it was funny because they were saying that they couldn't see the balloons, right? But before that, I was standing there behind Joshua Vale when he was trying to find them on the other side of the lake with the camera, right?
Mhm.
And they were on a call talking, and they were like, "Can you see us? Can you see us?" And couldn't for a minute. And then before the balloons were even raised, right? Like they could see them. Before they were even picked up, they saw them. And then they tried to say that they couldn't see them afterwards. Like, it was just that whole, it was so crazy seeing that in like real life, like right in front of me, seeing how everything gets twisted in real time. It was just really maddening. That's why we went back to that place like, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 times with lasers, with mirrors, with all kinds of shit.
It reminds me of like Sheeple's story when he went to try and go do an experiment with the FE Core crew or whatever. And like he wasn't even really invited, but he was like close enough to where he just like showed up and like pissed them all off apparently. And he was like out there like trying to get stuff. Like they were all just like trying to like drink and hang out and be social, and he was like the only one really serious about like trying to do something, like do like, you know, was like pulling out stuff to try and like hit it with the laser from really far away. And like I don't know, like basically from the sounds of it, he was more serious about it than the people that raised a bunch of money to like go and like do the experiment itself, you know, like that's why I have like zero faith in people raising money for stuff. Like this isn't the first psyop that I've seen people raise money for and then like, you know, and then see that it doesn't happen and that like people's money just literally gets wasted, and it just, you know, kind of like, all right, like if you want to trust that these people, go for it, but
I mean, there is stuff that needs to get done, and I don't know who's got money like that. So eventually, something's going to need to get done. Like we're going to need to. Kellyanne was talking about measuring level locally. Yeah, we're going to need to go farther out though eventually.
yeah, I mean,
So
maybe we'll meet another go fund the others who wants to fund experiments. But everybody I know is like not trying to spend thousands of dollars to like, you know, or whatever for the equipment or for renting equipment or for, you know, whatever proper.
To put up a weather balloon that never goes up.
Yeah. A balloon that never gets bought, never goes up, a gyroscope that just gets like rented for like a day.
Instead of bought.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, I don't know. That's the internet for you though, right? Like,
Yeah, it's kind of hard to trust people and not be so cynical after you've watched a bunch of stuff over the last almost 10 years, right?
yeah. Yeah. But it's cool. Eventually, I mean, just the fact that there was like actual court case where like they sided with the flat earther makes me laugh. Like they totally thought that they were gonna like go in and like do a flat earther and get money, and like they totally who did that, Josh? You were telling me about it, and I remember
Zen
who is.
Garcia.
Oh yeah, that's his name. That was pretty funny.
It's been a minute since I've heard anything from him. I wonder what he's doing, how he's doing.
But yeah, if anybody wanted to like debate, like like all you gotta do is like look at the court logs of that, like the interactions. Like, I mean, you can't prove it either way. So I mean, you could try. I'm not saying you shouldn't try. You shouldn't do experiments. I'm just saying that like it actually did get taken to court. And
well, I think it's definitely provable either. I think it's definitely provable either way. Like, all you gotta do is make a straight line. All you gotta do is make a straight line and put water under it for long enough.
I agree with you, Jeremy.
yeah, I mean, we wouldn't even need to do that much. Just the fact that we can see things like I remember what was that in Hawaii, the Oahu from Kauai. Like, not to bring that up again, but that was just like the like an example we used to bring up a lot. 'Cause it was like 98 miles. You could see the shore like away, and like just the fact that that is visible, like, and it doesn't drop below the curvature is proof that they're not telling us the truth.
Yeah,
But
on
you know,
clear
then they'd
nights you
argue.
can see the harbor in Catalina as well. from Long Beach.
Yeah, but they got an excuse. They got an excuse for that, don't they? Like, if you made an actual straight line that wasn't affected by refraction, they wouldn't be able to use the refraction excuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got to take the refraction excuse away from them.
Yeah.
Weren't you in that conversation, Jeremy, the other day where dude was trying to tell us that it's a straight line around a basketball? Were you in that conversation?
Yeah, in spherical geometry. In spherical geometry, I mean, they call it a straight line, but it's not. But that's just the name of it.
Yeah, it can't be. Well, in 3D space, it's not a straight line, right? If you take all angles of it, there's no way it could be a straight line. It's only a straight line.
In 3D space, it's not. But they bring us down to this 2D. Yeah, in 3D space, it's not. But they bring us down to this 2D fake 2D reality that we don't live in, and then it's a straight line all of a sudden. They think.
Yep.
Even though we live in 3D, so.
So like they have to take it to another reality for it to make sense. That's. I feel like that's cheating.
The 2D, yeah. Well, it's just bullshit. I mean, whatever. It's not a straight line. You can call it a straight line. We already had a word for a straight line. Their surface of their sphere, I got a fucking newsflash for them. The surface of a sphere is not 2D. You can't put that on a plane. It's a non-developable surface.
Right? Put a sphere on a piece of paper, right? Draw a sphere on a piece of paper.
No, it's not. It's not a developable surface. Like you can't put it on a plane. Like other shapes you can put on planes. Other 3D shapes can be unfolded to be put on a plane, like a cube. You take a cube apart, it all lays flat on a plane. 2D. You can do that with a cylinder. You can unroll a cylinder, and then you got the two top and bottom. That'll lay flat on a plane. Almost everything will, except for the surface of a sphere won't do. You can't do that with the surface of a sphere. You can't put it in the 2D.
Like, doesn't a cylinder technically unroll to be like a square, right, or a rectangle, depending on the size of it?
Well, it's gonna have two circles in there.
Well, like, so if you take a cylinder and you cut it long ways, right, and you spread it out, wouldn't it create like a square or a rectangle?
Yeah, you're 100% right, dude. Roll it, paper towel roll, right? Cut it down the middle and unfold it. It becomes a rectangle. Good observation.
Or a square. It probably depends on the size of it.
Have you guys ever seen that that freaking meme like years ago where it shows like a cylinder in like a corner and it shows lights from both sides from the side where it'd be like the circle of the cylinder, and then it shows a light from the side, and it shows the shadows that it would cast, and it shows that on one side it's casting a circle, on one side it's casting a square, but what you're actually looking at is a cylinder. That's kind of like what we're talking about now, right? With the whole fucking circular lines of geometry and all that bullshit that they want to try to throw out there.
That's pretty neat with the shadows.
I think it's interesting that like we can't have a conversation with a lot of people and at least have them be like, you know what, I can see where you're coming from. No, it always turns into you're a fucking idiot if you believe that. You know, it's kind of weird.
Like I can see where they're coming from saying this. I can see where they're coming from saying the surface of a sphere is 2D. There's no volume. It's just the surface, just area. So you don't have any volume. But on the other hand, you can't put that, so I do see where they're coming from a lot of the time. The gradient argument they make when you bring up gas pressure without a container. I see where they're coming from, No one will ever admit it, though, I know.
The only reason.
But the thing is, though.
Go ahead, dude.
Yo, my bad, real quick. The thing is, though, they can see where we're coming from. Because if not, no one. You think people would hang around this long if they didn't think there was any validity to it or see where we're coming from or anything? So they do.
But bro, that's where like the guys that walk with the quote flat Earth tag, they can steel man the globe because they understand the concepts. That's why they're able to argue down to like really what we can observe. There's times when we get into conversations where we actually have to remind them of their own model in order for them to understand what the hell we're pointing out as a fallacy, right? Because you're gonna take the steel man approach, build the model, right? You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to put your heart in it. That's why it's called the steel man, because you're building a model. And then you pick it apart saying this is why it doesn't work. Because it, like earlier we were talking about with Rusted about observing level everywhere. It's like, okay, well, we observe level everywhere we go. Yeah, we understand that there's undulations and there's elevations involved. But the actual observance of level, you then as a glober have to prove how that actual curve shows up on a subterranean level. Because on a terranean level, we're all observing level everywhere we go. Does that make sense, Jer?
Makes sense to me.
That we're all observing level everywhere, yeah.
No. I would just use that as a sidebar, just to say that I find that the folks that actually tip their hat and proudly state that they're a flat earther, they're actually able to build a globe model better than the people who actually think it's a globe.
Yeah, we've proven that.
I mean,
over and
probably.
over again.
Yeah. Sometimes that's true, yeah.
Jared, don't lie. How many times have you gotten in yourself, included you, because I've witnessed it, gotten into conversations with globers, and you have to remind them of their own model that they're holding up? It's almost like
I
they
hate when you do that.
Right? It's like, look, yo,
I hate when they make me argue their own model.
Exactly. 9.8 per meter second squared, whatever. Right. Anyways. Love it.
It's like, wait, how stupid are you? This is what you believe, damn it! Like,
The best
well,
part
and
is
it's
when
funny
you
because. Sorry, go for it.
No, I'm good. I was just gonna say it's funny how they come back around 6 months later and still haven't done the research, still don't know their own model, and it's frustrating. But carry on.
Yeah, no, I'm totally drawing a blank. I forgot what I was gonna say. I just took a dab, so pretty lit.
My bad, distracted you. Yeah, lots of times they'll be like when I meet people in the real world and I'm talking about it, and they're like, some of them are like when they realize they actually kind of humble themselves, like, I haven't actually looked into it. Like, I have to look into that. And then, like, I'll run into them, like, months later, and they'll be like, most of the time, like, oh, yeah, I totally haven't looked into that. Like, you know what I mean? But then they'll still try and have a conversation about it. And I'm like, bro, like, it's like you can't even enter the ring unless you've done, like, the most basic, like, the most basic research into it. Otherwise, it's really annoying to try to have a conversation with somebody who has no idea what you're talking about.
Perfect example of this is I'm on the bus the other day, and I ride the short bus, the town's short bus, right? So I'm riding the bus, dude gets on, and I'm like, yo, man, what do? And he's like, I'm a global sales representative. I'm like, global, huh? He's like, yeah. I go, do you believe in a globe? He's like, well, and he tells me what he thinks and so on and so forth. And I'm like, cool. Did you know that the claim is a 3,959 mile radius? Now, I was talking to a guy who does sales, so I obviously knew he knew math, and I knew he knew what a radius was. So I was like, cool, 3959 claimed radius is the model, right? And he's like, okay, I get that. I'm like, cool. Did you know that on a microcosm level, I gave you the macrocosm being the 3959 claim. Now, when you look at the microcosm level, that 110-mile distance has to unpack to a 1.25 mile drop over that 110-mile distance observed. And I looked at him like, did you know that? And he looked back at me and he said, no. Literally 30 seconds later, because I just waited, and it was almost like it was waiting for a pin to drop. I wasn't looking at him, looking forward, continue on my journey. And he's like, excuse me. And I said, yes. And he's like, how much of a drop would that be? And I said, 1.25 miles for every 100 traveled. And that's an exponential drop, too. And he's like, holy crap, that's big. And I said, yeah, try looking for it in real life and see if it shows up. Mic drop.
Just gotta say, bro, I like the way you told that whole story, man. It was very entertaining.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Because the big thing is, right, and I take this, Geo, sorry, Geo, I renamed you Geo. Geo has said, the truth is the truth. The earth is the earth, with or without us. It is what it is, and it sits as its own. And, right, the truth is the truth. It doesn't need you or your beliefs to believe it itself. It is what it is. It's literally just like we talk about light, how we perceive things. It's literally perspective. So if you choose to have the perspective that people in Australia eat their breakfast upside down to people relative in the northern equator, then my friend, that is you to believe. Because I can tell you assuredly so, the folks in Australia ain't eating their breakfast upside down to you in the northern hemisphere. Thanks.
But their toilets flush the other way.
Lies. That is all about how the nozzles are drilled into the toilet bowl. That
No, I know,
contributes to
dude.
the flow of
Trust
the
me,
water.
I've seen it.
I know.
Dude, I've seen videos where somebody had like 8 different bathrooms in their house, and they went around to every fucking toilet, and I think 7 out of the 8 flushed the same way, and the one flushed the other way. So it was like, what? So that one doesn't follow fucking Coriolis or what, dude? Come on.
And you know what that is? The definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
That's
Also the
actually
definition of a
Einstein's
success.
version. That's not the actual definition, apparently. I guess it's something that Einstein said, so you might want to be careful with that one.
Yeah, it's also the definition of success, though, right? Like how many times you try over and over and maybe
It really
fail.
Right. It's not how many times you fall down; it's how many times you get back up.
It's true. It's all true.
Well, I use that term quite a lot, and what I actually mean is unconsciousness.
Yo, there is an observation coming up. The equinox is coming up this 23rd, right? September 23rd. Is that right, guys?
That's why
I'm not
they're
sure.
pushing that fucking day.
Yeah, dude, you got the equinox, you got feast. Well, some people believe it's the Feast of Trumpets in September. Some believe it's in October. Wow, I almost swallowed my words. Either way, September into October is going to be a very, very, very important time. But yeah, 23rd, dude.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Feast of Trumpets, does that happen on the same day that Jericho dropped?
Bro, there's an observation we could make. There's an observation we can make that would debunk if we see this thing, it could debunk. It should be a huge debunk for part of their metal. Like the distance or the size, something to do with the sun is definitely going to be debunked if we don't see this thing that we should see on an equinox.
Then their globe would die.
I mean, it's the parallel light ray thing, so I don't know. If anyone's got like a theodolite or like something where with a scope that they can swivel and measure the degrees and shit, like that'd be dope.
Light travels forever. Why can't we see all the stars that are in the sky all the time? Like at night, even at night.
Oh, that's the paradox.
What's the reason?
What paradox is that?
I mean, wouldn't the whole sky just be one light of stars? That's the way my small brain thinks of it. If there's so many stars, infinite, and you can see light forever, then the whole sky should just be light, filled with stars.
No, this is the name of an actual. This is the name of a paradox. I forgot the name of the paradox. So,
well, I mean, to come up with the paradox, that had to be the reasoning, right? You have to, like, it should be full of light all night, unless there's a reasoning, right? A paradox that you can come up with.
does anyone know? This is bothering me. Does anyone know the name of that paradox?
No, do not.
I wasn't listening. What was it? Probably not.
Yeah, are you asking or are you quizzing us?
Mm-hmm.
I was watching somebody trying to rob a store and getting his ass whooped.
Olber's paradox.
Oh, Olber's paradox. Yeah, the German
The
guy.
universe is endless, uniformly populated with luminous stars, and every line of sight must eventually terminate at the surface of a star.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit, Jeremy, but yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I sound now?
Your
Yeah,
little
you
body,
sound
robot.
just nice. The yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you start to think of, well, this is why they need the universe to be expanding, don't they? Or else otherwise, why would it ever be night?
Am I good now?
Yeah. Why would space be dark?
All right.
Basically?
Yeah, let me just read this real quick. It's called Olber's paradox. In cosmology, paradox relating to the problem of why the sky is dark at night. If the universe is endless and uniformly populated with luminous stars, then every line of sight must eventually terminate at the surface of a star. So no matter where you look up in the sky, there's a star there at some point. And if photons are real and they're traveling forever in an infinite space vacuum, what's stopping the photon? Could they say particles of dust? What's the other thing called? Light attenuation. Maybe, I don't know what their excuse is, Rocky, but
their excuse is that it's not static.
No, even with the stars that you can see, though, if what we know of light, it spreads out over distance, right? So by the time it got to us, it would be so spread out, all you would see is light.
you've got the inverse square law. You know, you're not going to see a candle. If I have a candle a couple miles away and it's nighttime, like, you might not see the light from that candle, right? Just
Well, I
based
know
off
that's
the inverse
true,
square
yeah.
law of light.
So light doesn't travel forever. I agree
That's
with
what
you.
I'm
It doesn't.
saying. They either have their model of the universe wrong or their model of the photons wrong. It's got to be one or the other. I don't know. I mean, somebody could read up on it and find out what the Glover excuse is. It's not like we need a Glover. said about their excuse. I just don't read it myself. So.
So when a cloud is above you, like let's consider a cloud to be a light, right? And it moves away from you, that light or that cloud appears to get lower in your field of view, right? Which is getting lower to the horizon, correct? Due to perspective. Pretty simple, right? One viewer, one cloud above you, or one light
Well,
moving away from you.
there could be multiple reasons why it's getting lower with distance. There could be magnification happening in the atmosphere. That could be one of them, right? Like, I don't think it's just perspective. In fact, I'm almost certain it's not just perspective.
No,
I don't
I
think it's
agree
even
with you. I'm
possible
just
for it to
saying
just be.
perspective would be one of the major reasons. Take everything else away, and that cloud or light that's above you, if it's going away from you, would still appear to get lower, right? If you take all other factors out of it. Just because of perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Just perspective will make it. It'll make it go at least to your horizontal.
Right.
After that, though, after it goes past the horizontal, that's when you know, I don't know. You need to start coming up with something else. I feel like, unless that's just how perspective works over a long. I don't know.
Yeah, over distance, I think perspective works to that horizontal point, to that vanishing point. But the way we view things is once it goes beyond that horizon, which is rising towards your eye level, it appears to go below it, but it's not actually below it because the horizon itself has risen up towards your eye level.
Yeah, it can't be like B-Ball's buildings. B-Ball's 11 stories of buildings are not beneath you at that point.
Yeah, 15 miles away. Those are nice white caps that he shows in his videos too. Those are always cool to put a lot of water vapor in the air.
Well, there's also another thing I'd like to try. Jesse Gordon did this thing one time, and it had something to do with salt aerosols. I don't know. I forgot what he was doing. Some kind of refraction test or some kind of thing. And he had a lot of salt aerosols in the air or something. And it looked like it was causing a bit of magnification. And I looked up how much salt aerosols in the atmosphere. Apparently, there's a lot. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know. They said it was the most abundant thing, especially over the ocean. I mean, you got spray. What do they call it?
Sea spray. Yeah. Yeah, my boat is just covered with salt, after a week of just sitting in the marina, just from the wind blowing it off the surf and off the water. But when that gets in the air, I think it conducts electricity more. That's why I've propagated that salt water. You're going to see these effects even magnified even more for whatever reason. That's why I questioned the power lines and the bridge over Lake Pontchartrain with all the electrical current going near there, maybe affecting how we see long distance because of that, how it affects the air around it.
I'm just saying, bro. Long distance, nobody knows which way the light is actually going. You know what I'm saying? Like, is the light bending down? Is it bending up? Is it, what's actually happening over these long distances? The Globers will tell you they measure it and then proceed to tell you how they didn't measure that, but measured something else that maybe is linked to that. Maybe it's not. Who knows? We don't know because they've never actually measured the thing that we're talking about, which is the light menu. They get over on, dude, not me, but I don't know. A lot of our people, I feel like they get over on this whole refraction thing with. Like, they act like they know, but they've never measured it. Am I roboting?
No, you're good. Have you ever seen a sunset, Jeremy, where it's obstructed at the bottom? Like it appears to be blocked? And then you zoom in and there's space in between the ground and the sun again?
I've seen that. I mean, not personally, but I've seen the video of that.
Yeah.
That's neat. I know, I like that one. It's neat.
So
Looks
not
like the
Earth
sunset.
curve. Right.
Yeah, that's definitely not Earth curve for that one. Can't be,
Right.
because we can see in between it. Yeah, it's great. That was one. Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one.
Feel free to use it as your own as everything else you do with mine.
Oh yeah, I'll be using that tomorrow. Yeah.
I like the video that most people haven't even caught up with yet, but it's actually appearing to go down, right? And then it's obstructed from the bottom up, and then it stops. You're hearing me, right? Stops going down, and then is no longer obstructed from the bottom, and then appears to go away even further and just blinks out. Most people
That's
miss
what's
the
up.
stop going down part. Like the earth quit turning. Well, I was told for a long time that you had to be at altitude and cool, crisp air to get the sun fade out. And I was like, I'll probably never get that unless I travel and get lucky or whatever. But I got it at sea level, and not as defined as the ones that are at altitude, like in Arizona on the mountains or in cool, crisp air high up with drones or whatever. But still, definitely a fade out. And it's definitely something to do with the air temperature and water temperature when you're doing over water. So it would you know it would have something to do with the ground temperature too. So take away the water and put in a hot temperature of ground, and you're going to have one effect. And then cool that ground off overnight, or have a freeze or whatever, and then have the same air temperature, but the ground is insulating that lower temperature. Then you're going to have a different effect over land. But over water, it's easier to see. That's why I showed those pictures all the time of the bridge actually appearing to curve left and right, although that bridge is actually straight and not curving left or right, depending on which side the viewer was on, which was me. But the only difference was the temperature of the water due to how much rain had been dumped into the lake, that day, and it cooled off the lake. So before, it was the conditions of a warm lake with the temperature of the air, and then
By the way, can we moderate this guy Glim? He just doxed me, so pretty sure that's against the server rules, man. He did delete the offending picture, of course, because he's a coward. And now he's making false pedophilia claims. Maybe we should moderate him, just.
Yo, don't say that in a VC. I didn't realize I was muted that whole time. What's going on in the text chat? I'm gonna go in there and look. Let's just keep it in the text chat, obviously. We don't want to have that in the VC. But yeah, Rocky, I don't know if you heard me or not. I was saying, isn't your area, doesn't it have one of the areas that has the most temperature inversions overall? You guys be getting wild temperature inversions. That's why your shit looks so nuts, supposedly.
Nothing even close to what happens in the Bay Area or the Southern Bay Area. LA can get into the 90s and 100s, but the water's always going to be 67, 70 at the most. Huge temperature inversion near the surface. You copy that, Jeremy?
Say it again. Say it again.
So the greatest temperature inversions will be where there's the greatest amount of temperature differential in that particular direction between the water and the air, and that generally happens mostly in northern and southern California beaches, where you have the water almost a consistent 65 to 70 degrees at the most in LA, but usually 65 degrees, and then the air can be at 90 or 100. Whereas Pontchartrain, I think the temperature.
Yeah, it probably happens in Cali a lot, but I hear it probably happens in Cali a lot, but it also happens in this one area that Rocky is.
The water down there is usually quite warm. The Gulf is usually, especially in summertime, so you don't have the 65-degree water temperatures in the Gulf.
Okay, are you saying that's not a place where a lot of temperature inversions happen? I don't know. What are you saying?
No, the temperature inversion is mostly happens in California. That's where the water is the coldest. And
yeah, I know you get a lot of temperature inversions there. Does Rakia also get a lot of temperature inversions where he's at?
There's some. The water is never really that cold.
I think there's a lot. I think it happens a lot there, like more than usual.
The Gulf is never really that cold. And it
I don't know, Rakia. Is it cold? Is it cool in the morning when you wake up, Rakia?
That's not what.
Or super hot? I don't know what the temperature. I don't know what the water temperature, air temp variance is there, but I heard it was. It gets inverted a lot there. Tell me about how Cali gets it a lot too, though. I think you only told me 2 or 3 times now.
Problem is that works against you. That gives you downward refraction, and it makes things loom up more. So you're still seeing things completely hidden. So how's that happening?
Dude, you don't know if that helps or not. You don't know which way the light's bending. You've never actually measured which way the light's bending, dude. Stop making shit up, bro. You got good guesses at best.
There's no reasonable answer why water or why the air over water would bend upward.
I don't care. I don't care about the reasons. Measure it.
Yeah.
Measure it with something that's not subject to refraction. Measure it with something that's not subject to refraction.
You said it twice in a row. You can do this by doing a differential measurement. By first taking a measurement and then change your elevation distance above the surface and keep on doing that, and you'll get a value for the refraction. It'll plot a curve. We've talked about this many times before, but you've never really latched onto it like a nipple on a dog being a puppy.
Yeah, and it keeps getting dumb and dumber every time. Floyd and Harry.
You never studied calculus. That's okay.
Floyd and Harry, what were their names?
Start with a curve, a sphere, change your elevation, and apply the refraction effects that you get.
No.
Yeah.
No. You missed. mistaken what I told you. You do it both ways. You do a measurement. Those angles are then solid. And then you apply it, the differential in those measurements for a flat surface or a curved surface, and see which one better fits the model or the measurement. Sorry.
Yeah, but as I was gonna say, better what?
Dude.
No, if you change.
Dude, we're trying to figure out the actual position. Zanuck, we're trying to figure out the actual position of the object in the distance. All you do in this whole thing, we've gone over this time and time again. All you keep doing is getting not actual positions, presupposing a whole bunch of shit, and then in the end, you don't actually know anything. You're just guessing.
Presupposition at all. All we're doing is measuring the differentials. Differentials are how you measure the actual refraction at any of those values. The change is what we measure. The change is an indicator of what that value actually is.
Maybe distance is your problem. So elevation. Well, hang on a second. Maybe distance is your issue. So what distance are you doing this at?
It is
8 to 10 miles. 4 to 10 miles.
So he's getting not actual. That's the whole argument, Rocky. He's getting not actual positions.
Well, I know. I'm just bringing it out.
That's why I tell him that.
You have to say no really quick.
Why is it not actual position?
The auto response. No. Don't take my
because we don't. How do we not have the actual position?
Because you're trying to.
Because you look out when you see something. You look out and you see something, and do you have an actual position on it?
Not yet. Not until you start making a change.
Okay, and then you're going to look out again at a different position and see something. Did you get an actual position there?
Not necessarily. No.
Tell me when you get an actual position, because that's what we're shooting for here.
Never. See, this is why I'm saying.
Never.
That's what I mean. Exactly.
Let me speak for 1 sentence. It's like I'm speaking a different language.
All right, go ahead. Let him go.
Thank you. It's like I'm speaking a different language. You're going to keep on asking the same question, which I know you're going to ask. About this position, about that position. Is that the same? No. The part that you don't understand is that the change in the measurement, between the measurements, between the non-actual, to use your lingo, measurements, the change between the non-actual measurements will tell you the actual position, which you're not getting for some reason.
No, that's not true.
It is
lessen your distance measured, and you'll
we'll go with it. We'll go with it.
You also didn't take calculus, yeah.
We'll go with it. Hold on. We can go with it. We're going to get an actual position over time, right? So we're just going to presuppose that Earth is flat, and we're going to do this, and then we're going to come up with an actual position after.
Not over time, though. Let's get the terms straight.
This only works for you if you presuppose it's a... What's up?
No, absolutely not.
This only works for you if you presuppose it's a globe.
It tells you what's happening.
This only works for you, Zanuck, if you presuppose.
It doesn't.
It doesn't tell you. You have to presuppose wild things.
That's not true. It wouldn't work for a flat plane. This change, which tells you the refractive values, would not work and not comport with a flat geometry.
The globe over 4 miles is a flat.
Guarantee.
No, why would you say that?
Because you can't tell the difference.
No, you can measure the difference quite dramatically, actually.
With angles?
With angles.
Using optics over 4 miles through the atmosphere?
Of course you can.
Or calculus?
Calculus is using the measurements and then multiple measurements because we're measuring the change. The change only occurs if there's refraction, and the change will tell you with multiple measurements what that refraction is. I feel like I'm speaking Greek. You don't get Greek.
Yeah, I know you don't understand, and we didn't take time. You saw your tactics, and now you're going to interrupt.
Sorry.
And
you want to learn something, Racky, or not?
No, I don't want to learn.
Guys, one at a time.
Yeah, I don't want to learn.
I'm going to tell you both. Hold on.
Hold on, man. From him.
I'm telling you and you both. Hold on.
Oh no, I mean, I don't think anyone needs to be muted. I think Zanuck, you're definitely like forcing your, whatever you think your teachings are. Like, what about actually having the conversation? Like actually respond to what he said. Like maybe like something could be built rather than just always just trying to oppose every other idea. That just seems counterproductive. And if that's what you're here to do, then I guess that's your tactic. But I mean, if you want to actually have a higher level conversation, then just forcing some teaching onto someone else is not really usually the way to reach that.
Yeah, I let 4 things go away, you know, and then I'm just not going to let it go. That's what he does every time. No one needs it. It's not productive.
Well, I just, it's hard for me to explain verbally how calculus works and how it applies to this particular set of tests and experiments to be able to determine what the refraction value would be at any altitude above the surface, because you make multiple measurements. And Jeremy kept on saying, well, every one of those is not an actual measurement. True. The whole idea behind calculus and the whole idea about differential measurements is to be able to determine what that variable is at any value, because it gives you a plot. And then you get
You're
a high level of confidence, how well that data gives you a R-square value, but how well that the data is represented by the model.
you're measuring refraction, not Earth curve.
Oh, see,
Is that
gee, that's why I have a hard time with Rekia, because
what?
he just, it's like he doesn't listen.
Look at me. Let me get in real
He's really trying to help. I
quick,
have
Rakia.
I'm not an ego-driven
You
guy. I'm not
admitted
trying
to
to like, hey, I
yourself.
got you. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to give a methodology that you guys can use. I haven't done it at Pontchartrain. You could do it, Rakia. You know, find out.
Yeah, but bro, if you're in the convo, then you have to say something and then pass the mic and completely be silent for a long enough time for someone else to actually respond, because you just keep looping in and then doing it again and over. So where's the point even at this point? Let's let Rakia answer if he wants to. If this is
no
gonna,
problem.
if you guys want to continue on it.
I think we've beat this pretty well over the years, but yeah, it's he thinks I'm presupposing a round surface. I'm not. It's telling you whether it's round or flat, but that's okay. We don't have to talk about it.
You have to presuppose a globe for this to work your way. Like I said, we need an actual position to know which way the light's bending. You admitted yourself we never get an actual position. So I don't know what you think this does. It doesn't get us our actual position.
Well, it does actually, and you do it through.
You said we never get it.
No, you don't get it each one. You get a change from one to the other. You can't do it with one measurement alone. I would agree. 2 measurements, difficult. 3 or 4, likely, and 100 or 1,000, almost absolutely. And you
No,
don't have to
dude,
presuppose a globe.
measuring. Thought you were done. Measuring not actual positions a zillion times never gives you the actual position. That's
what
not
you're
a thing.
saying. Now you have to back up why that is true, because I would be in stark disagreement of that particular statement.
Well, in order to prove that is a thing, you would have to measure the actual position of it.
That you keep on saying it doesn't make it true. It means you don't not agree.
In order to show that that's true, Zanuck, in order to show that that's true, that this does give us the actual position, you'd have to measure the actual position and show us that it matches up, but you never do that.
That's fallacious logic. We're not talking about having ever an actual position. We don't need one. We can get one though. We can look straight down and get a position. You would agree with that, right? We're looking straight down through a multi-gradient atmosphere or medium. We would have no refraction. That would be zero.
Straight down or straight up is where you get stuck, though, because after that, straight up or straight down, sure, but that's where it stops, because after that, now you only have apparent positions, and like you said, you're not, dude, I don't know what we're even talking about. You admitted you never get an actual position. You think that the thing you do gets you an actual position. Okay, maybe show us that it matches with actual. You can't, because you've never measured it.
Says you. That's not. It's flawed. Flawed logic. It is a way.
How'd you get that
very accurately determine where something is? Actually, and determine what the surface would have to look like.
Dude,
we could say
your claim.
Here's the measure. Let me say something real quick. If we say that the Earth is flat, and then we take these measurements, all these measurements and the variances won't comport with the refraction that we are measuring. Or for a curved surface, it would. The changes won't be correct.
Not measuring. I thought you were.
No, I think you're lagging.
Yeah, your signal's refracting.
Yeah, refraction.
Very fun.
Yeah, you're completely refracted.
Yeah, you're refracted. I have to, let's stop because I don't want to fight about it. I'll figure out a test that we can do for something simple, just to kind of have you understand the concept. Something you could verify, like you can reach out and touch it, or you could do it with this differential measurement technique, and then you can see how the technique actually works.
Well, it's just not a globe, so I mean, I think it's time for you to move on.
New hobby.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, from the globe. I mean, is it really serving you in any way right now, the globe, in any positive ways? Can you say there's anything
No,
about the globe, or
nothing.
is it
No
it's
positive.
just all pain and suffering?
No, it's good. It makes you think. It makes you think ways to do certain things, experiments, math, and physics. Interesting. Human psychology.
What if I told you that up is up and down is down, and that those are actual real things and have always been that way, and they're opposites, like a duality?
So you're probably right.
I think that
Solve the
was
problem.
Jeremy was confirming as well from Refracted Robot Land. Yeah, like Zanuck, are you able to decipher if I were to say that this is true, what would your response be? That up is up and down is down everywhere within this realm.
I'd say
Because you have to make, I mean, I guess you would then have to believe they're all antipodal on an oblate spheroid that this governmental system pumps out, essentially.
that's why I would
So I'm
qualify
saying, what I'm saying is that if I were to say that it's true that up is up, down is down, and you have a vertical, horizontal, so that's why water will be horizontal and level because it evens out over the surface of it. And that up is up and down is down, and that they are actual real things. Like they're actual physical realities in this realm. And they have different qualities to them.
Yeah,
Rather than the idea that it's all relative to some pre-assumed center of a pre-assumed sphere that actually there's no empirical evidence for.
Prove it.
I would say define up and define down, and I would, if my life depended on it or money was on the line, I'd have to have a clear understanding of the definitions. If you gave me a satisfactory definition that I feel I could accept, then I would say I accept it. I agree with you.
Plum.
If you gave me some
everywhere.
limitations, if you gave me limitations such as antipodal, we would not have up is always up and down is always down. They always have to be parallel to one another, no matter where you're in the realm. The lines drawn up or down, I would say no. I would disagree with that premise because that can be disproven.
But like to Geo's point, if you're using plum everywhere.
Yeah, and if I said if plum is what you're saying, I'd say yes.
All right, cool.
But if you said if those plums are all have to be parallel, because up is he kind of insinuated that they all, if you're antipodal, then they wouldn't be different. In my world, my understanding, they're not different. No, they're not parallel.
I would contest that you actually did what you just said you did. That is for sure. Because I know where certain assumptions are baked into it. And gone over it many times, but you're not actually measuring diverging plumb lines anywhere.
You can do it really easily, and you can rule out the refraction, or continually, aggressively remove out refraction by measuring reciprocal zenith angles from two plumb lines on a water, land, and then start doing a progressive increase of target heights above the surface, i.e. elevation changes. See what you come up, and what you'll come up with for similar distances is this diverging plumb line constant. It might not be the same as what you saw at the water, but everywhere else besides over the water, you'd see this diverging plumb line result.
So, a quick question just to steelman what you said, and I'll jump out. But so you're telling me that in Denver, as an example, Mile High Stadium, you're telling me that plumb is different at that point than it is at sea level in California?
Of course, might be a little hard to check because it's so far away. But if you took Denver and then went over to a peak close by, like be a mountain, close you could see Columbine or Littleton, or even just the foothills and things. Morrison, you could see Morrison, and then you could cite some known altitude, measured by an helicopter, have measurements you could make the air pressure, and if you did the reciprocal zenith angles there, you'd see they were not plumb by citing those two different elevations. And then you can go to Aspen and do the base to the top. You know how long it is. They have cables running. See what those angles are to the see from the town of Aspen, and also see what that reciprocal zenith thing 2 miles. It will be substantial. It will be the same. You could do those same tests down at Los Angeles with 5,000-foot mountains. Actually, they have 10,000 foot, but you can go to 5,000-foot Mount Baldy, look down to Huntington Beach and get an angle there. Up where you want to go, and you'll see that those angles don't come flat surface. The distances they are away from each other.
Okay, look, am I roboting now?
No.
I should be good here. Okay.
I hope not, because Zanuck is
Just to finish up the
not gleaning any responses from his last words.
Yeah, no, he's crazy. What I'm saying is, just to wrap the whole refraction thing up, you claim that you're never getting an actual position, but you claim this overall thing does get you the actual position, but you can't show me that because you've never measured the actual position to compare it to. Now, that being said, you literally have zero refraction argument when it comes to anything involving refraction. And the second thing I wanted to say was, I mean, you lost me on this up is up and down is down thing, Gio. I'm not following you.
They're talking about Discord on CNN, or CNBC right now. They're making money.
Yeah, well, if you can get one of your high altitude balloons, it doesn't have to be a satellite, just a high altitude balloon, high enough that you could zoom into someone in Australia standing there on the ground, and then move your camera to North America, if your position allowed it to, and show us someone that's up is not down and down is not up.
Yeah, like anytime you're on Earth, you're around water, and you're either standing on a surface or maybe you're in water. But there's always like a consistent gradient. Well, like there's the effect that we could call gravity in terms of things falling. Then there's a gradient that goes from the ground up. You have horizontal and vertical. And like before this whole globe idea, in terms of like everything we know about humanity, they seem to always have there was always a planar stationary Earth surface, but it was also even seen in terms of like in layers. Like you have the upper world of the heavens, and then you have like the middle world, like the Earth, like Middle Earth in a sense, which is planar, and then you have the underworld, whatever's below it. So that's why it's been called like the plane of existence, in that sense. And from that perspective, that's what we observe and experience in every part that we're in this realm. So with that being the core geometry, then up is actually up, down is actually down. Like those are actual real directions in this realm that we live in that have real, like, even I think electrostatic effects, and that up is universal for everyone, no matter where you are on the earth. It's always the same direction. And the thing is, with the globe claim, they have to claim that that's not the case, that as you travel along the surface, you're actually curving and you're going around the center of a sphere. And then there's a different type of gravity that's like keeping you stationary on a rotating sphere. And when I say keeping you stationary, meaning keeping all observable reality on all levels being just detected and measured as stationary, but then just explained as if that whole thing is whirling and flying at millions of miles an hour when they get all the way out there with it. So then they're claiming that like somebody could be dropping a plumb line on the other side of a globe, and you could be on the other side of it. You're both dropping a plumb line, and those plumb lines are not actually going up and down for those person in terms of those universal directions. But in the globe model, they're pointing at each other. They've like inverted all that whole reality that they would be pointing on each other and gotten people to believe that.
Correct. Exactly.
So you believe there's people upside down from you, right? Like rain is falling the other way on the other side of the earth.
Absolutely.
Rain flies upwards, Anik. I mean, I know I'm kind of conflating that because, yeah, I know it's like, in a way, it's a conflation because the way the globe model is. But at the end of the day, one's is another person's upside down. That is, dude, I remember when I was a kid just thinking about that many times. Like, what? Everyone's like upside down to me. It never even made sense then, man. I don't think it's even possible. It's not possible for people to be under me and be experiencing down, up.
Yeah. Like, listen, if you keep digging, you start digging all the way down. When does it switch and become up? Like, what?
Yeah, right in the center because of gravity. But wouldn't rain fall differently depending on where the moon was?
Why?
Oh, that's a good point.
Gravity.
How much gravity would affect the raindrops?
All of it.
You tell us, bud.
Get out your calculators, Anik. Get back to us.
Not even a rounding error.
Within 2 hours, that's the deadline.
Well, here's the thing.
Millions of pounds of water aren't affected by gravity?
No, it is, but gravity remember the mass M1, M2, mass of the raindrop and the mass of the moon, the mass of the earth and the mass of the moon, or mass of you and mass of the earth. I mean, you break it any way you want. But the thing I wanted to say, Gio, is that we've done tests. We found things that are totally straight and verified that their plumb lines are divergent. And that's something we can actually physically measure. So we can do it both ways. We can measure the Earth's surface, objects in the distance, and so the refraction that we get different measuring mountains, really steep mountains that as long as you get some kind of distance away from us, we can get a differential measurement there, or a reciprocal zenith angle, which is a greater than 180. Or we can make something totally straight, perfectly straight, the vacuum tube, we're shooting a laser through a vacuum, curve it straight, and then we can measure the plumb lines at the end of those. They diverge, depending on which direction you're looking. They converge going downward. So we actually have values for that. So that's hard evidence to argue with. Think that it has to be flat. If you can't even entertain the reasoning, then you either don't understand the tests, or just don't believe.
So these plumb lines, they're different distances apart at the bottom and the top. If it's 10 foot long, right, plumb line?
It's done from 6 feet.
So 6 foot long plumb line touches the ground and goes 6 foot up. The bottom measurement would be X, and the top measurement at 6 foot of both plumb lines would be X plus, correct?
Correct.
And as you made those plumb lines taller, let's say you doubled them to 12 foot, now the distance at the top would be x plus, correct?
I don't understand the last.
They're getting further and further apart the taller you make them.
Oh, if you go higher, yeah, of course, yes.
So couldn't we measure this?
You do measure it. It's measured.
No. I'm talking about with like physical buildings, not with shooting through the air and the atmosphere with optics.
Sure.
How would we do that?
Measure. If you had a building that was on the side of, like in Indiana, you're looking at Chicago, looking at the John Hancock building, or I can't remember the tall one. Anyway, you're looking at these buildings, and you're able to have a laser measuring device, very accurate one, measure of that distance. You can get a different value from the base of it versus the top of it. The top will be away, or easier just to do an angle measurement. In a 2 mile arena where you have a perfectly straight object, you could laser distance to top and bottom. That's more than easily measurable. A laser satellites can measure things down to the millimeter from 100, 200 miles, but we're only talking about 2 miles, so it's easy to measure that way. Or you just measure angles. You have just a plumb line and then something on the ground that measures its deviation from plumb distance-wise, and you'll see there's it's not a huge gap, but it's like a spark plug gap, like 35 thousandths, 40 thousandths deviation. First plumb, both ends versus the center.
Where's the conversation right now? What?
Being able to measure the diverging plumb lines at distances between top and bottom. Where he was asking.
Do you really even need to go to that extent? You just go to those salt flats and you see the perfect mirror of the sky for kilometers and kilometers, miles and miles, square miles, like huge area. It's just like a perfect flat mirror. And if it wasn't, you'd see the convexity of the salt flats there.
No, you really wouldn't. So that's a problem. But you assume that or think that math on it.
You can tell a convex mirror from a flat mirror, right?
Oh, I can tell my wide angle lens on my car. I have one of those balls on the side of my trailer mirror. Yeah, you can see that because it's very dramatic. But we're talking about something that has an 8 inch per mile square type of deviation. That's nothing you can visually see. What you think you'd be able to see,
But Zanik, just to confirm, and I'm going to talk over you numbers here. 3,600 square miles is the Bolivian salt flats, right? That's 60 miles by 60 miles approximately that you're claiming has curve to it.
Yes.
Right.
It's true. Quite a bit of curvature, actually. If you go there, which you've never been either, if you go there and you measure it, you'll be able to measure it quite dramatically, that there is drop every mile. The Bolivian salt flats are roughly the same elevation.
So, just an observation question for you. Why would you say if you go there, which you haven't? Are you insinuating that I have never been there?
You've never gone there and measured it. You go there and you measure
Okay,
it.
so it's not the claim that you're saying that I haven't been there.
No.
Is that correct? Okay, just checking. Thank you.
And the only way to measure it in your eyes would be to take angle measurements, long distance, right?
One way.
Because it's not possible to create a horizontal above it and measure down to it.
You do that too.
You can. You said you couldn't like 3 weeks ago. That's impossible.
To do what?
To create a horizontal, extend it out long enough and measure down to the curvature of the salt flats of the water. You said that was impossible about 3 weeks ago.
I don't remember talking about the Bolivian salt flats. I know there's structures we've already built that have done that. We're 2 miles long, and we can measure varying plumb line angles with that structure. Going to Bolivia and getting a horizontal structure straight as an arrow. We were talking about something maybe over water 3 months ago, but it could be over wherever you want.
We were talking about creating a horizontal. It doesn't matter what you're above, either the salt flats or the water, both you say are curving. You said you couldn't create a horizontal over water like that. Remember that?
Well, I think you took a little bit out of context. We already have something that's not over water, over land. To do over water, I guess you could build it, but no one has done anything.
Why would you have to build anything? What are you talking about? We're talking about measuring, using the tools that create horizontals.
Yeah.
To measure, to create a horizontal and extend it out long enough, and then measure down to the curving water or land.
How do you know that you're establishing something with the tool horizontal?
That's what I'm asking you if it's possible. 3 weeks ago, you said it wasn't.
Not by your standards, and you'd have refraction, which always
my standards.
Yeah, actual. You want actual distances, actual angles. All these things over water would be very. If not
no angle, zero, horizontal, without angle change, no slope.
Yeah, so, well,
horizontal.
How do you establish a horizontal without building a structure? Would you use? What tool would you use? Laser?
An auto level? A laser? Yeah.
Lasers, light, or
put some stakes in there.
You get stakes in the ground, sure.
Put some stakes in the ground.
Yeah.
I like the method where you leapfrog it. Honestly, you put 3 stakes in front of you. You use the level once, like at the Adelaide. You just use level once, and then just use the two stakes in front of you for the next to put a 3rd stake in, and that's how you leapfrog it right there. That seems like the best way to do it optically, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can go in any direction for any distance, and as long as the 3 or 4 stakes that you're leapfrogging with remain the same constant measurement, you're going to have plus or minus because of tool and human error, but it's never going to create a sphere. It's going to create a horizontal. Oh my God. You had to cut me off to say that? Preacher? You thought I was done? Mm-hmm. Man, come on, man. This is such a script thing. I'm done. I am done. Screw you, man. You're smart. You're smart? I doubt it.
Listen, you think you're going to establish a horizontal by these stakes, and you're saying it'll never, and I'm saying it will. But it's actually what you'll measure. It'll measure. That's why you see buildings that are missing, 600 feet of them. Go to the Pontchartrain. What you should do? Go to that one side of the Lake Pontchartrain and look at the Marriott. Look at those parking structures. See if
you're a troll, man. You're a troll. If you're switching
no, you don't even call me names.
How we see things has nothing to do with leapfrogging measurements that have nothing to do with refraction, because you're doing them at distances that you don't even have to compute refraction because it's so short. Zanuck. Now you're going to bring me 24 miles over Lake Pontchartrain on how we see buildings obstructed by the apparent position of water. You're nuts, man. You're either a troll or you're just.
You got a bridge there. You got a bridge.
No.
Whatever distance you want.
Lake Pontchartrain. Go back to the horizontal. Leapfrogging. Extending the straight line segment by leapfrogging, Zanuck. Not Lake Pontchartrain.
How do you make a straight line?
You use a tool that creates a straight line. Yeah, we just told you how.
You get
leapfrogging and putting stakes in the ground. How do you know that's going to be establishing a straight line?
Because here's what you do.
You're presupposing. You're affirming a consequent. You're saying that I'm going to have these stakes the same exact height over the water, and I'm going to connect them visually with string or whatever.
The tool
it'll never
creates the horizontal,
or not to connect them, or not connect them, and you will say, "Let me finish." And you're saying that itself is a horizontal, but I'm saying that it's not a.
It's not affirming the consequence.
No,
it's using a tool that creates a horizontal line to create a horizontal line. That's not affirming the consequence.
What's the line? Is it just is a laser? Is it you're sighting something?
You use the top of the stakes or marks on the stake to just mark the horizontal line. The stakes aren't the horizontal.
Okay, so the
The
next
tool
line, is
maker.
that
Do you
horizontal
know
too?
what an auto level does?
Yes,
You,
but is the next?
what
Is
does
the
it
next?
do?
No,
Tell the
I don't want.
audience what it does.
We're not going to question answer. I'm saying, does the next line
Well, I'll
give you
tell the
horizontal?
audience. It
Does the
creates a
next? Does the
horizontal.
next? Okay, you said you're done. Are you done? Is the
I
next
did
line
not
give you
say I was
horizontal?
done. I asked you to do it, and you said you wouldn't. I said I was going to do it for the audience. The tool, like an auto level or a laser, creates a horizontal line. You can extend that horizontal line using that tool by using different methods. The leapfrog method is good enough for what we're doing. You use the stakes to just mark that horizontal so you can visually see it and then measure down from the top of those stakes to the land below it or the water below it to see what the land or water is doing. If you create a horizontal line using these very accurate methods and tools above curved water, then you would be able to measure the curve of the water. Now, if he wants to go to visually looking over 24 miles over salt water and hot and cold conditions and this, that, and the other, then that means he's trying to distract away from the very, very, very easy point that me and Jeremy are trying to make, is that you take these very accurate tools to make a horizontal, make it above the water, and you can use the same water that he's referring to, Lake Pontchartrain, and show yourself that it's not curving ever. Thank you. Now I'm done.
Yeah. After all the stuff we went through with refraction just now about how you never get an actual position, but you think this thing does give you an actual position, but you have nothing to measure it against because you've never measured the actual position. After all that, you're going to bring up Lake Pontchartrain. And the way you do it with the stakes, I mean, it's fairly easy. You get 3 stakes in front of you. You know, one at X at 25, 50, 75 meters, whatever. And then you go to the first stake and you line up the next 2 stakes and then you extend it. Then you put a third stake where the crosshairs are.
But how?
And you
The
just
question I
keep
was trying
doing
to,
that over and over again.
but the question I was trying to ask Racky before you muted, and I'll ask you as well, is if you're establishing a new horizontal at every stake, that is a affirmative consequent. Now you're establishing a new horizontal. So if there
You're
was a
not
curvature,
establishing a new one.
I say you are. And if you can disagree with me, please tell me why. Because if you establish horizontal, which is an orientation perpendicular to plumb, and then you go to the next stake and do the same thing before you set up the next orientation perpendicular to plumb, that would establish multiple horizontals, all scribe out a polygon on the surface.
That's not what you're doing, though. That's not what we're describing at all. We're describing extending a straight line segment. Got it?
Speaking slower doesn't make it more right.
Well,
Racky,
speaking
clearly
fast didn't
saying,
help you. You know what a straight line
no, you're
segment
saying
is?
the
Not
same thing, which
deviating
is
from straight, not curving, a horizontal plane.
you're saying the same thing over again. If you have it horizontal, extending it, how do you extend it? How do you orient from that next thing? An auto level? What does an auto level use for reference? Racky, you should know the answer to this.
Plumb.
Yes. So now
Yes.
you
Very accurate.
What was that necessary to interrupt me? So you have a new plumb.
I'm agreeing with you.
You're affirmative consequent, because if my contention is that every stake will have a different plumb direction with respect to another, then doing your orientation with respect to plumb defeats the purpose of the test, because you've already the consequent. If you can't understand why you're affirmative consequent, I can't help you.
Okay, that's why you use a theodolite. You level it out for your first 3 stakes. You use level, and then you jump to the first stake, and you're only citing the 2 stakes. You don't use level anymore, even though it's going to match. That's irrelevant. You wouldn't even pay attention to it. You would just make sure the crosshairs are lined up on those 2 spots, and then you put a third one in front of you, and you keep leapfrogging it like that. Then we don't have to worry about if plumb lines aren't. Then we don't have to worry about if plumb lines aren't parallel or not, because we're not even using them.
You've already failed at step 1, because you do this, and quite simply, you can have 2 stakes 6 feet high off the surface, not even a mile apart, maybe only 400 yards, and they will be not
That's a lie.
parallel.
That's a lie.
They're
That's
both
a
plumb.
lie.
They're both. It's not a lie. You think
That is a lie.
He has the best picture of it. I mean, he cites it.
He did a one shot. That's not what we're talking about here. He did one shot over 2.5 miles.
No,
Hello?
I'm not talking about that either. I'm talking about over 400 yards. I'm talking about 400 yards. There is.
I wouldn't do that either.
Well, that gives you the least amount of refraction, and it's closer to control.
No, it doesn't.
That yes, it does.
No, it
You don't have any
doesn't.
refraction at all.
No, it doesn't.
It will be greater as you go away. What do you?
People out in the real world using this as a living don't shoot 400 miles because they want to make a living. I
It's
mean,
not 400
400
miles.
yards.
You
400
keep on
yards.
coming up with errors.
I misspoke, sir. 400 yards. They don't do it. They do it usually around 200 feet. 400 yards is too long for an optical tool to get an accurate
Fine.
measurement.
Then
You're going to
use
have
200 yards.
bias. Yeah, 200 feet.
Fine. I don't care. 200 feet, 220 feet. I don't care. Whatever you're doing, geodetic surveyors can detect this variance in the plumb line over to 100 feet or 200 feet very easily.
What?
You haven't seen it? You haven't used one enough to see that variance?
Yeah,
No.
I've seen drastic variances when I can measure it one day and come back the next if I'm shooting like 500 yards or 1,000 feet or whatever. I see drastic. That's why we don't do it, Zanuck. So if geodetic surveyors are getting this, of course they're getting variations, right? That's why planar surveyors don't do it that way, and you can use their surveying methods to produce a horizontal line. Hang on, you know I'm not done.
I thought you were,
they can,
actually.
oh my God. Planar surveyors can use methods to extend this straight line segment in any direction for any distance to prove what's under them, such as water or land, is doing different things, raising and lowering elevation, which would create your sphere, right? Funny you can't do it.
No, that does not. You're conflating elevation change, curvature of the surface line variance. You're so far wrapped on the axles right now. I don't know where to go back and read. But let me just say one thing real quick.
Maybe leave. See you later.
If you do short segments, create horizontals and connect them all together, you would be affirmative consequent if you think that would then prove that the surface is not flat or round. Because if it was round, you'd still be able to do that because plumb line variance would just be you'd be scribing out a set of horizontals, which would then make a polygon. So we know we want to see if we're making it. How do you do that? You have to be able to measure the variance in these plumb lines, reciprocal zenith angles.
Nobody is seeing if they're making a polygon.
Hold on, now you're talking over. So now
Yeah,
you can
nobody
cite
is
these. And I
doing
know
what
I
you're
thought
saying.
you knew I wasn't done. I don't think I even sounded
No,
like
I
I
know
was.
you're not done. I know
I was
you're lying.
talking quickly to get through it quickly so I don't talk too
Nobody
long.
using these
So I
tools
just want to
and
get
proving
it
if
done.
they're
But
making
you're still
polygons.
talking over me right now. You're still doing
Guys,
that. Okay, so just in closing, if you do that test, geodetic surveyors are real surveyors, and they can detect this anomalous plumb line direction variance very easily with sensitive equipment. So it does happen, and it does determine the use of sphere. And you can deny this, but that's how one of the ways they can actually test.
They measure refraction. They compute that in. If they're shooting over distance, especially, they compute refraction in, and they use the R value to create that. But when you're doing planar surveying, you're not seeing if you're creating any type of shape. You're establishing a straight horizontal plane, not
Incorrect.
deviating from straight. What?
Incorrect, because geodetic surveyors can work over
I didn't say anything about geodetic surveying. I said
I am, because that tells you the plumb lines are not
Then don't
parallel.
interrupt me to tell me I'm incorrect, because I'm telling you what you can do with these tools. And if you do that, if you establish this horizontal line over a curved surface, which you say in your fantasy world that all water is curving, if you establish this horizontal over water for a long enough distance and then measure down from that horizontal to the water, you could easily measure it curving. Easily. Good luck.
No, the flaw in your logic is that you're pushing more together. That defeats the purpose of affirmative consequence. The easiest way, I know you didn't mention geodetic survey, I'm mentioning it, over a very short distance, not over water, over land. Over land that has multiple elevations. We can show that which way water will travel. And sometimes it actually can go uphill because of the equipotential of that area. And that area's the equipotential could be dictated and measured accurately by basically, which basically amounts to a plumb line. Multiple plumb lines over a multiple acre parcel. Just a couple, just 30 or 40,000 square feet. That's it. We can measure anomalies and plumb line variance over that particular parcel.
And have water flowing uphill.
Yes.
Go ahead and show that video. That must be an amazing video you have. Go ahead and show it.
It's part of the test. I've taken the
No. Must be an amazing video that you have. Water flowing uphill on this parcel of land that is so small. Go ahead and post it.
It's like you almost have just.
Yeah, he won't post it because it doesn't exist. It's just a theory.
If you lived in the mountains,
just a
you want to
theory.
make
It's
sure
just
your house.
formulas. It's a ridiculous statement for him to say that water flows uphill on this parcel of land because geodetic surveyors measured plumb lines to be not parallel. I'm telling the audience, forget all that googly gosh. Go create a horizontal plane above a surface and see what the surface of that water or land is doing. It'll tell you very accurately what it's doing. If you do it over water, you'll get a plus or minus for sure if you do it long enough distance, but you won't get a sphere. You won't get water curving down away from your single point anytime you do it, no matter how you do it, no matter how much error you tend to make or how far off your machine is, you won't ever get a sphere.
Okay,
I think the phrase is actually it's actually gobbledygook, not gobbledygosh.
Zana, can I ask you for clarification? Are you saying, which is the globe claim, right? Are you making the globe claim that between 2 points, a large body of water at rest must be flowing uphill because there would be a sagitta, so therefore that's your proof? So water at rest is actually going uphill if you draw a straight line between two people on the surface of the globe?
Completely mistaken what I had said.
Okay, then show the video then. All right.
That even makes less sense.
It's what the globe dictates, but yeah.
So when you have a piece of parcel of land and you want to make sure that when it gets higher that it doesn't flood uphill into your house, even though it looks like it's above your house, because there's not geodetic anomalies or equipotential directions that actually make it flow uphill. It has nothing to do with the curve of the shape of water on a lake or the curve of that water on that parcel. Talking about what the potential looks like, and if those plumb lines are constantly merging downward together, then that would mean that the Earth is a round shape. Water has this same characteristic measured, and land has this characteristic, and there's anomaly in between it.
Yeah, we could have plenty of anomalies on the Earth. It does not dictate a shape to the entire Earth. If you have, if you're repelling water, dielectric repellent of water, or have some other force acting upon it, it still doesn't dictate the shape of the Earth. If you swing a plumb bob, it doesn't dictate the shape of the Earth. That's just one spot that you're measuring. But I still want to see the video of water flowing uphill, if you don't mind. Is it water at rest or water in motion flowing uphill?
Water's moving uphill. In fact, it does that at
moving uphill.
The St. Lawrence River.
What, due to like momentum?
Nope, nothing to do with momentum. It has to do with actual potential differentials. The equipotential differentials. The equipotential.
Maybe I could Google it. You could tell it to me, and I could Google it.
It actually.
You said you had water flowing uphill on a parcel of land. Like we could watch it flow uphill, like when it rained, or you could just pour a bucket out and it would start flowing uphill instead of down.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't have that video. I'll bet you any amount of money you don't have that video. Good luck.
You're pretty arrogant for someone who has not studied.
No, I know. I am arrogant. I love the truth. Now, you might be able to show a video of the St. Lawrence River and then tell the audience, including people that I know and love, lie about how they've surveyed all this water flowing uphill, but you'll never show a parcel of land dumping out water and having it flow uphill. Ain't happening.
Funny, that's one of the majority of the tests on the geodetic surveying exam talks about that exact fact. But you seem to know more than they do for some crazy reason because you the total station before. I don't know. Very interesting. Very arrogant.
I know how water flows. I definitely know that. I obviously do.
Why would the
I know that you can't ever show. I know if that was happening, that it would be all over the internet. I know that for a fact. I know how humans are.
So you'd be taking the test and you would be like, No way, dude. I ain't taking this test. What a bunch of bullshit.
No, dude. That's
Walk
not what
out.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about your parcel of land that all these smart geodetics.
So they're all wrong, and you're right.
Know if that parcel of land was able to show water running uphill, it would be everywhere. You would be able to post it like 1,000 videos of it. Because you can't, and why you had to switch to the St. Lawrence River is because you can probably find a video of the St. Lawrence River and say, aha, right here in this area, the water's flowing uphill.
Nobody doubts this but you. So you're the only person that would. And so there's no videos probably of.
I'll take that
water.
bet.
Well, you're basically saying, I'm going to take this test with all these geodetic surveyors, and I'm going to look at this question laughing because these people are all smoking crack. I'm right because I know which way water flows. And they're all wrong. So that's how arrogant you are. You think you're right.
I think you're using something else. I'll be honest. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But if you're talking about fluid dynamics, they're obviously not fluid dynamics people, right? They're obviously trying to measure something long distance through the atmosphere and getting it wrong if they're doing that. Because if they are doing that to tell you and for you to come here and tell me and everybody that I know that water flows uphill without being pressurized or whatever, like just flows uphill because of gravity.
Yes.
Go ahead. Show it. Post the video, man.
Again, you're hearing it here first, folks. Rakia thinks he's smarter than geodetic surveyors, and that's okay. You can.
No, Rakia. No, don't misrepresent me.
I'm still
That's a
talking.
lie. That's a lie. Quit lying about me. I'm not going to allow you to lie about me, Geo. That is not what we do here. That is not what I said. I said Rock, and I'll quote it again. Rakia, that's me. Knows that water doesn't run uphill without pressure. When you dump a bucket of water out, it's going to flow down. Elevation from high elevation to low elevation. Not low elevation to high elevation. Now, if he says, I'm dumb and I'm not as smart as surveyors, that's fine with me. But I say, post the video. I'll wait.
I'm still waiting for the things that roll uphill.
Yeah, I just said.
Vanek, can you not hear me speaking?
I was responding to
things. Well, it took a long time, so I'm bringing up my own point. So you said things roll uphill, and then it changed to water. What other things just roll uphill, Zanet?
Anything that has an equipotential where it can roll or flow. And if you can even fight against friction, if it's
roll or flow.
Let me finish my now you want to. So I didn't misrepresent. You did say you know how water, and you have to have some type of force behind it. And yes, that force is its equipotential. It's a potential differential that wants it, that allows it and wants it and motivates it and pushes it, forces it to travel uphill. And that's what geodetic surveying is all about. Small parcel land will see this. I don't know if there's any videos of the flows that they go uphill.
Things are flowing up,
can I please finish my sentence without you interrupting me?
I think you said that like 5 times, bro. What things are
You're going to get me banned again because you're talking over me,
bro.
and I'm the one that's going to get bounced. So just stop talking so I don't have to get bounced myself. I'm almost
done.
Just
get to the point.
Half of a sentence. You can't control yourself. You know what? I'm going to yield to you. Go ahead.
You said things roll uphill. What things? Can you name 3 things that just roll uphill?
Well, a ball would roll uphill. I was talking about flowing water.
All by
water
itself.
Would flow uphill.
And can you also be clear about this equipotential? When you say equipotential, you're referring to a point in relation to other points due to the Earth's surface being a globe, or something else in mind?
Yep, plumb line variances.
Yeah. So water on a globe must go uphill. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I don't even think that's what they're measuring. Now, water flowing down an elevation and then getting to a point where it goes up, like up elevation, I can see that happening, but not the way he's describing it. I think you need to go study that again. So if you think water just would pour out at the bottom of a hill and run up it, like you've lost your mind, man.
They're not that dramatic, but yes, it does roll or flow. If I said roll, flow uphill. And I can give you the test questions that are from the test. And I
don't need the test questions. I want you to show me water. Yeah, but
so you're jumping over me again. I was in the middle of a sentence and again doing it again, Racker.
Yeah,
I'm
because you're moving the test questions.
You can't. You're so excited, and you.
I'm not
excited,
dude. I'm driving down the road.
It's your It's your
I don't
license
like
to just
liars.
be rude
You
and
either
talk over
got it
me,
wrong.
and you're still
Yeah, you
talking
either
over me.
got it wrong. Yeah, I know. I'm going to keep talking because I think what you're talking about is pressurized water, like water flowing and then going uphill for a little ways. I would agree that that does that, but I'm talking about dropping water out of a bucket or a hose or whatever, something major, diverting a river and having it run from lower elevation to high elevation without pressure. You're saying that's happening because you live on a sphere. Let's see that video. That's all I'm asking. Very simple. We don't need to go to test questions and repeat what we've said already. Let's just see the video. It would be amazing to me. I would want to go there.
Yeah, I've already been very clear. I'm not talking about momentum. It's not about things that flow and then I start going up a hill. I'm talking about just water rising in a pool and then it starts flowing off only one side and goes in and floods your house, which is up, going uphill. No momentum.
Water rising, that's pressure from below. It can't get out fast enough. So it's
No,
rising
raining. If it starts raining or something, stop making assertions.
Yeah.
Rain.
If it starts
Rain's falling.
raining and it can't, and that rain can't get to the lower elevation fast enough, it's going to back up onto the higher elevation.
Oh,
Hello?
forget it.
Is that what you're talking about?
We're not. No, it's not what
Well, then show the video, man.
I don't know if
You've
there's a
got
video,
to
but
make no
I don't know if
video
there's
of this
no
amazing
one,
scene.
no one would have any question about this in the geodetic surveying world except for you, because you're not a geodetic surveyor.
We're not in the geodetic survey. I'm
I
talking
know.
about in the reality, in the real world.
Well, let me post it.
People would want to see that.
Maybe they do it. You want to see it for sure, but I'm not talking about what you're talking about. So let me post the questions. You can say they're all smoking crack and leave it at that.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just talking shit.
I do know what I'm talking about. I've taken the
Just
test.
talking
I know
to
what it is.
talk, man. That's what he's doing, right? Because he said
First
things roll uphill. He said things roll uphill. Then we changed it to water. So I think he just loves to hear himself speak, and everyone who encourages it, he's just going to reiterate the same thing in a different way. And how many hours has it been?
I'm not going to let you get
We
me
know
going.
things don't roll uphill. We know water doesn't flow uphill. We know it has to be pressure behind it, right? We all know that. Please don't even entertain or encourage the oh my gosh, man. What is
Hey,
wrong with you?
Zanuck, do you believe in friction? Are you a friction believer?
Of course.
So you there's always been this argument about the Earth's atmosphere being in lockstep with the Earth. It's kind of a two-sided story, but the reason why it is in lockstep because over millions of years, it's just slowly come to like the equalized position that it is. Yeah,
That's not a
but
theory either.
the Earth's atmosphere is in lockstep with Earth due to friction. Yeah.
No, not really.
Oh my God, you've said it so many times.
That's why I say what kind of friction you're speaking about. Drag can be considered a type of friction, but it's different. Friction usually doesn't have a squared value with its relationship with the object. Air resistance.
Okay, there's drag. Okay, you can use the word drag. That's fine.
Regular
So,
friction does not change with velocity. So the friction.
Okay, is there any evidence of your drag?
Go on, let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me respond to be polite. So when air and gases are released from they already are given the momentum of the velocity with respect to the inertial frame. So that it's not like there was a still atmosphere and you're spinning underneath it and some kind of drag friction was occurring at the surface and worked its way up to the upper atmosphere. That's not how it works.
Any physical evidence of this drag? Like the photo I just posted in live stream text one with the trees that are battered by wind. Over time, those trees all form the same pattern, which is in the direction that the wind is coming from or going to. And then it's like that's clear evidence that, the friction and the force is going to shape that as an anomaly. Yeah. And is there anything because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right, at the equator? You'd think that over millions of years, you'd see some drag evidence there.
No, you wouldn't, because inertial frame.
So that's where you need to come up and you need to back up your claim of this spinning Earth, because if it is spinning, there should be some evidence of it in the way of like a feature, like The oceans
Well,
should all be dragging behind, and then on the opposite side there should be some evidence, like in the
you
strata,
weren't
or
listening to what I said. I already answered your question. Wouldn't be. It's all relative. Commercial friend.
so no evidence.
What we do have is a Foucault pendulum that shows rotation, and it shows the rate at which
Yeah,
it's.
we need.
Then you can take the
Well,
distance
I'm
around
asking for physical
I'm
physical
still
evidence. I mean,
talking.
if something's moving, it's going to
I'm still.
leave
So I
some
never expect me for
like
still talking.
breadcrumbs.
I'll back. Okay.
He's not still talking.
I was just going to go on the Foucault spiel, same what like
No, I was just going
evidence
to tell
from
you that
like the
we have
year
a
1605,
It's like
and
Gestalt.
some evidence from 1423. We got some
phenomenon.
3000 BC.
How about from 2015 with a
Yeah,
3-ring laser driver?
BC.
A 3-ring laser driver gives you the exact.
Who did that test?
Every pilot that ever takes off on any running airline pilot, that is.
So the invisible laser tells you something,
Visible laser. It's inside of a vacuum tube.
right? So the invisible laser inside of a vacuum tells
Not
you what?
invisible.
Visible.
Visible laser inside fiber optics inside a device which can rings.
Is that what like the co-pilot is for? Like he stares at the laser and the other guy stares at the horizon being level.
Now I know you're. Thanks. I know you're trailing.
I am. I mean, what are you claiming with this 2015 gyro in a box?
That the 3-ring laser gyroscope or other laser gyroscopes can actually determine a 360-degree hour rotational rate of the Earth. No matter where you are on the Earth, it'll detect that. And if you do the distance around the Earth, any way you want to measure that,
relative.
It'll be roughly 25,000 miles in distance.
Still relative.
And that 15 degrees an hour will give you the 1,000 miles at the equator. It's pretty simple.
It's all relative, though. Relative to what? Relative to the sun and stars? I mean, relative to what?
Yes, relative. You can use the stars if you like.
Well, what is it moving relative to?
The stars.
Oh, okay, so back to 1403 then. Does the laser gyro flip, or it doesn't flip when you go over the equator and back? Does it hold rigidity, or is it flip?
It gives you an acceleration. It measures the acceleration.
Yeah.
You know what acceleration is, don't you?
In a box? Is the box moving with the acceleration, or?
Do you know what the word acceleration means?
Yeah, change in vector of speed. Yeah, so it's measuring a change. I don't know.
Change in velocity.
Yeah, velocity. Yeah. Right. So it could be.
It's either speed or direction. Which is it?
I mean, it could be. It could just be like speeding up, just going straight faster. So like, is it
we'd be going light speed. We're accelerating at 1 g for light speed within a year. The surface. I
just want to know if the box is moving with the Earth or independent of the Earth.
Well, it's obviously
simple stuff. Oh, okay.
It's referencing.
Okay.
I think you're trolling me, so I'm going to kind of bow out.
That's right. You've been trolled out. I mean, I think you were trolling everybody when you said I can show you water going up. Was it just going to be like evaporation in like a cup? What were you going to show, really?
What is evaporation?
Water flowing up.
Anything? No, I will. No, uphill. Actually, an evaporation. But I will show you the test sheets. Make a decision for yourself. That people that have made these tests, give certifications to geodetic surveyors, they are using this, and they're either smoking crack or Reki is right. Right. You make the decision.
Actually, what's interesting about the observation of water claimed, obviously going uphill, is the Nile. The Nile originates in a lake, and then it flows northward to the northern coast of Africa. Now, interestingly, based on a globe, that would be flowing uphill in a northerly direction from the equator into the northern hemisphere. So I find
couldn't be more wrong on that one for sure.
I'm so very sorry, Zanuck. Where was I wrong? The fact that the Nile originates in a lake and then it goes up through Egypt to the coast of the Africa? Where was I wrong?
It goes downhill. It's downhill from the lake and then goes into the Mediterranean, all downhill. Even though it's going north, you have a bearing, you have a heading that you're talking. the heading doesn't have anything to do with elevation changes. The elevation changes is what lake to the ocean to the Mediterranean Sea, regardless of whether wherever it is on the elevation changes was completely different temperature. Talking about equipotential changes, keep it straight. Any looking
Equipotential in relationship to what? A straight line? What? The surface of a tree? You're talking about 2 points, right? So all you're saying is equipotential, meaning equal potential between 3 points, right? So like one in the middle in a straight line. You're saying that it has to flow uphill because the Earth's a globe. That's all you're saying. You're not. There's no proof there. We all know that water at
I
rest
didn't
must
say
flow
that.
uphill if we live on a globe. We're all aware.
You're conflating two things that we were talking about together. And I respectfully just want to bow because I don't want to be sucked into a nonsensical conversation. And
The globe is nonsense.
potential,
You
so
talk about it all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll just make the statement that on a globe, large bodies of water at rest must flow uphill to remain level and at rest. Because between 2 points, draw a straight line, shortest distance, right? So you cross through the Earth, and the water on the surface is flowing uphill. And this is what Zanuck thinks is proof. And if you a piece of paper in a test, so a piece of paper on a test with the pre-assumption of a globe equipotential flowing uphill water, no video, just a piece of paper and a theory of water at rest flowing uphill. Equipotential makes it sound better though. Sounds reasonable now. And if anybody here
once
thinks
he
that
throws,
that's wrong, then you're not. Then you think you're smarter than a surveyor. Yeah.
once he throws, that was a false dichotomy he gave about the surveyor smoking crack. But yeah, once you throw equipotential in there, he won. It's over.
we can start with this. I just posted from the U.S. Geographical Institute. I got 4 things to talk about the St. Lawrence River, how it goes uphill due to equipotential. You have the elevation on one scale and the equipotential on the other, and then I'll bring the more localized version of this for a small parcel where you're looking where floods will on your land, which shows water going uphill on a more smaller scale that Racky was. He thinks this is all not true. So either you believe Racky, which is I know how water works and it always goes this way. You think that maybe this equipotential thing, it makes sense due to plumb lines not being parallel to.
Yeah, but it's so. I mean, I see water go like uphill and downhill, right? Even I guess you could. So you're saying water at rest, water with forces acting upon it. Like we have tides, right? So that's like sloped water. So we have a tide coming in, a tide going out. So it's like on a slope or something there, right? Going in and out. No, it's not.
Those tidal forces are caused by the relationship between them.
What?
The tidal forces are related to the position of the moon.
I don't care what they're related to in position on the surface, right? The water comes in, the water goes out, right? It's high tide, low tide. So it's at somewhere, right? In the one ocean that we call 7 oceans, the water is connected, and at one point it's higher, and one point it's lower. But you're saying there has to be forces acting upon it,
yes,
actual forces.
We're not talking about tides. We're talking about water that actually flows uphill.
Yeah, the water that flows uphill that nobody's ever seen that we're talking about. So give me another example. I tried throwing you a rope here with tides, but you don't like that. What else you got? I was throwing you a rope.
We're talking about water that's falling at potential, and that is an example is for St. Lawrence.
Caused by the moon, you said. These tides are caused by the moon?
Yeah, they teach that in kindergarten.
I know.
Why are you
So
asking?
like when there's like a high tide on both sides, what's going on there?
I don't know. Why don't you go study how tides are? We've talked about it thousands of
What?
times here. You don't know why the high tides are on one side and also high tides are on the other side?
Not because of the moon.
What?
Not because of the moon, right? So
Yeah.
so what about when you got you got the Earth going around, right? And you got the tide pulling up, the moon's on the one side. So is it pulling the water up? Like what's going on there? It's just pulling the water. It just leaves the Earth alone and goes for the less,
It's always pulling. It's always pulling. The Earth is being
pulling.
pulled by the moon as well. You got the water being closer to the moon, which makes it thinner up top, which makes it bulge on both sides.
It bulges on both sides. So is this like how space is expanding in all directions at the same time? So it's going. You're saying the tides. It's the
Nothing
moon
to
is
do with
pulling
that
on both
question.
sides at the same time.
Zero to do with what you just said. Again, I know
Well, see, I couldn't. The other day, I couldn't imagine like
you're kind of trolling me, so I'm not being really ingenuous. If you want to talk about it, we would talk about like two guys talking
it's
about
all
it.
make believe, Xanax. It's all make believe.
Doing
What's the
this on
difference?
purpose. I get it. I don't want to talk disrespect.
What's the difference? It's all make believe. You're here every day to play and like numb yourself to the reality of Earth not having a shape. Like who cares? Play make believe. Like let's pretend that things can move in all directions towards each other and away from each other at the same time. Let's just play pretend. Why not? Like we got water flows uphill, make believe stuff, just make believe. You get your total station out, whatever, right? You measure in short increments. Earth's flat. You look far away through tons of atmosphere. Earth's a globe. It's just make believe stuff. It's fun. I mean, isn't that like what you're here for? Is the make believe, not the real? Like let's expand our mind. Let's stretch our mind. Let's bend the straight line within our mind and play make believe. That's what you want to do. Like a contest of wits between two minds. Like how can we exhilarate one another with these contradictions? Yeah, it's fun, right? I do kind of feel bad sometimes because not just for you, like for there's people out there, like people who I know who they want to believe this like weird stuff. They want to believe that they can anything is possible, that they are God, or they don't know what God is, but they can manifest reality to be whatever they want it to be, and then they have an underpinning of their entire like uh space-time fabric speaks to me and I can communicate and I am special or whatever, right? And it's just kind of sad that this make believe stuff that was never their idea has now become their core. I don't know how to get them out of it.
Well, if you want to get them out of it, you should speak to them. They understand it and then how they understand it. So when you start talking about Earth being round and water moving toward other directions because it's below them, it's curved, that shows you're not really understanding.
I think maybe you're clipping or I'm clipping. I don't know. Yeah, this is one of the things that I show people. I show them that water at rest must be going uphill. This is a real thing. I show them. They say, no, this can't be. I said, well, make here. I'll draw it on a piece of paper. I tell them. I said, can you make it make sense? And they can't. No, I can't.
You got to hold the wrong people.
To all of them, to anybody.
No, you got to find the right people. Go to a geodetic surveyor and ask him how.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're talking.
Now you get it. I think. Hold
on, real quick, guys. Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
So if we were to build a canal from the start of the St. Lawrence Seaway till it ends, this part that you say is going uphill, you're telling me that the water in the canal at one point at the beginning of the St. Lawrence Seaway, the river would be higher. Lower. We could make it so that the water's lower than the canal water, and then in the end, it's going to end up higher than the canal water. Is that what you're saying, Zanik?
Yeah, the orthometric height is lower. Orthometric meaning the geopotential is lower at the floods out to the ocean, but the path along its way, the ellipsoidal height, which is actually the shape of it, is going up. So it is 7 to 8 meters high over 500 miles.
We could basically build a perpetual motion machine in this spot.
It'd have to go around where there wasn't this type of geodetic anomaly, and then come back around to it. But I don't think that.
Yeah, we could build a perpetual motion machine there. You're saying?
No,
theoretically, it would be possible, right?
No, because you keep on confusing the geodetics with the shape. It's uphill with respect to the shape, like what it look like. But geodetically is where the forces actually act on the object. The direction that weight.
No, you just told me in the beginning. Hold on, you told me in the beginning it would be lower than the water, but at the end it would be higher than the water in the canal. Correct. That's the makings of an.
No, because geodetically it's actually
an perpetual motion device.
No, the geodetically is what you care about. The reason that water.
No, I care about making something flow to. I care about moving something to a higher elevation. That's how you get perpetual motion. And you loop it around, have it go back to the beginning, and you get this never-ending thing happening.
I don't know what you said there, but if you read the chart I sent and it explains it, that you'll understand what I'm talking. It's not what you're thinking. I can read it to you if you don't want to hear it.
No, I don't want you to read it to me. If you can make something go to a higher elevation, then we start. So say we have a canal all over the place. We make a square canal or something, or a triangle canal, and you can make something start at lower than the canal, and it ends higher. I can make perpetual motion happen out of that. I don't know if you're smart enough to think of how to do that, but I can.
No, because it has nothing to do with the shape. It has.
What do you think about the tally then, Zanik? You think flat Earth is just kind of taken over? And statistically, it's all over TikTok. I mean, I don't have TikTok, but apparently everybody on TikTok's a flat earther. I don't know. Like tweens making TikToks about the flat Earth, all sorts of shit going on. I don't think people are surprised anymore. They're like, yeah, Earth's flat, I guess. It's not a big deal. But did you hear about this crazy, like, other shit? It's like not even a big deal anymore. Like, I really enjoyed the like cognitive dissonance like 4 years ago that you would hit people with. You don't even get it
they're
anymore.
like,
They're just like, yeah, whatever.
yeah, they're like, if we can't stop them from spreading the truth, we'll just try to make it irrelevant.
Yeah.
That's too bad, right? Having to think like that, so backwards and just against anything good. That's weird.
There's more truths than the shape of the
Yo,
Earth. That's
does
just like
everyone
the beginning.
understand how to? Can you guys hear me?
You're breaking up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Not really. Sing happy birthday.
Okay, how about now? I'm outside now. I went all the way outside. How about now?
Beautiful.
You can hear me now? Okay. Does everyone understand how you... Okay, great. Does everyone understand how you can get perpetual motion by having something go to a higher elevation without having to put any work into it? No energy, no work, no electricity, nothing. It just automatically goes to a higher elevation. Does everyone understand how you get perpetual motion out of that?
Yeah, not enough to harness energy from, but yeah.
But well, maybe not. That's yet to be seen, but you potentially, theoretically, could make perpetual motion off of that. That's all it takes to get perpetual motion, is getting something to move to a higher elevation. I don't know why Zanuck couldn't figure it out.
I told you why. It's not the elevation, it's the equipotential.
I know, we should get Zanuck on like cracking free energy rather than just doing all this globe stuff. Get on that, Zanuck. Crack some free energy, dude. Something that could really produce some value.
Doesn't pay as well.
Yeah, that's what I was hinting towards earlier. Like the Earth is not flat, right? But it's definitely not a globe, and it's planar in nature, right? And that's cool, right? But that should just be obvious from day one, right? It's definitely more important truths. But yeah, when you're lied to, then it becomes really important. People are denying their own eyes and everything else. It definitely becomes important. Yeah. It shouldn't be that serious. It should be accepted easily, and that's what I'm saying. People are like kind of more accepting of it now, like just easily, just probably because they've been hit with so many other things that were just crazy. Yeah, like I have friends who are not flat earthers who send me videos all the time of like, free energy scientists getting murdered, right? Or, just one by one. Like, here's a list of 28 guys murdered in the last 2 years who had voiced and shown a way to harness energy easily, right? Or things like that. They have different, or medical stuff, or here's a bunch of doctors who are just disappeared from the face of the earth. Their families don't know where they are. Yeah, those things are important to other people. It should just be common sense that the earth is not spinning as a whole. The earth is not something that you can really, make a model of. You're just making a model of a certain area. You're just making a map of your little area. You can't really give dimensions to the end of the earth and say this is the end of it. Because then there's water. Earth is just the stuff that sticks up out of the water. So there's earth and then water, then more earth, then water. Where does it end? But yeah, free energy or healthy way to grow crops easily on a small part of a piece of your land with putting in like zero effort becomes just common knowledge, then people won't, get hurt for it. Like Mercator, who was making the maps, when his life was threatened making a flat map. He had to make the globe map, or his life was threatened. So says the history books. But that won't happen now. You can go make a map now because now it's just commonplace. Everybody's making the map. So you're gonna kill everybody. You can't kill everybody. So it really is some kind of a consensus thing needs to happen. Yeah, maybe consensus is not the right word, but some kind of like everybody at once make a map. Like everybody at once post their video of free energy, or not even post a video, just put their create their assembly, whatever to assemble their contraption. And because then it's like, what are you going to do? You can't do anything about it. And that's like the cool thing about like Zanuck and people like Zanuck is their minds are like a lot of people on the flat earth are just like a matter of fact people. Like, nope, this is the fact. That's it. That's it. Like we're just playing down. This is the facts of it. There's no gray area, black and white. But the Globers are very, very gray. They have imagination and they can just like speculate with the next thing and the next thing, and it's really like it's almost like childlike in a way, But it shouldn't be put down. There should be a way to use that. Yeah, for sure. Glober is able to hold this contradiction that water flows uphill, right? And then they can go with it and go to the next thing and imagine what could happen next and build a whole machine based on it. But it's not real. But still, they're able to build real, tangible things out of something that's not real. That's pretty impressive.
Okay, I tagged you in the water flow. No tanks if you're still there. No tanks?
All right, let me check.
From a book, from a test for geodetic surveyors. Nothing I made up. It happened.
I mean, I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm not saying that you made up the book. I'm saying that I'm imagining, right? Because I haven't even read it, right? But I'm imagining that they're affirming the consequence of water needing to flow uphill on a globe. But let's take a look.
They're not. They're not from the consequence. They're actually, this is what they measure it to flow uphill. They really do.
I'm just reading, like breezing through it, but it does seem to be where'd it go now? Oh, clicked away. Like certain words here are talking about it says application of gravity is mapping Waterfield Hill. So let me see. The horizontal strata of the rocks. Let me see. Where was the other word? Orthometric, as in of a geoid. So they are inserting their model into the imagine you had GPS, right, of the ellipsoid heights. I mean, okay, so this is their consequent of the Earth being a geoid. What's the actual? I mean, it's in the other picture. Let me see.
Now, if you're serious, which you're trolling or you're serious,
Zanuck, real quick.
Hold on.
Zanuck, can you hear me?
Yeah, just a second. I was responding.
Hold on, I only have 1 second. I'm in a bad spot. All right, never mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, is all the water in that canal? We build a canal that's parallel with the St. Lawrence Seaway. Is all the water, and the water's at rest? It's not moving, not flowing. In that canal, is all the water going to be level? Did I robot?
No, you came in.
That's a tough one, huh, Zanuck? I knew it was. That's why I wanted to get that out there. Sorry.
I just read that entire PDF, 224 pages, and it's bullshit. That's I concluded.
Can we get Zanuck to answer that question? Zanuck, can you answer my question?
I did. I did already.
Is all the water in the canal that's not flowing, is that water level?
No,
It's not level. This water at rest is not level.
not at rest. It's moving. If it was at rest, it would.
No, I have water in a canal next to the St. Lawrence Seaway. The water in the canal is not flowing. Is that water level?
If it's not flowing, yes, it would be level.
And what do you think level means?
Level is an orientation perpendicular to plumb.
That's horizontal.
Nope.
You won't say equidistant because that blows your whole idea of why the St. Lawrence River is flowing uphill, because you need to have a certain model to use it, which makes it not level. Perpendicular from plum's horizontal.
Nope. That's that horizontal is the plane line that has a point on every, either at one point or multiple points. That is the orientation of a horizontal will be level at one point or at all points.
Yeah, but like on a more serious note, Zanuck, like, don't you want to meet aliens? Don't you want to just like be allowed to go like past Antarctica and meet like these alien creatures who are just hanging out with their own little culture? You know, they might even look different than humans. Who knows? Let's get serious.
Heck yeah, lizard people, grays, aliens. I want to meet them all.
I know, right?
Show me a finger, hand, head, body, kneecap. Anything
Yeah.
shows.
Well, if we could just legalize like hydrogen and helium airships, right? We fly for free, you know, up in the electric positively charged air, right? So we're up there. We can just go in one direction, pretty much for free. Follow the air current, you know, caused by the convection currents of the sun. Get, you know, go south, right, for free. We could all be doing it right now, and we could be meeting new people, just like what happened when, you know, Christopher Columbus sailed off the edge of the flat Earth right into America, and Canada, and Mexico, and South America. You know, we could meet brand new people in your lifetime. We just need to, you know, we can either go back to what the Earth provides naturally, or you can come up with that free energy device. You know, but yeah, like some of these canals are crazy. Like I was reading about this one canal that was I think it's like what was it, like 60 miles long in the 1900s. It was, or was it maybe the 1800s? You know, without dynamite, it was dug out. You know, they did. I think they said 1 mile of, like, they cut down the trees, they dug out the trench, perfect canal for like 60 miles. with horses and buggies and stuff like that. I mean, it's pretty amazing what people can do when they put their minds to it. They just had little shovels, little picks, and horses. And they took down entire forests, went right through mountains, right through forests, and dug canals, like so that they could. I mean, what's a canal used for? Typically for transportation. So it was just like a population of like 1,000 people in America at that area at that time. 1,000 people, and they were like, "What we really need to do is dig out this canal for 60 miles to transport, like canal building materials for the next
I think
canal."
the whole world needed it. I think
Is
the
that
whole
right?
world wanted that so you could cut across quickly.
They could cut across.
Yeah. You had to what? Or offload them on land, have it show.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe you were cutting that, or I was cutting that. I don't know. That was kind of eerie. And I was actually referring to, I think it was the Erie Canal. They built it in what, like 8 years? And I'm gonna look up how long it is. Let me see how long they look up. Oh, 360 miles. Oh, Jesus. 8 years? That's ridiculous. I'm working on my kitchen for 6. Yeah, 363 miles in 8 years.
Yeah, and I can when you share your screen, I can share it on the live stream as well.
Okie doke. Let me see if I can do this here. I did it a second ago and my screen went dark. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
You can?
Yeah.
Yay. So you guys got it? Okay, let me get back to it here. Okay, so
Yeah, I'll
was
share it on the live stream right now.
okay, cool. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna play somebody else's video for like 8 minutes. You think that's gonna be okay? Should be. It's YouTube.
I don't know if like with the copyright, I guess.
But it's like
I don't
this
know if
guy
it
right
has
here.
audio or.
It's just the guy that, you know. It's only 8 minutes because I want to show people, you know, a little bit of the game to get a little bit more of a concept.
Yeah, yeah.
So can you just?
I assume
talk
that would be
over
fine.
it
I mean, it
and
doesn't seem
talk?
like it's like copywritten music or anything. I don't know. I guess there is the whatever the free usage, whether it like, but if you think it's fine to stream, it's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, or we could just turn off the stream for 8 minutes. I just think that it's a really interesting perspective of, you know, we know they have the cards. Do they play it? I don't know. I mean, I think that it's an elite version, something to the effect of it. So it's kind of interesting. And I saw something really interesting that they have here. I'm going to post this in a second here in live stream 1. They have something called Eris. And I was like, well, that's really interesting because we have a new variant called Eris. So I thought that was interesting.
Like spelled ERIS.
Yeah. Look, here it is.
That's actually the Beyond Pluto, the next like the next, you know, kind of planetary object beyond Pluto, which they discovered. Well, you know, I mean, apparently it is a wandering star, but I mean, there's like the claim that they like somewhat recently had discovered it.
Interesting. Okay, so can we go ahead and just show this for a few minutes? It's kind of interesting. It's only 8 minutes. And
And
then
I think if you pause and talk over it, doesn't that help with?
yeah, but he's just explaining the game, right? And then we're gonna go into these ourselves and we'll look at these. I mean, there's a lot here. This guy says complete card game. I don't know about that, but there's a lot. You know, so I was just gonna show the game how it works a little bit, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna start it.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, everyone else just join Blaze's stream to watch it, and then I'm streaming it on the live stream as well. But yeah, we're ready. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
And give my quick thoughts on the game after all that is done. This game's a little more complicated than most games, so let's get right to it. And I hope I do this clearly. Let's start with the goal. So the goal is pretty simple. You each have an Illuminati card, and you'll have these where a traditional game you may have a player. Here you have your Illuminati group. Each player has their group sitting out like so, and throughout the game you collect other groups and attach them to your card. Based on the number of players, you want a certain amount. So, here you go. In a 2-player game, you need 13 groups. A 4-player game, you need 12, all the way down to 7 or 8. They recommend playing, they being the makers of the game, not the Illuminati themselves, recommend playing with 4 to 6 players. They said with 3 or less, you can't really bargain and form coalitions with each other, and then games longer than that just might take too long. But anyhow, these are groups you attach to your Illuminati card, and then each Illuminati group has their own separate goals. We'll go over a few of those as I give a quick demo. So let's do the setup first. Whoops. The setup. You draw a random card. Each player draws a random card. So this player 1 in this demo will be the Society of Assassins. They have an ability there. We'll talk about that in a bit as well. Place the card there. And now player 2 will draw the Discordian Society. If you've read the Illuminatus trilogy novels, that might make sense to you. If you didn't, then just don't think about it. And really, I don't know if I would recommend reading those books. They were kind of fun and lots of confusing. They have an ability to attacking conservative or straight groups. We'll go in on that as well. We'll put player 2 right there. And then the rest can just be discarded. So we will just put them back in the box and forget. Each group has a larger card. We'll pull those out quick. Perhaps. The Society of Assassins, okay. And the Discordian Society, okay. There's not too much you need these cards for. They give, if you want.
This is the part right there where it says worshippers of Eris, the Roman goddess of strife and chaos. That's the next thing that I just said about like people gonna possibly get sick.
Want to get into the storyline and things, they give kind of a description. They give a little, yeah, they kind of flesh things out a little more than the little cards. Like I said, that's all just kind of storyline. The more important part is every card has this same order of play on the back. And that's kind of your cheat sheet as you go through this extremely complicated game. So we'll keep that within reach. We'll keep the Society of Assassins. We'll look at that real quick. Oh, you know what? Just for fun, let's look at the rest. We've got the Servants of Cthulhu, you know, based on Lovecraft, obviously. The Network. What is the Network? Oh, The Conspiracy of the World's Computer Programmers. Interesting. The Gnomes of Zurich. I forget what they're from. I don't know. Leave me a comment. Let me know. UFO is my personal favorite. The Bermuda Triangle, also a personal favorite. And the original Illuminati. Okay, that's all those. We'll just put those aside. They're not needed during the game either. Okay, where to begin? This is the set. Well, this is almost the setup. Before you start, you also draw 4 cards. We'll get those out. You put them in this safe spot, it's called. We'll just kind of stick them right in the center here. Make it so you can read them. And that's what we'll do. We'll look over the parts of those cards and see if that helps explain how to play a little bit. Okay, so your Illuminati card has a power and a transfer power. What you do is during your turns you attack these other groups, and when you defeat them you can either take them on as your own group, neutralize them, which would mean if they belong to somebody else they'd go back to this uncontrolled groups in the middle. Uncontrolled means they don't belong to another Illuminati group. Or you can attack to destroy, which then they'd be removed from the game into a discard pile. So most of these groups have a resistance, and some of them have a power and income. We'll talk about income in a second as well. Let's use an easier example. Okay, so your Illuminati card, you have an attack bonus. So here, the Discordian Society, if they're attacking to control a weird group, do we have a weird group? We don't have one there, but so like this is media. If it was a weird group, it would say weird down there. Like, here's a conservative violent group. So if you're attacking a weird group, you have a +4. And then they are immune to attacks from conservative or straight groups, which means a player attacking with a conservative or straight group wouldn't be able to attack the Discordian Society. When you attack, you have your power and you have the resistance of the card you're attacking, and that's it. We'll go over that in much more detail in a second. And then the groups have a power, a resistance, and a income. I forgot to say, your Illuminati card also has an income. Every turn you get money. They call it something else, MB. I had to look that up, megabucks, because nothing can be easy. They don't call money, they call it megabucks. So every turn you'll get income in megabucks, over here little dollar things, for your Illuminati card and your groups that you control. You might think that's all, but it's not. Groups also have alignment. So liberal is opposite of conservative. Peaceful, opposite of violent. Straight, opposite of weird. Criminal has no alignment. Neither does media. And fanatic, any two fanatic groups are considered opposite of each other. So there's bonuses and penalties on your attack if you're attacking against your opposite alignment. So as you can see there. So the way attack works, you take your power, you subtract the resistance of your target. So in this case, it would be 8 minus 5. No, 8 minus 3. That number would be 5. So you would have to roll a 5 or lower on 2 dice to win that card. But that's not all. You also can spend megabucks to increase your roll. So we'll show that too. Okay, I think that's all the basic setup. And then I'll go through the rules and kind of play a fake hand.
Okay, so we're done with that because he just explained kind of how it goes down. I could see how an elite would have a sophisticated game so that they could maybe have some form of structure. And then just the rest, Redford Bear and I were, I showed it to her and I was like, this is kind of interesting because the fires, really had me going, okay, what's their next move and stuff. So let me go to the top here. And so if anybody wants me to stop on a particular one, just let me know because we can just go ahead and read it and see what's going on. But there's a lot of them. So I just thought it would be kind of something, interesting to do. If it was, maybe slow one night or something. So, I mean, actually, Redford Bear and I, when I approached her about it, she was like, yeah, that's kind of interesting. So, yeah. Oh, let's look at this one. Can you guys read this? The AMA?
Yep, I can read it.
Yeah, the AMA has +5 for a direct attack on any science group or gives a bonus when it uses its power to aid a science group against an attempt to control or destroy. Oh my gosh. I mean, I know it sounds a little weird, but most of us in here do know that they. Oh, look at this. Who does that look like?
Real quick, please. Does anybody know what? Because I've heard that term AMA, right? Quite often, having to deal with my health back in the day, right? Does anybody know what that has to do with? That acronym has to do with?
Is it
In
American?
like a hospital setting?
I don't know. Is it American Medical Association? I mean,
No, it stands for Against Medical Advice.
Whoa.
Like, so when you don't want to do their protocol or whatever, and you want to leave the hospital, you have to sign an AMA form.
Whoa. That's interesting.
That is
Yeah, and then
interesting.
look at that. It says it attacks the science groups that are basically saying the opposite of what the hospitals are saying. Interesting. That's cool. Interesting. And look at this guy. Who does that look like? Assange? Does that look like Assange? Or no? Not
Who?
really. It's got gray hair. Julian Assange kind of.
Mm,
Does that look like him a little?
I can't even remember what he looks like right now. I'll Google.
You're really low.
I know.
Oh, you're
I
better.
am. Is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
I just have to have like the mic so close to my face apparently now. I don't know why my
Why?
sound is so wonky.
Do we have any anti-nuclear activists? Are we having fun yet? Some radicals right there, huh? Boss, the secret society staff is getting old. Can't we take a vacation or a short band? What is that? Band or something?
Or
Can't really
start
read.
a band, I think
Oh,
it says.
oh, start a band. Yeah, you know me and my reading. I'm like, I do have my blue blockers on though. Start a band. Oh, we know who that looks like. Remember back in the day, Obama. Could that be what's happening now with him? You know, with that guy coming out and saying some stuff? Obama?
I don't really follow that. What's he got going on?
Oh
Or can you talk
gosh.
about it? Really not. Like I have just been gardening for months.
I've seen it on Instagram. Somebody's coming out that who came out when, you know, he became president too, of saying that they were together and, you know, I guess he's getting pretty
Oh.
yeah, he was
Oh,
getting pretty
interesting.
detailed this time around. What's this one? What is this one right here?
What is it? I can't. Is that a BATF?
Yeah, looks like BATF. Yeah,
Any
violent government. Violent
An
government
attempt
right
to
there.
control or destroy the gun lobby, the tobacco companies, and the liquor companies.
Huh. We have some of those people right now. The media. Oh, how interesting. Attempt to control or destroy other media may aid or oppose any attack made by or against any other media group. Do we have any media groups fighting? Straight liberal.
Well, it's election season for us up in Canada. I think federal elections are this year. So they're, doing that right now.
Right. And then plus there's a lot of people that are doing their own broadcasting, you know, the truth and the truth movement. So, you know, fake news. We're fake news. Bigfoot. People love Bigfoot.
Okay, so it has the power to distract. Okay, so you think Bigfoot's real, Blaze?
No. No, I really don't even give it a thought. But a lot of people love
Okay,
it.
I don't know. It's just interesting. Has the power to distract any media group by showing himself in public.
A lot of
Interesting
people
card.
in the truth
I don't know.
movement
I
love it.
can confirm nor deny the existence of Bigfoot.
I've never seen him. And this one was really interesting.
Neither.
Beloved
Yeah,
by
who does that remind you of?
Barney.
Yes. And anybody can jump in at any time, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going over the cards. We just thought it'd be kind of interesting to see, you know, what is happening. So yeah, please, if anybody has any questions or wants me to stop or whatever.
And then see, he gets one extra action taken for every media group he controls directly.
Which one are you reading?
Oh, the Barney, or sorry,
the
what is
Barney.
the- yeah.
Oh, yeah. Detested by adults, yeah. Who's the black activist here? To attempt to control any liberal group.
Well,
Hmm.
hmm.
Few things.
There's a certain group that, gets funding and supports liberal or liberal equivalent groups, right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Say that again one more time.
Well, I'll just say BLM, right? All the
Oh
funding
yes,
to
yeah,
it
yeah,
go to support political liberal,
yeah.
Democrats.
And who's this guy right here? Blood's toil, tears, and sweat. Discard any new world order card. Now play. This requires the action or media groups with a combined power. Media. See what this one is. Bodyguard. I'm having a hard time. Play this card after
Wait.
any type of assassination. Go ahead.
If you click on it, it
It's
should bring it.
smaller and it cuts it
Oh,
off
really? Oh
on
my
my.
gosh.
I don't. You know what? Because I don't have Facebook. I'm lucky that I even can show this right now because I don't have Facebook. And anytime somebody sends me something, I can't see it.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So, can you read it or not very well? It's kind of blurry.
That one's a little blurry. The other ones aren't too bad.
Let me see if I can see it. It says, play this card after any type of assassination and it becomes an automatic failure. Let me see. Let me get my light. I can't really see it. Yeah, I can't really see. Oh, I can't really see it very well.
Wait, did I miss it, Blaze, or how long you been going?
No, we showed an 8-minute video of how you actually play the game. And so now we're just scrolling through the different cards to see if there's anything that sparks our interest, funny, anything from the past. Yeah, so just chime in whenever you want. What is this one?
I thought you meant tomorrow. I thought you meant. Oh, right. Never mind.
Yeah, no. So we're just going over them. Yeah. CIA, let's see what they say. CIA gets 4 + 4 bonus points rather than the normal -4 penalty to destroy the other government group. When the CIA attempts to destroy a personality, it may choose to make it an assassination. The attack becomes instant, and it will, and it is when it and it if it succeeds, the target is dead. Violent government. That's interesting how they keep
Wow.
saying violent government.
No doubt. Okay, go back to the cable TV. Yeah, 500 channels and nothing's on.
Yeah, right? Even when I
Mm-hmm.
did have a TV, I was thinking that along 2008. I mean, I had TVs, but I didn't watch them. But look at this Canada one.
Oh, it's got the goose, of course. It's coming to get you. Violent
For
Canadian
direct
goose.
control of any green group.
Oh god.
Hey, that cattle mutilators one, right?
Yeah.
Is that a triangle over the cow's eye?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Weirdos. Let's see. Yeah, they're weird. Their weird rituals foretell the future and more. By using this card's action, you get you can expose a hidden plot card. All hidden plot cards. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Disease Center for Disease Control.
They're gonna provide relief for you. Don't
Yeah.
worry. They're there to help.
As its actions, the CDC can supply relief to one devastated location each turn. If the CDC makes a direct attack to destroy a place, it can use biological warfare and and get a +15 to its attack. If the attack foils, the CDC is automatically destroyed by the owner of the place that it attacked. Huh. Peaceful government. That's
Nothing to see here. Move along, please.
Yeah, I know, exactly. See anything else here? Let's see. Church of Elvis. That's Vegas, right?
I was just looking at that, like, well, I mean, like, so what? This is gonna sound really stupid, but the fact that they say Elvis never died, so the Church of Elvis, is that like a supposed to be some fucked up version of Christ or something? Like,
I don't know. I mean, maybe he didn't really die.
Well,
You
they
know?
did call him the king.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, true.
And it was probably, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
what's interesting is my grandma pretty much had like a freaking shrine to Elvis when she was alive, like to the point where it was almost creepy. I mean, no, not even almost creepy. It was creepy, actually.
Well, I'm sure there was a lot, right? Everybody loved him. What's this
That's
citizen
the Church
award?
of Elvis worshiping false idols.
Mm-hmm.
Very much of stuff, yeah.
Citizenship award. What is that? This card can be played at any time and counts as the action for the group it affects. The increased power takes effect immediately. The power for one conservative group is increased to 6. Link the card to your chosen conservative group. No player may have more than one citizenship award in play. And then
I remember
clone.
citizenship
Really?
awards from school. Like that was I remember that when I was in like elementary school. They had citizenship awards.
I've
That's
never
funny.
even heard of that before.
That's funny.
Yeah, interesting.
Clone arrangers
That one I was reading.
gives +4 any attempt to control a personality by replacing them with a clone. People are saying that about Jamie Foxx and then obviously Kanye.
Yes, there's lots of.
You're getting too
Dude, the
mouthy.
Jamie Foxx one really gets me. Cause okay, first off, I didn't even know the dude had a tattoo on the back of his head until I saw something where they were like, "Yo, it's a clone because he doesn't have a tattoo on the back of his head." And dude, he didn't have a tattoo, but he talked like Jamie Foxx. He looked like Jamie Foxx. Looked a
But
lot healthier than the last time we saw Jamie Foxx, though.
Probably was Jamie Foxx.
I don't know. I think they gaslight us a lot. Like, if he really did have a tattoo in real life, not just in a movie, then obviously that's really weird. And why wouldn't the conspiracy people go, wait, that's weird?
The
Yeah.
switching people out thing really is one of the topics that grinds my gears.
Meaning,
Yeah, I haven't dived too much into that because I don't know.
Because he's retarded.
That's a
Yes,
weird one.
you're right.
Yeah, it's not something that really interests me at all. And then, I mean, if anybody's into it, answer like, what's the relevance? Like, why is that important? Like, you know what I mean? I don't
if
see
anything,
the
I think it's like
point
mind
of it.
control, maybe, or something. I don't know.
To mess with you. I don't know. It's the whole thing with Hollywood's just very weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, the
Cold
clone thing is-
Fusion. What's that about?
Maybe it's the same reason why we have like like 4 different sequels of every freaking movie that's out now. Like there's sequels to freaking People is what they're trying to do. Maybe I don't know.
Huh. Interesting.
It could be just as simple as they like messing with you. How's that?
Right, gaslighting us a little bit.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Because the conspiracy people always, are willing to talk about it. And we saw a conspiracy theorist card,
Yes.
and they called us useful.
Yes. We're on to something or something
We're
like
on
that.
to
We'll get
something,
to
yeah,
it. We'll
something
get
like
to
that.
it. Yeah.
What is this cold fusion?
I don't know. Let's
Play this
see.
card at any time on 10 resistance. Okay. Science group. Wait. Oh, okay. Interesting. Look at that. Power or resistance, your choice to any science group you control if used with an action. Huh. Wouldn't it be wild if they were really playing this elite sophisticated game? What is this one over here? Can you see this? What does that say? Something disasters?
Yeah. Combined disasters.
Oh, let's look at that one. You may combine 2 disasters on the same place as long as both are eligible to be used on it. Play both of the disaster cards as well. Pick one disaster to be the main one and follow the instructions. That's
Oh my
creepy.
gosh. I thought we could only have one at a time, but apparently not. That's too bad.
And then we got this one, commitment. The resistance for any one group is increased to 8. Link this card to your chosen group. I bet you the cards say a lot too, you know? Commitment. What is this person doing? Oh, that looks like an activist or something, right?
Yeah. Chained to the fence. Or
Kinda like
handcuffed
what
themselves, like they're maybe
they did that
protesting.
at Burning Man, at the entrance of Burning Man, didn't they?
That I didn't see. I know that there was a bunch of stuff around Burning Man lately, but yeah.
I know that they had like some like a little mini blockade thing that the I think the sheriff just drove right through, which I thought was awesome. But there's also the other videos where the people like epoxied their freaking hands to the road. Remember seeing that? And they
Mm-mm.
had to like chisel their hand off the road.
What?
No,
Yeah.
people are
Wow.
crazy. What?
That's a little weird. No, I think the other people, Burning Man just recently, they had cuffs on there or something. I thought. Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I
no,
could
these activists are ridiculous. Like there was somebody that almost hung themselves in a I think like a pig processing plant, right? And they were like vegan activists or something like that, and they attached themselves to this equipment in there, and then the equipment was turned on, and yeah, dude almost got chopped up by the freaking machine because he's an idiot.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, I think they have these activists in there, you know, the different groups. Yeah.
I remember a saying about that, like play stupid games, win something, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Stupid prizes.
Yeah, something like that. So this one's computer security. This card completely negates any plot card that concerns computers or is used on a computer group. So that's interesting. So maybe our card for the cyber attack hasn't come up yet for these people, these psychopaths. Here's conspiracy theorist.
Yep.
What does it say? This powerless and much mocked group is prized by the Illuminati because of their wild ravings after often contain useful ideas.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you hear different things, right? That they look at conspiracy theorists different because we're quote unquote onto something, but who knows for sure.
Yeah, I imagine that they run stuff by us and then they have some counterintelligence within our groups. Yeah, for sure. This one, yeah, who cares about that?
Well, I mean, it is congressional wives because they would control, like, right? The wives control the government. It's just like a mockery kind of Hillary Clinton, I would say. Like Bill Clinton, right? She basically ran everything when he was president, wasn't? about the
Oh
situation?
yeah, and that's
Yeah.
interesting because I just heard that Michelle Obama's going to run for president.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. When's the next election for you guys? Next year or
Mhm.
in 2 years?
Yep.
That will actually be hilarious if she's like the first female president, and all the truthers will be like, "She ain't even female."
I was just about to say, like, doesn't she wear the pants in the Obama family?
But a bump. Yeah, that's funny. Corruption. Let's see what this one is. Black. What is it? I can't read that. Can you guys read that?
The black
market
Yeah.
is relief. Hold on. Oh, that's really black market is relief supplies is growing.
Oh, the black market in relief supplies is growing daily. Play this card after relief has come to a devastated area. Corrupt local officials steal the
Hawaii?
supplies.
I was just
And
gonna say that sounds like FEMA, right?
Yeah.
and no new relief may be attempted by that area until after the next turn of. That's interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. Count Dracula. What?
Oh no. You're telling me vampires are real? Oh my goodness. No, I'm just joking. A
Zombies, I mean.
direct attempt to control the vampires. Interesting.
Would that be the no, I don't want to even say it.
Oh.
Yeah. Counter revolution. Shocking. Use this card when you play from your hand a nation which duplicates a group that has already been destroyed. This also requires action by your Illuminati or by government groups. Comforting. And that one is counter spell. Suddenly the candles flared brilliantly. And the what? And the servitors.
Servitor?
Yeah,
what that says?
scattered. That's what I don't know. It looks like it says, and that's a TOR. I don't know. That's weird. Currency speculation. Oh, well, here we go. Use this card anytime the power of resistance of any one group of your bank groups. So comforting. Look at that. Looks like gold. Could be a Bitcoin. What is that
One's got the
one?
triangle on the top coin too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Crop circles. Oh, let's see here. Oh, my light's in the way. The ritual ruins each hundreds of yards across appeared in a single night, focusing their power on the ley lines all across England. So these crop circles are on ley lines. Interesting. I never thought about that.
And I didn't know that either, actually. That's interesting.
We don't necessarily know that it's true, but
Yeah.
cyborgs, soldiers, creepy. Leak this card to any violent group. Creepy. Cycle gangs, yeah. Diesel engine.
What does that one say?
Play this card at any time to make any gadget resource run backwards, destroying itself.
Holy. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Interesting. What's this one? Death mask. Whoever wears it can see a slightly different world through its staring eye holes. And when the mask is removed, the different world is the true one. That's creepy.
That is creepy.
Deep agent. Oh man, who's this? You may totally negate the privilege of a privileged attack. The attack continues, but the privilege may not be reinstated. What's in that? Anything? Can anybody see anything in that? Deep agent. Whoa, could that be like what's his name? The bald guy?
Who?
Andrew Tate?
Oh gosh.
I want to like him, but I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so what does it say? You may totally negate the privilege. I mean, it
It's funny
could.
that you say that though
Yeah.
about Andrew Tate because he usually sits with his hands in.
Yes, they do that. Yeah.
Yes.
You're right. And isn't that like a there's a whole
Illuminati
thing with
kinda?
that. It's not
Yeah.
even just him that does it. It's I think presidents do it as well, if I'm recalling correctly.
Man, I hope that's not true.
So maybe the deep agent's kind of like a Manchurian candidate or somebody who is deep enough but not actually part of the government that they are serving, and when required will act upon an assassination or whatever.
Mm. Yeah.
Either willingly or unwillingly, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like yeah, it was the hands that got me. So I don't know, but it looks young. The hands.
Well, it seems like they're saying like once privileged, there'll be a privileged attack, then you will lose that privilege because, you've been removed. And you will not gain it back.
We no longer need you, your services. We no longer need your services. Okay, Democrats. For every reaction, there's an equal and opposite government program.
I know.
Look at this. Okay. What's with the praying hands? And then, like, it's a goat, but is it supposed to be like the golden calf in the Bible? You know, this is the, what do you call that goat? The Baphomet?
Okay.
On Democrats? No, those
That's a
are
donkey.
donkeys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to
But
be
it,
an ass.
yeah, but it looks like
From
a goat
jackasses.
too, doesn't it? A little bit.
I originally thought it was a donkey, but I was like, well, if it's
Yeah,
supposed
the
to be a
ears
goat.
do kind of curl in a
Yeah.
little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
it
a
could, but
Baphomet, maybe. Deprogrammers. Oh yeah, is that Brittany?
oh jeez.
Yeah, the more you look at it, the more it does look like a goat, I
mean,
gotta say.
I don't know. I don't know. But so this one, +4 points to attempt to destroy a weird or fanatic group. Target is both weird and fanatic. Discordia's immunity to straight groups does not extend to the deprogrammers.
Oh, that's totally Brittany.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Or maybe Amanda Bynes.
Mm-hmm. Brittany's bigger, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. What does this one say? This one. Attempt to control weird groups. Your power structure is immune to attacks from government or straight groups, and to all special abilities of these groups. Weird group with a power of 3. Okay, yeah. See, that's just weird. Dictatorship. Look at this. Play this card during your turn, and let's see, on any nation which you control. This is an action for that nation or its master. The target is now a dictatorship.
Well, I'm interested in the druid one.
Okay. All right, so there's nothing in that picture that looks a little weird. Okay. We'll go to that one later. We'll go to the druid one. Can you see it?
I can see it. The writing's a bit small.
Yeah. The druids may aid or oppose any attack made by or against any magic group even if it hold on, even if it is a secret, place a link between the group and any chosen place. That place has an effective power, and it just gets into that. But if the place is destroyed, the druids are destroyed. Is that what that says?
Yeah, they were the sort of known as the
Oh,
wisest of the priesthood, you know.
Yeah, but it says, but if that place is destroyed, the druids are destroyed too, and count as a destroyed group for the attacker. Okay. Have anything to say on that one, Andy?
Oh, I've got loads to say about druids. This is a really interesting topic, but I mean, how much of it is true? I
Do you
mean,
think they're magic? There's anything magic?
well, that's the sort of a lot of people. It's basically like knowledge. You know, knowledge is power. It's more like it sounds very Gnostic when you look into it. And they'd send people from like the Greeks, they would send people to the Druids, the Romans. In fact, it was when the Romans came over and invaded that they all buggered off, and some theorize that that's when the Masons appeared, because the Druids had to go underground, you know. So I'm not exactly sure if that's true, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, that's yeah. Obviously, the guy's reading a book back there, right? With the Illuminati sign. It's interesting. Oh, and it says magic right down here. I imagine they do have that knowledge. Okay, what's this one? EFF. What is is that a chord? Is that a chord of some sort? It says for direct control of any computer group, if the EFF, what does that say? Helps to defend a computer group against against attack, the total power spent by the defending group is doubled. So
Twitter. Fucking Twitter.
Incidentally, I just comment on what I already said. I actually think they're all. I've always thought they were all in it together. You know, the certain bloodlines. So
maybe they're
you know,
competing, for like they're so bored with life, and this just makes it a little bit more exciting. Early
well,
warning. Go ahead.
there's a lot of different competing ideas. I'm suggesting a couple, and I don't know which is the truth. That's the thing. But yeah, I mean, these people go back to Egypt, don't they? I mean, they carry that symbolism, especially in America. I mean, it's all over America. So.
Highly prevalent in Canada as well.
Yeah.
Especially in Montreal in the east.
Yeah, I mean, it's really everywhere. But look at this one. Looks like early warning. Looks like a hurricane thing. Let's see. Play this card as a free move after any disaster is played.
Get a free move after a disaster. That's weird.
Yeah.
Does that mean like you can go retake land that just got destroyed?
Yeah, I was
and
just
you knew
gonna
it was
say
going to
that.
happen, so you invested?
Yeah, you get a new sparkling, shiny city, smart city. Earthquake. Let's see. Yeah, there's some earthquakes, in Morocco or something last week? And flooding. What was it in India? No, I don't. Last night? Yesterday? Another disaster. This is an instant attack to destroy any place. It does not require any action. Turkey, maybe.
Oh yeah, I think there was something going on with Turkey. Yeah, didn't they have fires and then intense flooding?
No, they had a huge earthquake that happened like what, 3-4 months ago or something. And then something happened yesterday. I I don't know if it was India. I'm not sure. But the flooding was horrendous. They're talking 10,000 people might have been killed, unfortunately.
That's kind of interesting as well, the earth magic, because that looks a bit like the sort of stone circles that you'd see, like a druid's type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The
Yeah, no,
sun's right
Turkey
there.
had a flash flood too. I was just looking it up.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh,
They
they've
did.
really been hit. Well, when Turkey was hit with the earthquake, people were saying that the sky was different. I forget exactly what was happening prior to it. They heard sounds and things like that. So a lot of people think they used weather modification.
I see.
Probably low frequency sounds,
Maybe, yeah.
just like Tesla was saying.
Hmm.
It's funny too. You can actually use high frequencies to modulate low frequencies. So it is possible to use what's that called, harp and such, to get those types of low frequencies.
Yeah. But look at this one. Yeah, it's possible. This one says play this card to help protect a place against a disaster. Using this card lets a magic group lets any magic group in and play the use action to so what this card is saying is if like there's a target, they can use magic to kind of deflect it. Is that what they're
I
saying?
mean, I've often wondered with this, with the Large Hadron Collider, whatever it's called, the smashing
Yeah.
particles together. If that's true, if it ain't, could they be doing something with, enhancing prayer, or because they've always used these sort of things for? Because these stone circles, they're absolutely everywhere in the UK. In Ireland, you
What
can
is?
in Ireland you can go like 2 miles, and there's thousands of them. These stone circles, and they're ancient and protected.
They
It's
also seem to lay on very ancient ley lines as well that have been mapped out. So it's not just a coincidence when places outside of your general area are building things and monuments that lay on the same lines as yours, because they line up all over the world.
Wow.
Yeah, they'd often knock the pagan whatever down and build the church in the same spot. So, I don't know. Perhaps they are. I mean, look, I ate the. Let's just call, what day is it? Thursday for me. So speculation Thursday. All right.
Yeah.
I'm just
All of
spitballing.
us.
I'm not making
That's all of
claims.
us. Let's do that. Here's a earthquake projector. Is that London? Let's see. What does that say? This device can't act once. Wait, this device can act once per turn. It can increase the power of any attack to destroy a place.
It's interesting the imagery they use too. So they have a spectrogram, and then they have like an apparatus, some kind of electronic apparatus that instead of amplifying out is actually focusing down, and then they have like a bell tower type church cathedral thing just resonating to that frequency. That's what I see.
Mm-hmm.
Very clever imagery.
Mm-hmm. Gadget. Down here. Elders of Zion. An ancient and subtle brotherhood. The elders know well the art of conspiracy. They can reorganize your entire power structure. This must take place on your turn and requires their action and an action from your Illuminati. Fanatics.
Elders?
Yeah, of Zion. Fanatics.
Yeah,
Right there.
elders.
Secret.
Anybody ever read the book, The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion?
I think I have the information. I never read it.
I've read parts of it. It's
Yeah,
wild.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I read it. Yes,
it's intense.
it's still hotly debated about whether it's actually real or not. I mean, who knows? It seemed to predict quite a lot, didn't it? So
Hotly debated by who?
the mainstream.
The people
Okay.
printing the book and telling you on the back of the book that it's not real. That's what it says on mine, anyways.
Designers say it's not legit. So
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Echo Gorillas. Of course, it's a violent liberal group. Attacks to destroy corporate groups. Huh. Anybody, does that sound familiar to anybody? Like that they've done? Let's see, this one. Elvis again? Elvis again? That's just weird. It was him. It was him. Elvis has the power to distract any media group by making a brief public appearance. By using this action, Elvis can cancel any action taken by any media group. Elvis also has whatever for direct control of Church of Elvis.
Could be like a idol type of thing. I don't know, maybe.
A what?
False idols?
Distraction too. We've got
Yeah,
the
like
villain
Kanye.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
fucking the other guy that was mentioned earlier.
Oh,
Tate.
yeah, Andrew Tate and
And the dude from Bud Light.
yeah, Jamie Foxx and but I'm so happy that I don't want to even say that little Bud Light dude's
Yeah. That's why
We
I said
all
dude.
right. Okay, what is this? Empty V. Now this one's obviously that's a TV and it's controlling them. This group and all other media groups in your power structure are totally immune to attacks from straight groups. Each personality you control. Okay. So looks like young people. What's MTV?
This is MTV, isn't it?
Oh, MTV.
Oh, yeah. There you
Oh, look at that. 'Cause it
go.
sounds like
The
it.
music,
Oh.
voice, mesmerizing. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's
That's like the Rolling Stones mouth, isn't it? On the TV.
It's beautiful imagery. Once again, this is a good one.
Yeah, it is actually.
clever.
Yeah.
Emergency powers. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
dear.
I know, right? Uh, this card may be played at any time and counts as the action for the group it affects. The increased
Do we
power to
have to say any names? Do we honestly have to say anything about this one? This one is pretty obvious in the imagery and you know what recently happened with some letters in the alphabet.
I don't know, I'm drawing a blank.
Somebody being choked out.
On a knee.
And that whole movement following it.
Oh. Yeah, really? You think that is okay? That's interesting. But emergency powers threw me off.
Well, from that, didn't they end up like doing like a whole change of how people were looked at? Like after that, wasn't that like the big change in what was it called LGBTQ and all that?
I mean,
That's when it really started kicking off.
oh, I thought we were talking about George Floyd,
I
but
was as well. Like that
Yeah,
was like
that's
the
what I thought
start of
too.
all of it, but it seems like that was like the end game, and that was just the catalyst to get it going.
yeah, all right. I never put the two together, but maybe. All right, I'm gonna get some. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good call. Well, this one is England. This one says, though England's power is reduced today, her influence is still felt everywhere. Huh.
What's the most valuable currency in the world right now?
Gold? No,
No,
I don't.
currency. Currency.
Organic sperm.
Yeah, right. I heard if you look up 2045 in sperm or something like that.
In the stock market.
Yeah, it says it's going to be 0. Yeah.
I would have said data mining.
Who has the most valuable?
Information. That's what's the most valuable. Especially in a bloody psychological war that we've been in
Monetary
for quite a while.
currency.
Raw milk.
Orange juice. Yeah.
So, what do you guys think? Huge
Definitely.
coastal nation government.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, from Canada, it's always like, right? England's the motherland, and we still have
Mhm.
ties to them. But I don't know
Is
how
that King
prevalent.
Charles?
His ears look a little small, but it could be. It could be. But yeah. So I don't know how
Look,
it
we
is
got
in
we
Europe.
got some good ones. Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's it. Carry on.
So we got some good. I don't know this one.
I was going to say he doesn't look inbred enough.
Okay, faction fight. Played along with a duplicate card for any group controlled by one of your rivals. This gives extra bonus to the attack. And I also posted it in Livestream too, the link to this Facebook page or whatever. So if you guys want that, it's down in Livestream too. Okay. What do you guys think that one is? Faction fight. Anything?
Well, you've never got used to. It's like the movie Over the Top from. Never mind, Sylvester Stallone. That's no movie.
What about that Fight Club? People like that movie
Yeah.
Fight Club?
No.
No, we don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah.
No, yeah, we don't.
I was going to say you never have dark mode on, please. Jesus, your poor eyes.
I don't have Facebook.
All right, okay.
And I'm surprised.
You never have it on anything. I had to talk you into doing it on YouTube.
Yeah,
No, dude, I put dark mode on everything.
I do as
bro.
well.
I don't even...
Have you got that night light on at least for your poor peepers? Because it takes all the blue out.
I have on my blue box.
She said earlier, yeah, she had her blue light blockers on. But yeah, you're right. It is quite loud on the eyes. I know I do that.
Nice. Nice. You hot mic in.
Who is it?
Are you there? Oh, there we go.
Okay,
Thank
look at
you,
this.
Whoever got to that before us. Okay.
Quarantine. Oh my gosh, what a novel idea here. Disaster. This is an attack to destroy any place. It does not require any action or doesn't require an action. This is not an instant attack. Other groups can interfere normally. If the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. This attack cannot actually destroy the target. Disaster. Epidemic. Masks, gloves, needle. Okay.
Sanitizer.
Is that what that is? Yep.
I don't know. I'm just putting it in there.
No, you know what's really funny that you say that, because I have a theory that that's what was making a lot of people sick, because what was the one thing that they were using? That, and they had a emergency use authorization act for that sanitizer. Did you know that? I didn't know that until I did the research. And they also have, you can put nano gel, self-replicating nano stuff in it. And then a lot of hand sanitizers conveniently got recalled. Did you know that? Yep.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
I do know a lot of people were using it for soap, which is not a good idea.
It was everywhere. I didn't use it. But it was everywhere. Suddenly it was everywhere you went. And people still use it.
I still use it all the time.
Yeah, well, I think
I've had a million conversations with my mother about it, and it's like I've just stopped at this point, because she'll have like a hand wash over the sink, and then she'll wash her hands in the sink with the antibacterial shit, and then she'll, she's constantly cooking from that water. I'm like,
but does she clean the soap bottle with the antibacterial? Because you touch the soap bottle.
It's just, oh god, how many times do I have to tell?
Contaminated. It's got dirty germs on it all over. It's crawling. Disgusting. We have to wash our hands so much.
All right, so fast food chains. Are those birds supposed to be flying around?
Or
You like-
flies.
Or flies? Those are big flies, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like
They look like
fries?
bats.
That? It says it again. Nobody has any idea what's in the secret recipes. And when they find out, they forget again. The owner of this card can automatically hide 2 exposed plots on his turn. No action required. Order the fries, Earthling. Give me a break. Straight corporate. Federal Reserve. Okay. Let's see. Any attack gets 6 points. Any against. Oh, wait, hold on. Any attack against any bank. Any attack against any nation or corporate group. That's kind of scary. Move on. FBI. To directly destroy a criminal group gives 4 points. Any attempt to destroy a criminal group. Okay, so I don't know. Are you doing your job or what? FBI? Is that what you're supposed to do? Oh, look. It's Trudeau.
No, that's just his dad.
Right? Here, let's go to that one. Nobody's ever known exactly what Fidel was up to. Link this card to one hidden plot. Put it upside down on the table. What? Nothing can expose that plot while Fidel remains in play. If the plot is used, you may link another one to. Okay. Upside down. That's weird. Put it upside down.
I was
Yeah.
just looking at that one. What does it say? Fiendish Floridators or something.
Yep.
Does it say to destroy a straight or conservative group? Are they trying to say that the water's turning everyone gay, or am I missing something there?
Oh no! In the beginning, we watched a video, and apparently, I think it's the opposite of the weird card or something.
Yeah, but that's a good one.
Yeah,
But that was
Yeah.
a that was a
I
that
know.
was a
I thought that
good
was a
conclusion.
weird thing for them to write too. Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought that was a really good conclusion, Andy. To
Mm-hmm.
attempt to destroy a straight or conservative group when hey, people were saying they were putting stuff in the water.
Yeah, Alex
Well,
Jones. They're making the frogs gay.
Well, even being, sick the last couple of years. Oh, here we go, everybody.
oh
Okay.
yeah.
People laugh, but the flat earthers know something. For their action, you may roll 2 dice. Okay, equal, less, whatever. We don't really care about that. The flat earthers, weird alternative group, geology has led them to a gold strike. And you may draw as many plot cards as the number you rolled. Huh.
So we know something.
We
They
know something. We're on
But back
to
to
something.
Fidel Castro. Funny.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so I know there's like the whole thing with him being Trudeau's alleged father, right? But
Yep.
I don't know if anybody's actually watched any interviews about his mother or seen her ever being interviewed. Like, she is just like a whole nother level of like just whacked. And I don't know if anybody else has heard this, but I heard somebody say that she was part of MK Ultra, which would make sense, and why she's so unhinged. If anybody knows about that, I guess there's no other Canadians around.
I saw a reel with Trudeau and his mom and Fidel, and she was saying how charming he was, and it showed them together.
Mhm.
And I mean,
She's
so-
rubbing his beard. She's
Oh, she's
oh
like,
yeah,
dude,
she's highly interested. Full eye contact.
yes.
You know what's going on.
Yeah.
there's a lot. That woman is very like you can
Femme
tell
fatale.
she's been through some trauma. Like, I don't think, yeah, for her to act like that. Not saying that that wouldn't be his father. There's definitely something.
Oh, they look
there.
so much alike. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely. Okay, so which one? Oh, flying saucer here, since it's right next to our flat Earth. This vehicle was found buried in a cornfield in Idaho. It will take a small number of people anywhere in the world undetectably within an hour. Wait, what? It will take a small number of people anywhere in the world undetectably within an hour. So what it's saying is it has technology that they have technology that could take people anywhere undetectably within an hour, so they could go to Europe from the States in an hour.
It will yeah, I guess what it says. Yeah. I mean,
That's my
they
takeaway.
probably do. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
mean, the
then it says,
technology that they have that we don't know about.
left unlinked as property of the Illuminati, the flying saucer lets you make one extra automatic takeover each turn. This may only be used for a resource. Let's see. If you make this extra takeover, you must discard your top. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We don't really care how you guys play the game too much. We know you're playing a game. Flower power. Oh, look at that. Place an action token on any one peaceful group or two or more peaceful groups whose current power adds up to 5. This card may not be benefit a group that already has any tokens. Okay, so which is suffering from the effect. Okay, so that really doesn't tell us that much.
What do you mean? Tell us. What's your opinion about the bearing on reality from this fictional game?
I mean, I just think that
We're just shooting the shit and having a bit of fun. Jeez.
Absolutely.
yeah, and I think that,
Speculating is okay here.
yeah. I mean, we are conspiracy theorists. Yeah, I just think that there's elite people that do like to play, maybe a sophisticated game.
No, I was just curious because Blaze said this particular card doesn't tell us anything, but it made me wonder if you thought that other cards did tell us something.
I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. Why is there a flat Earth card from like this game? I think it was in the 1990s.
What does this say? The Fenord Motor Company.
Ford Motor Carriages without horses shall go, and accidents fill the world with woe. Everybody subsidizes Detroit as its action. This group can let you re-roll any failed attack by another group in the power structure. But you must okay, so I mean,
Well, I just
Well,
remember
that was a quote as well
yeah,
from somebody from like
Mother
the
Shipton, it says.
16th century.
wasn't there that word Fenord on the card earlier? I didn't really notice. The thing that caught my attention was that it had 77 on it. Because whenever I see sevens, it reminds me of the Bible because it's in the Bible like 777 times or whatever it is. But I'm sure that word was on there, so I just typed it in, and it says the word has been used in newsgroup and hacker culture to indicate irony, humor, or surrealism. Placement at the end of a statement in brackets Fenord explicitly tags the intent and may be applied to any random or surreal sentence, coercive subtext, or anything jarringly out of context, intentional or not. But then there's another bit down here that says Fenord is a word coined in 1965 by Kerry Thornley and Greg Hill in the Discordian. That's what was in that. The one with the 77.
So it's interesting that it follows Discordian stuff, right?
Yeah, right. That's what it said in the Discordian religion text.
So it's
Yeah,
the Church of the Subgenius and Bob Dobbs and all that stuff.
that's what I noticed on the one with the 7-7. I noticed
Is
the
there
word
is there
Discordian.
is there a Bob Dobbs like face one?
I don't know. We've got so many more. I mean, we don't have to go, but there's just so many more.
What's the full moon one?
Oh, I don't know.
Can
We
you
don't
can
talk
you
about
scroll
that.
back up to that 7-7 one?
Yeah, where was that one?
Steve, just up a little bit because I noticed it because like I said, the 7-7, and I think it said
Where
Discordian
was
on it.
that?
Just go up a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
There it is. No, it's higher, further. It's like the MTV one. It's black.
Oh, okay, okay.
There, look. There. Discordian Society. Can you see it?
Oh,
Just
yeah,
down a bit.
right there. Yeah.
I can't. I'm
If
trying to
I
pinch and
click
zoom
on
it.
it, can you read that now? Here, you know what? I'm gonna give you. I'll post the Facebook thing again. Here it is. I'll post it in there for everybody. My phone.
Well, sorry, Snacks. What did you say? You got some information on this group?
Church of the Subgenius.
What's that? I've never heard this. What is it?
It's like a spoof religion from I guess was it Robert
Robert Shea? Wait.
Okay. Yeah. What's up? You want to What do you want me to do?
The Illuminist trilogy of novels written by Robert Shea and Robert Anton Wilson.
Yeah, Robert Anton Wilson.
There's definitely a rabbit hole to fall down right there. There's a few dots to connect in there.
Cool.
My pattern recognition is fucking. it's sounding alarms right now.
Good. This is what I was kind of hoping, because this is what the fires got me thinking about, like what could be next. I mean, obviously we don't know, and this is just a little card game, and we are just speculating, but it's interesting for sure.
Since we're back to the Druids card. Oh, sorry, Blaze.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were
Go
done.
ahead,
I
go
wanted
ahead.
to jump in before you start scrolling. Finish what you were saying. Sorry.
No. I was gonna scroll. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Andy, I think it was saying that the Druids potentially became the Freemasons. Did I hear you correctly?
The thing is, right? I did. There's a dozen claims about the Druids, and so I was just reeling off several different things. So please don't take that as that is what it is.
Oh no, I was just, if you have anything to read about that, I would be interested in reading if you have any links, because to my knowledge, all I've ever read was that the Knights Templar, right? They vanished on Friday the 13th, blah blah blah, and then disappeared into the night, and eventually the Freemasons came out. So I'm just curious if you have any links that you want to share. That was all I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean the idea. The story I heard was that the Romans invaded, and then they had to go underground, and so they had to. And when they emerged, that's where sort of Freemasonry came from. But I don't think that's true. I really don't, because I think it goes, as I said before, I think it goes back to ancient Egypt. It seems to anyway, just with the symbology, So,
Have you ever heard of the TV show The Curse of Oak Island?
not sure.
Okay, so total sidetrack here, but it's probably one of my favorite shows, and it's one of the only things that I watch. Oh, you've seen it?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not I'm not concerned with them like actually finding the treasure. I think it's really interesting because they find so many artifacts that just, you know, puts everything that we've been taught about history to shame, basically. Like it's all kind of a lie. They actually even found Roman coins this past summer in the swamp in Oak Island. So basically what it is it's this island off the coast of Nova Scotia. And this was where they think potentially the Knights Templar came. And there's this whole treasure hunt of all these people because there's this money pit and they're just basically destroying this island by trying to dig up this money pit. And there's all of these tunnels and it floods itself.
So
It's like, oh, sorry.
Well, there's like a puzzle, right? Because they dug down like a shaft to find like a sort of a cipher code or whatever, and
Well, there was like they've been finding a lot of stuff. I think originally the first people found this stone slab and it was like, oh, it
right.
was something like
And that was like saying
100
like 30
down
feet,
or something.
30
Yes,
feet
30
down or
feet
something like that.
below they'll find blah blah blah, right? It was this encoded inscription and now this stone slab has gone missing and they can't locate it. So
But also like there's sort of a trap to like where if you do dig down another 30 feet, like the tunnel floods and then you can never get to what you're trying to get to.
That's right. There's these box drains. Like it's this whole intricate system that somebody has dug like hundreds of years ago with you
Yeah.
know whatever technology they had.
I
And
thought
yeah,
it
they
was
had some
interesting,
drains.
like they were able to take out the drains, but like there was like a guy that had, I don't know what season it was, but like he had a theory. It was like he translated the cipher to say that it was like maize or something like that. So it's like if you dig these certain holes and put maize there, then it'll like the corn will actually just like absorb so much of the water that it'll stop the water from going through the channels and stuff like that. But you know, I guess they didn't. Yeah, I don't know. There's some interesting stuff. Old timey,
Yeah.
you know, treasure shit.
Oh, definitely. And it is interesting because there's there's like the group of guys doing the treasure hunt or digging and they will go to like Portugal and different places and they will find the same carvings in these places as they do on Oak Island. And they were like Knights Templar dwellings and underground places. So I don't know, Andy, if you're into that, you might find some interest in that. It's been going on for 10 seasons, but I mean,
Yeah, is
we
it
still have
is it a reality show like, or is it fiction, or what is it supposed to be? Sorry.
I guess
Yeah.
it's more like an actual reality. It's just like it's
Well,
supposed to be like a docu series of them kind of
It's
like
like it's the two brothers, like the one brother, like they both believed in the tales, like when they were growing up. One brother became really successful business wise, and the other one not so much or whatever. But they kind of teamed up to do like at least the first season. They kind of self funded that to. They secured the island. You know, they kind of somehow bought like all the lots in there to.
yeah, so
sort of-
there's like the whole Oak what is it? Oak Island tours or whatever, and they own most of the lots. It's cut up into 30 something lots, I think. And
Yeah.
they own most of them. And then they just go like they take the metal detector and they go find a bunch of stuff. So it you can see the progression over the years. Like, I don't know, there is like some, I guess, quote unquote conspiracies within that show. I can kind of like, that's interesting. I don't know if I trust it. Right. Like the guys there's a guy that actually wears like a Freemason hat, blah, blah, blah. Right. They're not going to share everything that they find on the island. But
What about like I think season 1 or season 2, like they had basically the tree of life, like the what are those
Baller.
Jewish people that that thing. I feel like Norm Macdonald right now, but yeah, that thing. There's a bunch of rocks that basically they found that were like arranged in that formation, and it's also they call it like somebody else's cross. They don't call it that.
Nolan's cross. So
Nolan's cross.
Nolan, I can't remember his last name right now. So he was one of the original treasure hunters. So the whole curse of it is that there's supposed to be 7 people to die before the treasure is found, and I think up to date 6 people have died on the island trying to find the treasure. So that's where the whole curse part comes in.
You know what's funny? Every time I hear Kabbalah, I always think of that No Doubt song because holler back is Kabbalah backwards. So ain't no holler back, girl. That's Kabbalah backwards. So every time I hear Kabbalah, I think of that song.
Because you've been around the track too many times. But I understand it's not going to happen like that. Not just like that, anyway. But it's 10 seasons of the show. Like they bring in different there's experts from all over the world that study this, try to break the codes. So there's cryptography, and then there's just like good old fashioned sleuthery, treasure hunters, all types. Take a whack at this mystery, try to solve it. But it's funny because right around the time they were talking about draining the swamp out, right? Because there's this area like a triangle. And they're like, oh, this is like the unfinished, it's like the eye of the triangle or something like that. It seems to be like that they designed this with some sort of weird geometries. And it also, there's a footnote to where even Francis Bacon's name is attached to this, and such that some of the keys to it may have been like presented in some of the first printings of Romeo and Juliet for the mapping of this, and that this itself then relates back to the cipher code, because Francis Bacon was a hell of a smart guy or something like that, so maybe he was doing ciphers. Anyway, so people theorize that. Yeah, but anyway, but when they decided to basically take this whole swamp, which was noxious, like it had such a potent bacterial thing going on that you could just pass out or something like that, allegedly. So it was like haunted or something like that, they said. Anyway, they drained it out so they could like kind of dig it. But that was right around the same time Trump took office, and he was like draining the swamp. And it was funny that
well, they've tried to drain the swamp a few times. They finally drained it this year, actually, because it kept filling in, right? And they couldn't excavate the whole thing. They've tried, but this year they actually drained like the whole thing. Because I know what you're talking about. I know, and they found the road. I don't know if that was the season, but they found the road and so. Anyways, we're like totally off the.
No, interesting.
But I don't know. It is interesting. I find it an interesting show because of the links to the Knights Templar and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
well,
I don't.
Allegedly supposed to be like a treasure stolen from the Cathars and moved through Europe and brought from Paris overseas, and you know what I mean. So it's a long ass story, you know.
Yeah.
I can't watch reality TV simply because when you know how the sausage is made, you realise that it's all fake anyway. You know, it's like an interviewer when they like Dave Letterman, whoever it is. People come out and they talk, but they've already worked out what's going to be said. And it's a similar thing, and I hate doing this, but because anybody listening, like I like that reality, you know. Fine if you like it, like you like WWE wrestling or whatever it's called now. You know,
yeah,
great.
and I get where you're coming from, and I can see that more actually as the show goes on. I do feel like it is slightly more scripted. However, they're still finding stuff, so I can, for that show, I guess because I've been watching for so long, I can like toss that aside and still like be like, I know it's scripted.
Enjoy it.
I understand, but I can look because I'm into the historical aspect of it, and I think that part's cool. Even though I know they're probably not showing us everything and telling, but yeah.
I think somewhat of the show's formula kind of like is a little bit like those gold finding shows where they're like, you know, we're gonna take some teams, and you know, so they kind of do a similar thing on that. But you know, they can like never not. Even if they don't find something, you know, they'll spend the whole season and find a button, and you're like, oh man, they found a button. Damn.
They do
button.
find
That's
buttons.
awesome. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah. I mean, it's a funny thing. But,
so to me, just a little comment on the history. I look at it as I just see it as I do now, basically, which is that they take a narrative, and we could use 9/11 as an example, and then they just whatever suits the agenda, that becomes the history. The history is written by the winners. So, yeah, you know, when I because I enjoy looking into history myself, and I don't ever think that I'll fully piece it together. But it's rough. You know, you got to use your discernment to be able to see things from multiple angles, and who benefits. That's usually we need to look at.
Well, it's just like an elaborate like thing that must have been done if there's some treasure hidden that hasn't been found and taken already by somebody else. Like it's like really protected. But I think isn't there's something in I want to say like it's in Enoch or something like that, but it talks about like burying a vault underneath the earth or this way of like just burying something so nobody's going to get it. It's like it's
I mean, I remember, like, I think
just
it's
interesting.
Baruch. It talks about burying the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, and actually, that's interesting because that's one of the speculations that they think that the Ark of the Covenant is actually buried on Oak Island, or then like it's all these theories, right? It could have been the Ark of the Covenant, or it's the original manuscripts of Shakespeare. There's like a whole bunch of stuff, but that's
Shakespeare
interesting.
didn't exist.
Allegedly,
Well,
Shakespeare
allegedly
did.
allegedly it would have been crafted by the guy who basically was the the actual author of Shakespeare, so Francis Bacon. So
Mm.
I'd love for them to find something.
Well, I know, and actually, it's funny. Well, they're close, right? Because they're well, they're always close. But oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. There was something I was gonna say. Oh yeah, that there's U.S. presidents, Freemason presidents that have been linked to. I can't remember who it was that was part of the
Yeah, was it
treasure
Roosevelt?
finders back in the day. Sorry, who was it?
Was it
Yes,
Roosevelt one though?
probably.
They were adventuresome, the Roosevelts. They're the first people to find the panda. The sons of Teddy, I think.
You think panda bears are real?
You think pandas are real? I don't know, but if they are real, the Roosevelts found them.
Pandas are real.
No, I didn't think it was the Roosevelts that found him. I think it was a gentleman from a certain tribe that likes to play the victim.
I think nobody actually had an actual like a dead panda bear. So I think they're the first people to have, allegedly. Yeah. They were really into hunting bears. Anyway.
Hey, is there a zombies card?
I don't know. I think we have so many. Should we just do like a?
Well, wait. What's the Germany one? What's the Germany one?
Okay, I know they're so interesting.
Remember what they did to Dresden, people.
Hold on a second.
That's not my battle cry.
Just look at the pictures too. As that looks like an ADL card. I mean, add that circle. Germany can save its actions. It gets an action token each turn. If some already, nothing really says anything about that. It's about the points.
What's that tower?
Right here?
Yeah.
It looks like a prison around it, doesn't it?
Is that the Berlin Wall then? Obviously.
I don't know, but it looks like.
Or is it a prison? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. But obviously, Hitler created the Volkswagen, right?
Most successful selling car ever, isn't it? Apparently.
Yeah.
Was it the Volkswagen?
Yeah, the Beetle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so why don't we just scroll and then
Gnomes of Zurich.
we'll come back.
Good band as well.
What is this funny money over here? And I hope there's no zombie cards, but I think there is.
I hate to break it to you, Snacks, but the Beatles really aren't that good, man.
Yeah, but they're successful like the car too, unrelated to Nazis or mind control. So
or good music.
Okay, let's see here. We'll just do like a little quick scroll through.
I find most of the songs to be like weird, like to play back and to be like, huh? Like I don't know, like they're engineered to some degree that other songwriting isn't.
Yeah, they're hella weird.
Look at that one. Up against the wall. Okay, so just tell me when
Oh
to stop
wait,
it.
hey, speaking of the wall, you know how Trunks said that he was gonna get that wall built in Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently my friend Apple just texted me earlier today, so it's funny this comes up, that he was saying that not only now is the wall being built, but it's being built by the Mexicans and they're
Mexicans.
paying for it.
Yeah,
The
because they don't want.
president. They don't want the Americans going to
No,
Mexico.
they said they didn't want their people. Yeah, anybody coming back. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The
That's funny,
Q-tons
bro.
just must be like just in like their glory days.
The others jizzing. You know what's so crazy though, man? It's like I gotta say, walls are not a good idea, man. I'm just saying.
Right.
Did no one think, oh well, what if they don't let us out with the walls? Like, did no one think, oh, maybe the walls are to keep us in? That no
Yep.
one, like what?
Mm-hmm.
No, they can't fully complete the thought. So no, I don't think they did.
Oh yeah, they're just like skirt boys. It's like before they can finish the completion of logic, they're just like, oh, skirt boy. Dude, I think that's pretty magnificently done though, right? It's like people like America, we have the right to defend our country, and they're like asking for their prison wall to be built.
Right.
But anyway, I mean, it's just a
Well,
guy
yeah.
that literally locked their country down, and he would never lock you down again.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I looked for a zombie card. This is what I found.
Oh, look at this. What is this? You guys, hold on a second.
Oh.
Look at that. Hail Eris, and the Eris is the next thing. Name of the next variant, I think. Okay, I'll look on my phone for what you posted. Let's see.
That's interesting that she's covered in tattoos and she's got one of those big giant ear things and
A
yeah,
goddess, right?
there's all sorts of stuff going off in that image.
Didn't you mention like Eris like an hour or so ago?
Yep. It was the goddess. Here, I'll post that again. Let me see here. Yeah, look at this right here. We're like being the little internet sleuths going, what about this? Are they really Discordians? Who knows? Any weird group with a power of 3 or more counts double towards. I mean, that's just weird and creepy. Is that a monkey?
It kind of looks like one, doesn't it? I
Hail.
bet you there's tons of stuff on like the whole thing, like the symbolism. Like, look at the enlightenment of like the third eye, the illumination, right?
Yeah. Cross. It looks like the some kind of Knights Templar cross on his arm. Upside down cross on his arm. Yeah, creepy. Was that a football? Are those footballs on his arm? On his left shoulder for us? I don't know. That's just creepy.
Oh yeah, I can't even really tell what that is. I don't know if you can do. Sometimes if I do like control and then scroll on my mouse, it'll like zoom in.
Enlarge
my
it, yeah, but
browser.
then I think it cuts it off. Let me see.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, everyone's computer's different, right? I
Okay,
don't
hold on a
know.
second. Is that better, you guys?
Yeah.
But
That's a lot
then, and I
better.
think I cut some off. It only has 2 rows.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You can't go over.
Wait.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I see.
Unfortunately, I posted it, so if you guys want to, like, keep it for yourselves too.
Oh, there's a
Hidden.
Hillary Clinton card, but I think Witsit posted the card. Did we read that one? Let's go.
Yeah, that was creepy.
Yeah, it was creepy.
What does it say?
Withering curse. Assassination. This is an instant attack to destroy any personality at any time. It does not require an action. Its power is 10. A single magic group may use its action for this attack and add its own power. This attack is magic. Yeah, that's a creepy looking card.
Yeah. I try to look up zombies. I got that one. I got the Let the Sunshine In one, and then Plague of Demons.
Oh gosh.
Who made this game, man?
I know, right?
We need to get outside or something, man.
This wow, this these Discordia people, this is something I need to look into. these are magicians. This book I'm looking at right now is called Principia Discordia. Sound familiar with it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Where are we? So this is both order and disorder are man-made concepts and are artificial divisions of pure chaos, which is a level deeper than is the level of distinction making. With our concept making apparatus called the brain, we look at reality through ideas about reality which our culture gives us. The idea about reality are mistakenly labeled reality, and unenlightened people are forever perplexed by the fact that people, especially other cultures, see reality differently. It is only the ideas about reality which differ. Real, capital T in brackets, true reality is a level deeper than is the level of the concept. We look at the world through windows on which have been drawn grids, concepts in grids, in brackets. Different philosophies use different grids. A culture is a group of people with rather similar grids. Through a window, we view chaos and relate it to the points on our grid, and thereby understand it. The order is in the grid. That is the, and what's that say? Anesthetic principle. Wow, I mean, this is like, I need to get that book.
It sounds like relativistic chaos theory. It's like illusory profundity. Like basically that everything goes through the filter of like the conceptual barriers of our mind, and that although we perceive order, that's really conceptual, and it's actually all chaos. No, there's actual order, man. There's order that we don't even understand. You know? Like we don't there's everything in physics tries to find its equilibrium. So there's some type of built-in order that we're just trying to scratch the surface of. So although limited with our concepts, to kind of conflate that to, I don't know what you're reading. I mean, I guess that they're putting forth the philosophy or whatever, but I just disagree with it. Chaos theory is retarded.
I don't know. I think that that's related to like the Church of the Subgenius to writings or something, because they had a lot of different contributors to it, I think, over the years.
But I think it's fundamentally philosophically bankrupt to think that everything is chaos. I mean, I don't
know if that. Well, I don't. Yeah, it's weird because I think these are like somewhat separate factions from within the same sort of counterculture, mid-70s sort of whenever this birthed, you know.
It sounds like a much more elegant version of what the baller said. Like when I talk to an atheist, they try to tell me they try to invoke chaos theory without saying it because they don't even know that's what it's called. And then I try to help them and say, okay, you're going to have to invoke chaos theory, and then.
No, Austin, they're agreeing with you. They're saying both order and disorder are man-made concepts.
That's what I'm saying. What they're saying, and all of those concepts are actually derivative of chaos. They're implying that everything is chaos. That's just fundamentally wrong, in my opinion. I think there's an intrinsic order. I mean, whether or not we can fully figure out the order is one thing. I can agree with that part of it, but come on, bro. It doesn't make any sense logically that there isn't an order. It's like it's all we observe, you know, and the antecedent would be intelligence. So I think it's a bit of a stretch because chaos theory basically you have to go back to the antecedent to have the amount of probability to have some type of
There,
chaotic result that results in
but
perceived or illusory order.
well, I mean, there are certain things that you could say like, you know, where like I ever heard of like a Lindenberg figure. Basically, they like
Yeah,
take a
let's.
piece of wood and they like pump some high voltage through it, and it makes like a like a lightning strike, pretty much. But you can't determine how that's going to go. You know that it's going to have certain formings, certain geometries that are going to occur, certain ones that won't occur. Like it's not going to do spirals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So within that, you could say there's a semi-chaotic like thing that's going to occur.
Well, here's what I'm saying. It's called Lichtenberg figures, right? It's like what lightning looks like. It's what your veins look like. It's what there's geography that looks like, etc. Right? It's called a Lichtenberg figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very amazing because that is seen everywhere. Well, that's like electric discharge. So yeah, it's chaotic in the sense that it's just whichever which way it goes, right? But the reason it does that in and of itself is order. It's literally discharging to seek equilibrium, and equilibrium is order. That's my point. Like all of physics is the process of seeking equilibrium.
I'm not
via
coming from it
pressure.
at a place of like where I think things reside in the ultimate chaos. I think I can actually numerically prove that there's no such thing as actual chaos. It's just orders that you can't understand or you don't see.
Yeah, because we're talking like we're in God territory, you know. But like, do you kind of see? I think it's very profound what we just talked about. Lichtenberg figures seem somewhat chaotic, but in fact, that process itself, which is typically electrical discharge, is actually since the system has too much charge, it is discharging the excess charge so it can find equilibrium. Which means this place was somewhat designed to always establish equilibrium, and that's an order. Equilibrium would be pretty much the definition of order.
So doesn't like chaos theory kind of break the second law of entropy, or not the second law, but the law of entropy? Not the second law, but the law like that it goes from order to disorder. Like everything goes from order to disorder. Things don't really go the other way, right? Things aren't messy and then they organize themselves.
Yeah, tossed salad never reorganizes itself back into its constituent parts
until you introduce some sound waves.
Well, that takes energy. That takes like energy and effort, then, right?
Yeah.
So is that really chaos then? Like, because it almost seems like intelligent design at that point. If you're trying to fix the problem, right? You're an intelligence fixing the problem. Yeah. So
I know this is basically like flat Earth blasphemy, but I think that the natural laws we have right now are incomplete, and they're primitive attempts of man to explain what they don't fully understand. The description of what it seems to be the case. Magnetism just takes the laws of thermodynamics and throws it away. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of like it's really a simple overarching point. If you wanted one true natural law, in my humble opinion, it would be pressure mediates. So like pressure mediation. Everything seeks equilibrium through pressure mediation. Everything. A leaf falls, you shock someone. Literally every physical process is pressure mediation, and it's something seeking equilibrium. So then that begs the question, what's the antecedent for intrinsic order being sought out? Like, what made this place in such a way that everything in the physical world is in a process in which it's trying to seek equilibrium? That would be like the opposite of chaos. That means it may have a chaotic path, but it's pursuing order. So something with intelligence had to make that order that it's pursuing.
Have you ever seen the guy? I'll have to look up his name right now, but he's been growing a plant in a glass bottle.
Yeah, terrarium. That's very dope. I didn't want to hijack Blaze's thing, though. I just wanted to point out to Andy that I agree with a lot of it until they basically pushed chaos. I'm gonna kind of fall back again because I don't want to take over the room.
Dude, I'm buying this book. I'm buying. It's literally
Oh
like
yeah,
three.
brother. I say read everything.
Yeah,
that's
man, I
written.
agree.
Yeah.
Especially when it's £3. I mean, that's like 50 of your dollars. Sorry,
Yeah.
can't help myself.
Well, all right, man.
It's 50 freedom dollars, Austin. All right, whatever.
Okay. Well, how many freedom bullets is it? How that mean when you can drive down the street and buy a 9mm?
No, I'm kind of glad that I can't do that, but I respect the heck out the right that you can. I'm just.
That's how they got you, man. That's how they got
Well,
you,
yeah, but have you seen people like people are fucking losing? People are going
That's
insane.
why you need your 9mm.
That's a good point, but yeah, I don't like the idea of someone shooting at me because they got caught up in traffic or some shit. I don't know.
Dude, this is why I'm so serious about, and I mean this with no disrespect, but I'm so serious about the gun rules things because the coolest, most base people I know overseas, like they over the generational conditioning, they've all kind of like normalized and received gun restriction. So it shows me that dude, it doesn't even take a full generation before actual based people will just be like, yeah. I mean, we don't need guns. I'm like, bro. If America takes that step, it's over for the world.
Yeah, I'm fully behind all you guys. Yeah, you need your guns, and I love that. I think it's great, but I'm kind of glad I'm in a place where there isn't any because people are fucking losing it, and it's
But
just
it's
so
one
easy.
shipment. So it's a couple of semis and shipments in, and the criminals in your area will have guns immediately, right? So then, how are you going to defend yourself?
I mean,
Well,
you can still buy a gun in this country. It's just not very easy. You got to get checked every 6 months. You jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, real quick. They had a gun buyback program once. They had to shut the shit down because kids were buying pieces from the hardware store and just making guns out of it for like a few dollars. And they were giving like $100, $200 for a gun or whatever. So they were going buying these parts, putting it together, and just selling them back to the cops.
I know when I was a kid, I had a pellet gun on my backyard, and my neighbour phoned the police, and there was like 3 or 4 cop cars there in 5 minutes, and I just stashed it and hid, and somebody knocked on the door, and I just didn't answer the door, and then they just went away. But yeah, I mean, they're really on top of that shit. Well, they were. I don't know if they still are.
Well, dude, is there anything stopping you from making something like a slam gun? Like, do you know what that is?
You can have about my brother's just got this job at this petting zoo or something, and the guy who he works with makes professional bows. He makes like proper, and I thought,
No, dude, I'm talking about something even okay. So a little bit more. I don't want to say sinister than that, but a little more powerful than that is you can get a piece of like pipe, right? Like straight up galvanized pipe. It needs to be the inside diameter of the hole needs to be the same size as a shotgun shell, right? And then you get another piece behind it, and you put a nail in that one, and you can literally push those together, right? And it's called a slam gun because that nail will hit the primer in the back of the shotgun shell and fire it for you. Like it doesn't need a serial number or nothing. You can pick up the parts at a hardware store. Sorry, I'm kind of teaching you how to get around the law, but like yeah, no, dude, like what's stopping you from making your own firearm? You know what I mean? Like so guns are illegal, you can't buy a gun, but nothing's stopping you from making something that goes bang and has a projectile, right? That's powered? Or like is that also illegal?
Oh yeah, I mean everything's bloody illegal. But the thing is, I kind of align with Geo when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I realise that's not a very popular opinion, but I'm not interested in shooting anyone. So
We're
Yeah,
getting you
neither
and
am I.
Geo a clip full of blanks.
I don't know what the cops are like over where you're at, but over here, like they don't stop anything for you. They do is report on crimes that happen. Like they won't stop somebody from shooting you, but they'll damn sure write the report over your dead body. You know?
yeah,
So
it's
like
fair.
it's up to you to do something if somebody tries something around you.
Yeah, I agree. I know. The thing is, as well, though, don't you think though that the energy you give out plays a huge part in things? I'm sure things can happen at random. Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe I'm not.
and like honestly, I probably sound like a complete jerk right now. But at the same time, dude, I don't carry a gun because I honestly, down to my very core, am not worried about dying in any way. Like I'm
Oh, that's
waiting
good.
for the day for somebody to do something so I can look them in the eye and go, "Do what you got to do, man." Like, what's the worst you're gonna do? Pull the trigger and kill me? Because
Yeah,
I don't see that as the worst thing that can actually happen.
I don't see death as the end, so I'm not worried about that either. But for someone like Austin, who just got a newborn baby, new kid, yeah, that's he's got some responsibilities there. He's got to he's got to protect his family, and I get that. So
Yeah, so
that's
that's
just
the difference, right?
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, like,
Plus,
so
he's
right
putting
now,
himself out there. He's putting himself out there. There's a lot of fucking wackadoos. There's a lot of
can
people.
I ask you something real quick? Like, a real quick mental exercise. Um, if because not everybody's good around you, right? So what if somebody did happen to get a hold of a firearm and you had a family and they came into your house wanting to rob you of everything you have and do harm to your family? Like, how would you stop them if you could?
Well, he'd just do anything he could. I mean, the chance, I realise that this is all hypothetical. The chance of someone doing that is extremely low in this country, but especially where I am as well, like in the Midlands, in London maybe, but
Aren't crossbows legal there?
I think that's
Or are
what I
they
was going to say.
considered a
Yeah,
firearm?
you can get like a bow and arrow, I think, but yeah,
No, specifically crossbows.
I imagine they're probably legal too. Like you can't have a knife over I don't know, just a few inches, you know. You have to have all kinds of papers. It's like yeah, you need a license for everything. As I said the other day, which I'm sure made Americans. I hope it made Americans laugh. We need a license to watch TV, a TV license that you have to pay for once, a yearly
Well,
bill.
stop paying your allegiance to that goddamn family and get your shit together.
I know, right? Jeez. I keep telling everyone you don't need to pay this fucking thing. You paid to be bloody indoctrinated, but there you go. That's the state of folks today. So I ain't paying.
Am I
You can
coming through?
easily get out of that if you don't watch live TV and then when they come to your door, you just put a camera in the face and they just run away. So, but yeah, people just don't want to. They're out for an easy life, you know. They don't want the hassle, and most people generally don't like confrontation, do they? So
Thank God for America.
yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying to the 9/11 defenders the other day. I was saying, look, you need to give up your citizenship to me. You go move somewhere like Australia. God, it's looking more and more fascist over there. It really is. But yeah, that's coming to a town near you, as far as I'm concerned. They're locking the shit down. I just bought that
Well,
book anyway.
okay. So here's another thing, though, is because like we don't have the right to bear arms to defend myself against my neighbor. I mean, well, I can, right? But it's actually more to defend myself against a tyrannical government. So, like, let's say the government came to your door. You know what I mean? Like that's really why we want to keep our guns, not because we're afraid of the person next to us, because we're afraid of the person or the group of people that want to try to rule over us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's Blaze. Are you still going on with your thing, or what's happening there?
No, we just turned it off because it was a great conversation, but there were so many more. Maybe we could do it again next week or something, and just and we could take it down
Isn't
below.
there like 1,000 of those cards?
Oh yeah, I think there's like 500 or something. Maybe, I don't know. I think there's a lot.
Oh wow, I didn't know there was that many. Yeah, well, we can do it on another slow night if there's not a lot to talk
Yeah,
about, or
know
we
where
can
we
schedule
stop.
another event next month or whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I really liked everybody's insight. Everybody had a little piece of the puzzle, their interpretation of stuff like that. Might need some music in the background or something.
Make it an event. You want to make it an event?
We did. We
just
had an event.
We just finished it. We'll make another one though.
Yeah.
No doubt.
We like thinking of different events to do. We got trivia coming up soon. We're gonna be doing.
That's what I'm
trivia night.
talking about. That was good times right there.
Wasn't it? You were great. Did
Yeah, that was
Napalm
fun.
ever get his tag, his role?
Oh, his special role in color. Yeah.
Yeah. Trivia winner. But yeah, if anybody else
Yeah,
has
so
any
there's-
ideas,
There's
we're
409 of the cards. Damn.
Yeah. That was that Facebook page. Maybe I'll have Facebook by then. That had a lot of them. A lot. So, and we stopped right when it got to Hawaii.
I know. I had read that one, but it didn't really say
No,
anything.
but you know what? At the very
Like-
top, it looked like it had smoke.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't see that?
I don't remember. I wonder if I saved that one because I had saved a few of them. Let me see. Well, I guess I should just Google it.
Do you want me to pull my screen back up again?
Sure.
Okay, hold on a second. I still have that. Yep. It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And then we'll do this as the last one, and then we'll shut it down.
sure. Let's see here. Yep. I think. Okay. Let me go over here. This one right here. Yeah.
Oh,
See
yeah.
that right there?
Mm-hmm.
That looks like. Could it look like smoke? And that be,
Yo, what else would that be? That's smoke right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this looks like
What
a
else could that be?
I don't know, because it says the traditional vacation spot for the world's middle class.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
lava. It's smoke. It's smoke coming out about the lava, but it's still smoke.
Yeah. But that looks like a fence. Wait, where is that? Right here. That looks like a fence, doesn't it?
I think they just drew the smoke weird. Like they weren't good at drawing smoke. Because look how it goes up top.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part that I think is interesting. And then it has corporate here. Coastal.
Well, it reminds me of wasn't
Oh,
there
there's two of them.
was some weird thing like a smoke tornado or a tornado caused by the smoke off NBC. See if I can find the video. But that's kind of what it reminds me of, like little funnels.
There's so many more. We're gonna have to have a part 2. Hackers,
Yo,
hallucinations.
so Hammer of Thor, and
Uh-huh.
we were talking about that
Where is
one
it?
of the direct energy weapon is named Thor.
Oh yeah. What does this one say? What does that one say? The mystic artifact can act once per turn. Its action can be used to increase the power of any government or violent group. Unique magic artifact and action. Interesting. That's weird. Hallucinations. What are they? Oh, is that fentanyl or something for people?
Is this all your garbage?
No. This is all my garbage. If it was my stuff. No, I got it from somebody else. But what is this one? Hallucinations. I wonder if this is fentanyl. You control
No,
powerful.
Jeremy was hot micing. He's hot micing.
I know. I
Oh.
was waiting.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he was talking about those, like, these cards or something.
Oh.
I mean, it is kind of garbage, but it's interesting. You control a powerful telepath. Unfortunately, she's totally insane, but she can act once per turn to project her madness into the mind of any personality and cancel their action. That's just creepy. Bloody nose. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many more. Here, I'll just show you guys how many there are. Who's that? I lied.
Wow. Oh, imposter. Interesting. Oh, there's an Israel card,
Oh,
of course.
there we go. Oh, mm-hmm. What is that? Uh-huh. Oh, I don't really get any junk mail anymore. Cool. I started sending their stuff back to them.
That's a weird ketchup symbol.
Oh, this one?
Or no, the one the one right in the middle, like it looks like the all-seeing eye on a ketchup bottle
Everything's the all-seeing eye.
with the tomato.
What does it say on it though? 23 something.
With this one?
Yeah, on the ketchup bottle underneath, doesn't it say
Oh.
23?
23 variants or varieties?
Maybe.
What is this? Just say
It's
no.
too bad it's not 33. We have nothing to see.
I feel like I need to tell my Illuminati Batman story again. I might have told it about 5 times, but I feel like this is a good time to say it again.
Yeah. Do you guys want me to get out of my screen here?
No, it's pretty cool just looking through. But yeah, I was laid in the garden. I was just got my fancy sun chair out and had a bit of an epiphany because that's the thing with me. I like to get lots of different. It's like pattern recognition, I guess. And then I was just thinking about a scene from a movie from Batman. Right? He goes and meets Michael Caine. They get in this like jet or something, and he's sat there talking to him, and he's like, and he says something along the lines of, as a man, I can't do anything, right? But as a symbol, then the fucking sky's the limit. You see, then he can strike the fear into the hearts of his enemies. And it suddenly occurred to me, oh shit, that kind of, doesn't that remind you of this? Because we can't point at anybody, can we? we can't point to any individual, just this fucking ghoulish, like, underground thing that might just be all, not real. Do you see what I'm saying? Just an illusion.
There is somebody behind the they. Seems like people are always like, who's they?
Right, but rather than being this sinister thing, it's just people fucking with us. You've always got to entertain that idea, I think. And I'm not saying there's nothing into secret societies. I've probably looked into secret societies more than anyone in this panel, like obsessively looking into secret societies. And I know that they exist. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying that don't you think it's funny that there's nobody we can point at? We just have Illuminati and then lots of symbolism. They all see an eye, etc., etc. So I don't know. It's just food for thought or whatever.
Can't you point at people like? Can't you point at people like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, shit like that?
Well, I would argue they're the people that are pushed forward like a Klaus Schwab, who are basically like Dr. Evil, aren't they? I mean, they just push forward like the prince. I always have that image in my head when I hear these Magic Circle minion people, because I think of them as like the king who, you've heard of that thing where the priest, he pushes the king forward. That's the image in my head. And it's like, oh, you can be king for a year, but then we've got to sacrifice you in the volcano. Sorry. Have you heard that? I don't know if you ever heard of that. Oh, okay. Well, that was a thing once anyway. But anyway, certain tribes or whatnot. You can be king for a year, but we've got to push you into this volcano. We've got to sacrifice you.
Or no, you're gonna have to sacrifice somebody that you love.
Well, no, the point is that I always think of that when I hear these people in these panels. That's what I was trying to explain to that guy the other day, whatever his name were, about the dark magicians, how they inevitably destroy themselves. And they know this, of course. That's why they push these idiots forward. So, however they came to being in here, there's all kinds of like I said, in my head, I have that vision of the priest pushing the king forward. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
that'd be the Vatican.
the priest's got the power, but it's like, here's the king, everyone.
He's the front man, right?
But I don't know why I ended up in that. That just went off a little bit. But the thing about that, the Illuminati thing, I think, yeah, there's something to that. Just being a story to yank on people's chain, just to drag you around, end up nowhere. But it's still fun. It's still fun to look into and try and connect some dots. So I just realized I'm shitting on Blaze's whole thing.
Oh no, God, not at all. No.
I'm sorry, Blaze. I didn't mean it like that.
Why? Don't be sorry. It's all good. No, I don't know. I personally think that some of these elite are so bored that this is just makes the game.
I often thought about that. Yeah, because I was thinking about Gnostics, because I was looking into them for a bit, and I remember thinking, well, maybe they just got bored. Maybe they just thought, well, we'll come up with all this outer space and other planets, so we can visit this and that, and they just got bored. They just a bit of imagination, I don't know.
No, I mean, I think that we're in a spiritual battle, that's for sure, and I think that there's a couple of different groups competing. A lot of us say that Jesuit theater, they fight to the death to win, but all roads lead to Rome. Is that what they say? Yep, I think so.
I mean, and do you know that the Illuminati was a real group?
Yeah, of course. I've looked into Adam Weishaupt and I've looked into the story. Dude, you know this. I've looked into most things, to be honest. So I've heard about the guy who got struck by lightning and all that stuff. They found it, sewed into his coat. the plan
Well, that
was.
is what's a story about a guy that was there or whatever. But like Illuminati lodges were built because like there's a bunch of evidence of them being like banned and rebranded. Also, if you've read that much secret like literature, if you will, then you would know that they do refer to themselves as being illuminated. Right?
Yeah, the enlightened ones. Yeah, yeah, it is interesting. You just reminded me a story from is Redford Bear still here? Yeah, she'll like this story.
Yeah, I'm
Mm.
here. I'm listening. Okay.
Yeah, so when they killed was it King Louis in the French Revolution? They killed this French king, right? So we're talking like 1790 something, 92 maybe. And apparently, a mason, I forget his name now, he basically grabbed his severed head and said it was revenge for the Templar thing that happened. What was it, like 500 years before or something? Because they rounded them all up, didn't they? That's how the story goes. Was it like 13 something? I forget.
Yeah, Jacques de Molay, the last Merovingian. They killed him, and then the surviving Templars became the Masons, and then the Masons basically overthrew the French monarchs, and yeah.
Yeah, I just, if it is true, I mean, that's a hell of a long time to hold a grudge. And it just shows you that they do plan in centuries rather than,
You're right. Like the time doesn't matter. Like it's just generation after generation. Like it'll just keep going forever. The bloodlines. Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, it
the
is
whole,
kind of impressive, right? Like the patience and selfless commitment to the group makes them very efficient.
yeah, they're kind of unstoppable when you think about it. Because if they've got a guy in every part place, and it is secretive, then you could see why they'd beat over the people who had integrity, who were like what I think of as, I'm obsessed with this tribe, the Scythian tribe that became the Goths, and these guys, the ancient Germans. These people are bloody legends, and like I said, when they conquered the peoples, the people they conquered, they wanted it. It sounds weird to say, but they'd rather be under them than any Roman laws because they were the way they carried themselves. And so it seems at some point, some much shorter, because when they killed a lot of people in the French Revolution, one I think philosopher, I forget, said something along the lines of they chopped 6 inches every Frenchman. So some much shorter people came along, and they changed everything. Well, it's interesting to me as well that they sell it as this sort of age of reason. Just the philosophy behind it. You talk about that a lot, Austin, don't you? Where you know, they were essentially lawyers. There were a lot of lawyers, and they talk about the Bible, say, as superstition. That was the idea. They got to get rid of this superstitious nonsense. We're going to bring in this age of reason, but they were they were just sophists. They had nothing really, so they just got a lot of people to go along with it. So that's why I always say that that's why the new religion it's science, but of course they never call it, they never put it in those words. Is Matthew still here? Matthew's probably freaking out. Oh, he's not here.
Well, I mean, if truthers would apply some of those characteristics, I mean, we would be pretty unstoppable, you know. Specifically, the selfless, long-term, patient commitment, the embracing of individual roles and assignments, the humility to not care, you know, to embrace basically anonymity for the sake of the goal. You know, working as like a unified mechanism.
Yeah, and the no shame bit, the no, you know, like that's what I say about these other kinds of people. Like when I listen to their stories, and as I said before, they didn't really write much down, so a lot of what we have to go off is what the Romans wrote down, and so they're supposed to be like their enemies, and they still wrote about them in this glowing way, like some of them did anyway. And like I said, it made your hair stand on end because they were just so honourable. It was all about like righteousness and justice, you know. So I'm not really doing it justice. I wish I could. Like I say, I always share that Asher logos with people. And yeah, please watch his content because he really he's done his homework. Yeah, it's that he's done the the Orlinda book. He's done the French Revolution as well, but he's done the Orlinda book, and I always talk about that as well because that's again a lot of people think they don't know if it's real. There's a lot of debate whether it's real or not, but it's interesting that a lot of things in history, a lot of things in the Bible are mentioned in that book, and they talk about um, the sinking of Atlantis, but it's not pronounced. It's not. It's called Atland or something like that. Of Atland.
I'm with you. I also believe the Orlinda book was one of Tolkien's inspirational books.
Yeah. I've heard that before. Yeah. Well, not so much that, but that he took a lot from the Norse, mythology, basically.
Yeah, that's my own opinion.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I've got it downstairs, but can't bother to fetch it. I love how they talk about God like they call God Waralda, W, and they sort of refer to it as All Father, but there's some German translation thing where they say like it all feeder, you know, that's like it feeds into everything, and like I said, the words they use is I don't know, it's beautiful, and I wish I could remember it. I wish my memory was better. Sorry, guys. Got to get these mercury amalgam fillings out of my gob. That'd probably help. Yeah, I think Sunshine wants to be unmuted. If anybody wants to do that for him. I don't think anybody's here. I think it's just me. Just me and you, Sunshine. Geo? Is Geo there? Redford Bear, you're a mod, aren't you? No, everyone stepped away, Sunshine, so unlucky. I'll just read this first bit. I'm looking at a PDF of the All in the Book, so talking about it. So this is like near the start, and it's like just a little bit of a warning. So it's saying, beloved successors, for the sake of our dear forefathers and our dear liberty, I entreat you 1,000 times never let the eye of a monk look on these writings. They are very insinuating, but they destroy in an underhand manner all that relates to us Frisians. In order to gain rich benefices, they conspire with foreign kings who know that we are their greatest enemies, because we dare to speak to their people of liberty, rights, and duties of princes. Therefore they seek to destroy all that we derived from our forefathers, and all that is left of our old customs. Ah, my beloved ones, I have visited their courts. If Weralda permits it, and we do not shew, I don't know what that is, shew ourselves, SHEW, strong to resist, they will altogether exterminate us. Start warning.
Yeah, it's a beautiful book. I'm really happy to hear somebody bring it up in this server. It's not often brought up.
Yeah, I often just listen to the actual logos and I just fall to sleep. I fall asleep because his voice is brilliant and it's just got a lovely soothing voice. So I just fall asleep to it. And yeah, so like it's just then hard for me to put into words to try and convey the message, because I love his approach where he's like, look, I'm going to try and put across the message of this book and I'm going to fall short big time. So I love anybody that starts in that manner, you know, just like say even Alan Watts, where he used to talk about the deepest ideas that any human could ever talk about. But he'd often start his talks by saying that he was full of shit. I mean, he wouldn't say it like that, but he'd say something like, "Look, I'm not a guru. I'm not a prophet. I'm an entertainer." He would say, "I'm an entertainer." Think about that.
Oh, someone's unmuted me.
Hey, Sunshine. How's it going, dude?
Not too bad. I mean, really, honestly, terrible. But
Are you
no, things are
Australian?
improving. Yeah, Western Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Sorry, that's my
Yeah.
micro impression of Australia. It's not very good.
I've been doing a lot of fasting and maybe a little bit too much fasting, and had some heart pain. I've gone to the doctors this morning. I've been coughing up all this fat from the heart. It's it's not normal mucus, and I had this heart pain yesterday. I was coughing up all this shit from my heart, and I'm tasting
What
it.
does What does it? Sunshine. What does it look like? Does it look white and foamy?
Yeah, no, not foamy, but just white. Very thick and white. But I taste it, and it just tastes all fatty. It doesn't taste like anything. It just tastes like fat. So I'm going, it doesn't taste salty. So it means maybe there's no electrolytes. And so I'm going, maybe the heart pain's related to not enough calcium. So I took a calcium electrolyte, and but Q10, CoQ10 is always a good thing for the heart if you have heart pain. CoQ10, and it's also good for depression.
I used to take that a little bit. It's expensive though, isn't it? Bloody hell.
Yeah, very expensive. I reckon if you wanted to get cheaper stuff, you can even get like other stuff mixed in with it for cheaper. Like I got vitamin E and CoQ10 just before for real cheap. And because if you go like a ones where they say, oh, you know, practitioner only and all this sort of stuff, some of those stuff are if you go to the right people, they can be a lot cheaper than just the vitamin brands, and they're better.
Yeah, I think they used to use vitamin E for burns. You know, I don't know if I could be wrong. I haven't looked into vitamins and minerals for a long time, but I'm pretty sure they used to use it because I remember because my brother would get sunburned because I tend to go out in the sun and then I'll be like 20 minutes and then I'll come back in. I'm pretty disciplined with stuff like that. But my brother would just get burned, and then I'd end up chopping a vitamin E capsule up, and then I'd tell him to mix it with a bit of olive oil and rub that into his sunburn.
Really, that work?
Yeah.
I'm
They
gonna
used to
try
put it
that,
on
'cause-
they used to put it on burns back in the day. Like
I mean,
when they
I've used aloe vera, but that shit doesn't like. If you've got really bad sunburn, it kind of works against it in a way. Like it'll alleviate the burning sensation, but it'll actually irritate the skin, the aloe vera. So I will try that vitamin E. But I've heard aloe vera. Obviously, when you're using aloe vera, you want to avoid the skin, and you want to use just the inside stuff, and you don't want to contaminate. But yeah, they say that aloe vera gel is if you have like the actual plant itself, it's good for the stomach. If you can separate the gel nicely, it's you can eat it. I've been doing lots of fasting because my digestive system's all. I have like dysbiosis, and that's like your microbiome is really weak, and then you have immune problems and all sorts of stuff. Well, I had like start of a cascade, and I was going into diabetes, and just had to fast. And even if you're sick or something, and you just don't eat, and you'll get better, no matter what sort of illness it is.
Good for you, dude. Good for you. That's not easy. I'd love to do a 3-day. I do the intermittent fasting every day, and I've been doing it for a while, a couple of years. But I need to do a 3-day fast. That's what I really need. I mean, I don't. I look pretty good, so I don't really need to do it. But I want to do it. I want to do it just. But we're creatures of habit, aren't we? And like I'm in a really good sort of routine. Well, it's not. Some people would say it's not very good. It's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning, so. But I tend to go to sleep at this time and then wake up at like 11:30, something like that. And so that's not great. People would already be saying that's all wrong. But I think it's just because maybe I was born at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've always been like a night bird. I don't know why. But anyway.
They reckon even just intermittent fasting, they reckon like periods of if you have periods of calorie restriction, no matter what sort of calorie restriction that is, you get those same benefits as fasting, just over a longer period, or like it takes longer for those to show. But what was I going to say about it? The most important thing to do, like even if you're not going to calorie restrict, you can have heaps of calories, and you'll get healthier doing this. Just put your fats, most of it, or try to have some fats in the morning, and shift all of your sugars to the afternoon or at night.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard people say that if you're going to eat carbs, you should make it sort of last thing. I've heard people say that.
Because it's a replenishment. When your blood sugar is increased, which potato will do it, bread will do it, anything that's carbs or sugar, when your blood sugar is increased, your muscles, if they're sore, they'll actually because glycogen is just it's just these it's a chain of glucosamine or glucosides. Glucose. They're glucose chains. So if they break, so if you've got sore muscle fibers, your muscles will actually absorb blood sugar and take it out of your body. Whereas if you're just sitting around and you have all these energy drinks and whatever, your blood sugar will increase. And the only way for your blood sugar to decrease when your muscles aren't sore is for your liver to take it out of circulation and put it into fat stores.
Is that right, Sheppa?
Yeah.
Let me tell you
100%.
something. 100%. I used to be in the world's greatest Navy. Okay? America's Navy. And yeah,
I'm going to say you went to Britain. You went to Britain's Navy.
It might be the world's greatest Navy, but the thing is, it's not going to win the next war.
It doesn't matter. You want to know a story about the Navy? When we used to go to Australia, they tell me stories. We'd go to Australia, right? The ship gets there, and they would put their names in their hats, and then they would throw their hats off the ship, And random dads, like people's dads, girls' dads, would find the hat, and they would track down the sailor, and they would present their daughter to them and say, "Come stay at my house, and we'll feed you, and you can have my daughter." That's what they would do whenever we went to Australia. Okay,
That's hilarious.
but it is hilarious, man. It's hilarious about the state of men over there at this time when this happened. Okay, I'm just telling you, this is the world's greatest navy. Okay. My point is being lost. Oh, that's right. When I was in the Navy, though, I was a nutritionist and physical trainer, whatever. Anyways, one thing that I found useful was eating carbs in the morning. I always thought that, so that's what I thought of it. Eating carbs
If
at
it's
the
a pitha
beginning of your
day,
day. Well, it depends. I think it depends on what your purpose of, different people are eating for different reasons. Like if you're trying to build mass, if you're trying to, lose weight.
I agree with that. If you're just about to do like some morning cardio, carbs are no problem. But the thing is, people have cereal and don't do morning cardio. It's an epidemic.
I used to view carbs as sort of like a like for someone like me who is, obviously not trying to lose weight but trying to gain muscle mass or whatever. I would use carbs as like the free energy, basically. It's like the energy.
It's cheap. It's free. It's cheap and free.
It's allowing you. Yeah.
It's quick energy.
Yeah, exactly. Which allows you to build the mass.
But it's not going to nourish you.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like veganism, right? Like vegans, that's just slow fasting, very slow fasting.
I got big off muscle milk. Muscle milk workout. You're good.
Yeah, that's what he used to train with the guy. You told me, Jeremy, you used to train with that guy, and he used to tell you he was giving you muscle milk. He was giving you muscle milk. But he didn't tell you what that was, though, dude.
What is it?
It was powder out of the container. I made it myself.
Wow.
Actually, I used to use
no
muscle
trainer.
milk.
Have you heard of colostrum?
Sounds familiar. It sounds like some of the shit they put in that shit.
It's like it's the first milk that a cow gives after birth.
What?
It's the first breast.
She has a special first milk. The first milk is like a special first milk.
Yeah.
It's
a very clear sort of milk.
Who taught you this? Where is this from? Anybody else ever heard this? Like there's a special first milk. I mean, it would have to be true for humans too and other animals too, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's a colostrum. Silent Zero talks about it.
Silent Zero, huh?
The first milks. Yes.
It's like the mother's way of giving their baby like a dose of microbes, basically, kickstart their digestive system.
Wow, I wonder, can this be purchased, dude? Because like you can buy whale's milk. Whale's milk is extremely nutritious. I wonder if you can get this whale's colostrum. That'd be like the most nutritious thing ever.
Dude, I suppose they do, don't they?
I mean, I guess I never heard of this colostrum thing, so I don't know. But what's your point, though?
Oh no, I just bought some colostrum the other day. If you got digestive issues, it's probably something cool to try. I've not tried it yet, but I think it's good.
Well, if you didn't buy it from Jeremy's old trainer, because like I said, I happen to know his old trainer was. He says it's one thing, but it's kind of something grosser. So just so you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in that sort of. What do you call it? Mighty milk.
Muscle milk, yeah, but if it's the colostrum, it's this, yeah. I just don't want to. I don't want to get into it.
Colostrum's probably better than any kind of protein powder.
Where do you get that from? Like how much do they charge for that? It's like a special milk. It's like a single milk. Like you can't get the milk any other time besides when
if you go on the websites, they have powdered versions of it, right? So if you go on these versions with the powdered milk, powdered colostrum, take your time to look at it and read carefully, because you're going to go on the website and you're going to see, $800. Oh, fuck that. And you're just going to close it and go, oh, fuck that. It's just stuff I can't get. But if you look closely, you'll see that that's for like 11 months plus one free, or 12 months plus one free thing. So they're all trying to sell like a month's worth of it. But no, you can get like $60 for a month or something like that.
Yeah, that changes my whole perspective on prescriptions, dude. Subscriptions, because I that's the whole reason I don't sign up for anything, is because it tells you how much it costs you over a couple years. But I forgot.
No,
Yeah,
you can just buy it off eBay or off these websites. You can just go get one can.
Hey, can I bring something up real quick? It's not going to be relevant in Australia because you guys don't really have the same stuff we have here, but they have stuff here in America called Delta 8 and Delta 9 THC. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Mm.
Maybe they do have that in Australia. You know what that
One
is?
is one is
That's that
processed in
gas
liver.
station. That's that gas station shit.
Yeah, it is gas
Well,
station. That's what happened. I went to the gas station the other day and I bought. It was like $2, and it was these cubes. And as actually when we were talking to Witsit about the space
Well,
expanding.
Delta 9 THC. That's what's in normal weed, right? But if you have Delta 9 as an oil, it'll get processed into Delta 8 in your liver.
Yeah, but the package that I got from the store, it says Delta 9. It says it is Delta 9.
Yeah, it should be Delta 9, shouldn't it?
Well, from the store, like they don't sell. It's not legal here.
That's just normal marijuana, Delta 9 THC, isn't it?
It's not legal for them to sell it in gas stations either. Like you gotta have a special thing to be able to sell it, but they still sell that Delta shit in gas stations. But they can't sell regular shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's legal here now.
I got news for you, dude. I got pretty high because I bought 2 packs because there's like 2 cubes in each pack, and I didn't read the label. It says take 1, but I took 2, so I had 4 total. And my girlfriend, I wasn't gonna tell her that I did that, but I had to end up telling her because I was acting funny, Like I got pretty high or whatever, and I was like thinking, I was like, that's actually a pretty good deal. Like for $2 at the gas station, it's so better than smoking weed, dude.
It is weed. What are you talking about?
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you buy weed, it costs a certain amount. And anyways, we don't got to get into it. I just didn't know. It was weird.
I don't know. Well, tell me. Well, maybe I've got it wrong. Is Delta 8 what's supposed to be in normal weed?
I think you're right. I think both Delta 8 and Delta 9 are
Like
both
it-
synthetic chemicals, from what I believe. But I think
Grim,
Delta 9
you remember?
No, that's not
Yeah,
synthetic.
Grandma
That's not
talked about it
synthetic.
too,
Look, see, it says Delta 9.
Grim,
It says what? It says Delta 9. Hang on. Can you see it?
But it's not. It's still no. It's kind of sloppy.
THC Delta 9. There we go. Delta 9. It'll say
Grim said it.
But that's
We see it, bro. We see it.
That's Delta 9.
You got weed. It's just weed in there, man.
Yeah,
Go ahead about
25% THC, Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to you on that one. But yeah, go ahead about Grim because I got an opinion about that chip. I'm gonna tell you in a second. Go ahead about Grim. You said.
Well, Grim said to stay away from that shit, and he generally seems like he knows what he's doing when he's talking about that stuff. So
Yeah, he's just a smart guy, but he's biased.
Stay away from what? Delta 9?
He grows and sells
Delta
weed.
8.
So if you grow and sell weed, it's like being a taxi driver and trying to advocate Uber. It's like he's gonna say a bunch of shit it's like, dude, you will die in Uber, dude. You will get raped. Like, okay, man.
Let's see. I haven't researched this properly. What's the difference between Delta 8 and Delta 9?
Well, I'll tell you this much. In Texas, I know, like I thought, because I was looking it up, it said Delta 9 was illegal. Delta 8 is not illegal. But it says
well,
Delta
that's
9
because Delta 8 is not marijuana. Delta 8 is synthetic, isn't it?
I thought they both.
Are you guys being little bitches in Texas about this?
That dude, it's there was actually there was a thing a few years ago where they were going to put it on the ballot, and all you had to do was show up and vote. Actually, it was going to be that easy, and a lot of people would have voted for it, but nobody showed up to vote for it. So it's just never happened. Stoners aren't very.
So a lot of people would have voted for it, but nobody showed up to vote for it. Classic Glover style, right there, no doubt.
Stoner style is what it is, but
Glover style. That's Glover style. You straight up double spoke within like 10 words.
Okay, dude. Nobody showed
Well,
up.
a lot of people have voted for it, or did no one show up to vote for it?
People, dude, it's
THC and cannabis
Austin, dude.
Delta
Dude,
9.
everyone in Austin smokes weed, dude. It's crazy. Like, we have Marley Fest, and the cops let you smoke. Everyone's like smoking weed with the cops and everything. So if people would have showed up. It's just nobody showed up to vote for it, dude. That's it.
Well, why are you saying people
Unfortunately.
would have showed up? Was there a natural disaster? What happened where no
Oh my
one showed up?
God. Listen, dude. In some states,
You're just double speaking your ass off.
dude, you have some in California. They do this a lot, where they put things on the ballot, and they put certain laws on the ballot, and they let people in California vote for it, like a democracy, like a weird mob rule democracy. And we do that with very few things, and we were doing it with weed, actually. And so, yeah, as long as people voted in that poll, it would become legal. But nobody, most people who smoke weed, they're not involved in government. So nobody showed up to vote for it. I don't know how else to explain it, dude.
Well, it's going to be, look, it's legal as fuck here now. You can just go to the doctor, get a prescription, and you've got a gram a day or more. Easy.
What state are you in, Sunshine?
It's all across
What state is
Australia.
he in? Jeremy is retarded, man.
All
What's
across
up?
Australia, it's the same. It's actually
You're in
easier
Australia?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, for fuck's
It's
sake,
not
man.
easier, bro. It's not easier. We just go to the store and you don't need no
You don't
card
need
or
prescription
doctor or
nothing.
nothing involved.
Yeah, well, yeah. We don't have
Dude,
recreational cannabis.
Shepard lives in the same city as my family. Or my mom, at least. My mom and dad were whatever.
Why they live here, dude? Oh, that's right.
What's wrong
your
with
father
her?
married an Australian, the throw on the hat thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. That's how my family got there. No, not really. But yeah. I don't know. The Delta 9 bullshit. I got to do more research and find out because like I said, I'm under the impression that it's just the same chemical that's in the
Yeah,
THC.
let me tell you how it works. Delta 9 is found in cannabis. There's a little bit of Delta 8 in trace amounts, and it has like a slightly different effect, and they both work the same. And there's a little bit of Delta 10, but fuck all. But like, so when you have Delta 8 products that are just Delta 8, like oils that are just Delta 8, you're getting more of a synthetic high that won't make you as stoned and will wear off quicker and all this sort of stuff. So it's like the health effects of that aren't known because when you're smoking weed, most of the time you're getting like really high Delta 9, low Delta 8.
Okay, I'm reading it now. Were you just reading this from a Forbes article, dude?
Yeah, well, it's Healthline. So I just went and looked at it, just read it before while you were talking. I just
Okay.
told you what
Yeah,
I
I
read.
do that sometimes too, and then people will fucking because I was about to make fun of you for doing that, but I do that all the time. I get made fun of for doing that. Like people used to have a meme about me. They're like, "Dude, you ask Kosher about something, and 5 minutes later, he knows about it because he goes and reads about it, dude, like a fucking weirdo." I'm like, what?
5
Yeah.
minutes max. 5 minutes max. He'll know nothing, and then 5 minutes later, he's an absolute expert on it, and he knows better than the actual people.
Okay, but it's not. But it's not like a magic skill or something. It's like anybody can do it, dude. If you go read about what the
Well,
fuck,
it's
like,
not that you
know
go
some
read up
details about
on
some
it.
shit.
You just come back as the expert person on this, and you know more than the people reciting and the quotes and shit. Like, it's weird.
Okay, that's not true. I would say I know more than the people who I'm arguing against, and that's only because they brought something up. I went and looked it up, which they hadn't even done yet. So in those circumstances, I would be a relative expert compared to that person, but I wouldn't say an expert. No. Listen, man, stop character assassinating me, dude. Let's move on.
Oh, you're a character. I'm thinking Looney Tunes, maybe
Okay.
Muppets.
Nothing wrong with the Looney Tunes. Nothing wrong with the Muppets, man.
You guys be trying to do Wile E. Coyote physics.
Nothing wrong with Wile E. Coyote.
Oh yeah. When's this full moon? It's on the 27th, hey? Something like that.
All
Have you
Oh, because
used
you're dumb. Your
Stellarium?
stupid thing. Yeah.
Have you used Stellarium yet recently?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
There's I don't know if it's something new that just came out but it just showed me this thing last night called Noctua Sky. So you can actually put your observations in there. So if you go out and look at the stars, you can actually go back on the program and record what you've seen.
Oh. Okay.
So I've
What's the point of that? Is
stars.
that like, does it update it at all? Like if it conflicts with it?
Oh, it'll even tell you. It'll say like this month's conjunctions and stuff. So, like last month, 31st, we had full moon conjunction with Saturn in Aquarius. Very powerful.
Right, and Terra's right. Wasn't that the same time? Or was that the beginning?
But no, I've been doing a lot of stargazing. You know, like Scorpio is very visible in the sky in the south.
Well, Antares is the heart of Scorpio. Like if you look at Scorpio, it looks like almost like
is that where the 3 points join to?
Well, no, yeah, it looks like it could be a shovel or something, but it really looks like a scorpion. That's what it really looks like. But the very middle of it, where its heart would be, is like a bright red star. That was the star that was being eclipsed by, or not being eclipsed, being occulted by the sun or by the moon.
Oh yeah, you're talking about on the 25th. You're talking about in conjunction with the military.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't a full moon. That's right.
It wasn't a full moon, but you're correct. I was aware of that. We're across the Shuba and the Antares with and that was the 25th because China was very angry that we sent a warship.
And then they made the stars happen. Is that what you're saying? What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that these military exercises, or let's say like the start of World War II, and there's like a few other things where there's a lot of interesting Scorpio things going on at the time when they do that sort of stuff.
You know what you're doing right now? You're waking up Geo, dude. He was like somewhere else, dude, but he's coming in now because this is Geo's forte. This is he knows a lot about all that kind of stuff about the.
If you go on like an astrology website, that's completely useless. Don't bother. What you do is you put your birthday into Stellarium and just look at the stars. Where was everything when you were born? Because tropical astrology, it's okay to like know where you come from and what your ancestral path was, but to know what you are and what your future is, you have to look at sidereal astrology, which is just looking directly at the stars.
I had a different program. I forget what it was called, but it was like I used to use it instead of Stellarium, but it doesn't have a neat picture like Stellarium, but it would give you the map of the sky for any given period in history. Anyway,
Astrolabe sort of thing.
Yeah, I would do that and give people for the day they were born. Because even though I don't agree with Geo on a lot of the principles behind astrology or like the personality sort of thing, I do think though it is interesting that when you're born, there is a fingerprint. There is a fingerprint of that moment in the sky, basically. So it's cool to kind of know.
It's like you talk about the chakras, right? Like the sky is just the crown chakra projected. It's like a watch.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, I don't have medical marijuana here, dude. So I'm not really talking the same shit right now, but
have a look at this. Have a quick look.
What are those Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'll show you my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. God help her. Oh yeah. See, this is the body. This is the chakras. This is the crown chakra. Venus is the heart. Leo is the throat. So it's really powerful what's going on the past month or two.
What does it all mean, Basil?
Well, are you looking at it? Do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I see it, get the gist of it. Yeah, what's the point though?
You're not watching the live stream, mate.
I am looking at the live stream, dude. I'm looking at your live stream now. I can see the sun.
Okay, so
yeah. So what's the point though?
Let's show you what I was talking about.
Hey, let me tell you something very quickly though, just to be clear about something. You understand that the ecliptic is always going to display these objects Like
Yeah,
this,
it's
right?
always the sun and the moon are always going to go past here. So the sun and the moon going past here
And same with
is
planets.
it's every day. I know.
Venus, which is also one of the brightest objects in the sky, is also going to follow that path.
I know. But what I'm saying is, the explanation of this is important. See this Kundalini energy, and this is the spine or the solar plexus, and Mars is the sacral chakra. Leo and Mercury, Mercury is like the third eye. Leo is the throat chakra. Venus is the
Wait a
heart.
minute, dude.
Cancer is the crown, or represents the third
Ryan's
eye,
belt is
between the third eye and the
perpendicular,
crown.
though. You said Ryan's belt was on there. Ryan's belt's going the other direction.
Yeah, well, here, let me show you. It's a bit. We're looking at that there. See, because see, the sky is always going to be spherical, and in order to make this coordinate system work, they have to do this sort of thing. It's the sky that's.
I see what you're
round
saying.
like the Earth.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, okay. Sometimes Chepa. Sometimes your insightfulness surprises me, because that's actually pretty insightful.
Where's Orion? But what about Orion? Oh, here we go. This is quite important. The centaur's dick. This is the ayahuasca cross, Santo Dien. Mimosa, Hostilis. We got what was I saying? So yeah, this is the body. This is Libra is very easy to mistake for Scorpio, or just these three stars here if you're looking for it. These can be brighter at times than these ones. But yeah, this progression down. So you have a descending energy. I might even get this wrong, right? But I think there's a descending energy from the brain down the spine, and then you have rising energy through the organs, and that's the Kundalini through here. But it's hard to explain all this stuff because I'm no expert in it. But looking at what they mean,
in it.
And but look at the star signs and what they correspond to in the body, and then look at the planets and what they correspond to in the body, and you'll be able to garner some information just by looking at the stars.
Okay, so what does Scorpio? What is that in the body?
That is the
First of all,
root
all
chakra.
of those.
That's the
Okay,
root chakra.
all of the constellations are always going to be in the same order. So the only difference is going to be maybe where the planets are.
Where the planets are, what the moon phase is, and where it is. So it's a new moon in Leo, while Mercury is in retrograde. So there's going to be an eclipse, isn't there, soon? There is.
I don't know, man. What do you think about the idea? What do you think about the idea that they're all spheres? Actually, like it's Earth's a sphere. Those objects are also just spheres, and we're all orbiting the sun. What do you think about that?
They were orbiting the sun, and they're all spheres.
Yeah. And we have those designs because we're looking at it in the sky, and you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. No, the idea of that seems straightforward and logical to me, right?
Yeah.
But
logic is useful.
Hang on. But in order to actually rationalize it to anybody else, or to try to explain it to myself or prove it to myself, it's not very straightforward. And when you look at measurements on the Earth, the flat Earth makes more sense to me. I haven't seen enough proof. Obviously, there's things that look. How do you know, right? How do you know what this is? Yeah, okay, you can see it really well here. So let's say that there's the ether and it's swirling. So it's like a storm in a teacup. And let's say at one point it was just going around circular normal. It was just going around circular normal at one point. what if there was some big explosion with some technology we don't even know about or anything? It's massive. What if it destabilized this whole system above where we are on the plane, and it's doing this this whole ecliptic thing? That it may just be distortion in the ether, in the way that it's.
The ecliptic thing. The ecliptic thing seems is the only thing that would make sense about the ether. Like if there was an ether and there was this thing, it would make sense because it's circling the Earth. It's circling the entire Earth basically, which would mean this part, the center, which the ecliptic is right above the equator. That's like the center point. That's where that line is. But I mean that. Yeah, I don't think you have to make it even that supernatural to describe the ether as just going around the Earth. But I mean, still though, the Earth would have to be a ball dome. That's the only problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't have to be. Well, why would it have to be a ball? And under what conditions?
Well, okay. So you said a teacup and a storm, and there's like the flat Earth, and there's the storm going around in a circle around the Earth. I guess there would be nothing outside that. I don't know why there'd be a circle there, a whirlpool there, whatever the reason. Yeah, it would just be.
Well, because there's a gravity well.
Above it.
It's the reason is because there's a gravity well
on the flat Earth.
Yeah, I found out what gravity is. This is actually groundbreaking. Record this. The thing that causes I found out what the cause of gravity is by studying this Nikola Tesla. I'm not going to go into detail about what I've learned about Tesla coils, but basically, there's an ether propagation with electricity, but not in the way you would think. It's actually opposing electricity. So when there's a resistive force, these lines of these dielectric lines of ether propagation are pushed in the direction of highest electrical resistance. So there's electricity in the ground. There's 100 volts for every meter you go up. It's getting harder and harder and harder for that electricity to ground through the sky, right?
Because of the resistance.
Yeah, because of the resistance of the air, and that resistance. So you've got these lines of electrical flux that are actually radiating horizontally, right? They're radiating horizontally, and then that's each level of voltage, and they're stabilizing. And then so as you go further up, it's higher and higher resistance. The thing that's actually traveling in that vertical direction straight up is ether. But what you have is you also have an ether counter space, and that counter space actually carries a force with it. And I can demonstrate this in a video. That ether, because you can add the ether propulsion, so you can so that counter space because you've got ether traveling up and that electrical discharge going horizontally, and you've got ether going up. The ether counter space going down actually produces that force of gravity.
Okay, I can entertain that idea, but the problem, because I was like, that's actually interesting when you said about the ether opposing the resistance, but there's examples like in the case of a superconducting magnet or superconducting wire. So if you have a superconducting, I don't know, copper wire, then you can actually, you have the electric current going one way and you have zero resistance. And so where would the ether be in that example? If there's no resistance, what role would the ether have?
If you're not moving, if you're not pushing against, if you're not creating capacitive resistance, then you're not generating any ether flow. Because you need a dielectric material for starters, which the air kind of is. But if you're going to bind it to something you want to push off of, like to create propulsion, obviously it needs to be a hard material, so like speaker wire or just some sort of epoxy. Anything that will hold a static charge, like a static charge. But the whole idea of a static charge is bunk in the first place. There's nothing static. it's a dynamic charge because it's in flux. It can change its current. It's just an electrical flow. It's not a when something is charged like that. It's not like you can't get an electrical wire charge an object and then have it behave like static electricity. You could if you use like an electromagnet or something like that, but just putting on a wire to it, you can't do that. So the way the electricity flows is a lot different. It's called it's dielectric. Just look into dielectric materials, but it's to do with the charge that they hold. Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but basically, have a look at this dude's video I just sent you in DM. This is proving that concept. Just where I was talking about resistance and ether flow.
All right, fair enough.
You got to realize, right? The electricity we use, 50 hertz in America or 60 hertz in Australia. Oh, sorry, 60 hertz in America or fucking whatever it is. This resonance, this resonance of the electricity is really, really low. It's so slow. Like in nature, the resonances are much higher.
Yeah, but there's a reason we use it low.
No, I know. Okay, what is the reason?
I thought it was dangerous to use the higher what do you call it? Frequency.
Yeah, you're just basically fitting more peaks in a smaller period, so you're getting higher steady voltage.
Yeah. Listen, dude. I'm not supposed to be on here. Okay. I was supposed to not be on here for 2 weeks, actually. Long story short, I'm trading Discord time for it's like a sexual trade-off, if you will. Okay, so long story short, I have to go, but I am going to chew on what you've been saying because actually that was one of the most interesting idea involving the electric current in the atmosphere and gravity. At least that was most. Have you talked to Whitson about what you just said? Because he's got a thing for that, but he doesn't really have a. His reasoning wasn't as sound as what you were saying. Although I don't think
I could even test it and prove it.
You can test it and prove it. Okay. Well, I would work on doing that, and I think you'd make a big. I think you'd.
Well, we need very, very accurate scales and a very high-powered electrical discharge, and see if weight changes. And people say, "Oh, it's because of the arc force and this and that." They make all sorts of excuses.
No, but dude,
right?
of course, if you introduce charge, then what you're measuring is the charge.
Well, the Coulomb force and all this sort of stuff, right? And basically, you'd be able to explain it away with all of that. But
that's what I'm saying. If you can account for it with something that already exists, then what's left over is not going to be that. That's what we consider to be the gravity and the mass and all that. So.
Well, what is I mean, mass attracting mass, right? There's not even a reason to suggest that that's what it is. What would you think gravity is caused by?
I think that there is a reason that the space time, distorts and bends and that kind of stuff. I think that gives that's what gives you the expression.
No. There's no gravity. There's no gravity in the stars. Anyway, all right. Well,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about gravity here on Earth, not in the stars.
No, yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter. It's interchangeable.
Well,
behaves the same way. So what's the difference?
The bending of space time is why when I drop my pen, it falls to the floor.
Yeah, that's what I believe in.
Fucking hell, man! You got to explain that to me one day. That's twisted.
Well, I've heard ways that make it make sense, and then I've also heard that those people were wrong. I've been expressing it that way for years, but yeah, I mean, if you warp, first of all, you can see with relativity that time is not it's relative the same way space is relative. So I mean, the fact that that's once you accept that, all you have to do is realize that if you can distort the coordinate of time or space, uh, then if you do it
Distorted.
in the case of time, right? If you distort time such that like a part of an object that's closer to a gravitational or a massive body, it's gonna have two different. It's gonna have two different time distortions basically, and
Look,
this discrepancy in time distortions is actually
the,
going to
o-
give you an impression of it getting
the
closer.
only the only the only time the only way you can change time is your perception of time. And
No, you can if you agree to the fact that light speed is constant from or not constant, but the maximum light speed is the same no matter how fast you're traveling. I mean, if you can prove that, which all you have to do is be on a fast
there you
moving
go. Go
train
on.
or something and prove light speed is consistent. Uh, Once you accept that, you have to realize that time is relative
Why?
because two people observing that same light and the same light from those two people's perspectives in both of their frames, light is going at c, and so that means that in the frame that's not moving, where that light is traveling a greater distance, it's going to be a different amount of time if they're both experiencing light to be.
Or if there's more humidity on one side than the other, or more heat.
What do you mean? Why would that be
Well,
relevant? What are you talking about?
it's impeding the light, isn't it? Slowing it down,
Yeah, I know, but that's not.
causing
We're talking
refraction. If
about.
any time
We're talking about
refraction is caused,
people.
then you slow the light down.
Yeah, but two people observing light in the atmosphere or light in a vacuum, they're observing the same light though. They're both going to perceive it at the speed that, like in a vacuum, for instance, is going to go at c. They're both going to perceive it at that speed, regardless of.
No, they're not.
Their
No, they're
clock.
not.
Yeah, they will.
It's dependent on variables, like on conditions.
What? No, that's what I'm telling you. Whatever conditions are affecting the light. So in the case of it being the atmosphere, it's like a certain percentage of the speed of light. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's a little bit slower. But it's going to be the same speed as perceived by the people on a moving uh, reference frame or the people moving with on a stationary one relative to that one. The light should be going at different speeds, but if the light is consistent, that means that there is something else varying for those two people, and the only thing left in that equation is time. So
So look, you're talking about the speed of light here, and I think you thought that you just skipped over it, and I just let you go on, but the speed of light itself, like you're not going to tell me that it's an easy thing to measure. And over the longer the distance is you're measuring it over, the easier it becomes to measure discrepancies and differences. But over these visible thing that you're talking about, just like on a train looking at something, we're talking about like distances that you need very calibrated equipment, and it doesn't really to me it doesn't really matter unless you can show a cause and effect relationship.
okay, you do know that there's laser distance finders that work at the range of meters. Less, they could work at a very small range.
Can you
Laser
can you get
distance
the result
finders.
to change? Can you change that result? You said there's a time dilation, or that there's a discrepancy in the speed. Okay, well now swap the measurement devices and see if it's just in the devices, or okay, what else? What would account for it? How
What
could
I'm
you
telling
change
you,
it?
what I'm telling you is this. Let's say that somebody's using a laser distance finder,
Hmm?
okay, and somebody else is on a 1,000-mile-per-hour train with a light laser, okay. Uh, no, so that person on the train has a laser distance finder. I'm saying, okay, but the light coming out of the laser
Look,
distance
they don't
finder.
go that fast. Let's say he's going 100 mile an hour. That's more
Okay, whatever.
realistic.
The 500
Go
miles
on.
per hour doesn't matter.
No,
But
100 miles per hour. 100 miles per hour. Go on.
the point is that the sensor, so the person who's not on the train or whatever, the distance. If they let's say they both get the reading, both of their readings are going to be based on the time that the light was outside of uh, you know, when it was shot from the laser, and the time it reached the sensor again, and they just split that time in half, and that's how you know determine the distance with the laser distance finder. So the two different people are going to experience two totally different distances that the light traveled in that same time, right? So they're not
really, not really. To be honest with
yes,
you,
100%.
To be honest with you, not really, because I don't think it'd be that. I don't think it'd be that accurate. You mean
what
at that exact moment that he's shot the laser, right? It is propagating, and we're not talking about sending photon particles. No, we're talking about the propagation of the field. That propagation, for it to go there and come back, by the time it's come back, he's already moved in the train. He's already moved back 100 miles an hour, that short amount of time. So he probably moved back a couple of meters or something. To be honest with you, that's the only discrepancy you're going to find. So that's relativistic. What does that have to do with time?
Time is relative. That's the point, dude.
No, it's not time. It's distance. Distance is relative when you're moving.
Yeah, but that's the time in that equation. Time and distance are the two variables that give you the speed. If the speed's constant, then the other two variables have to vary.
You're telling me something that's quite obvious about, like,
yeah, that's the whole point. Is that
mechanistic relativity? It's not even Einsteinian relativity.
Yeah,
It's Newtonian relativity.
It's just principle. Yeah, it's just the principle of relativity, like Galilean relativity. Yeah, and you know, oh yeah, you know, light. Anyways, light in a nanosecond will go 1 foot. Okay, so nanosecond will go 1 foot. So if somebody is observing that from
faster than that,
no, not faster than that. I know that
only a foot.
Well, I'll say that in 1 second, light travels a a nanosecond. Hold on.
A nanosecond is 1/1000th of a second. You're not correct in that.
Or maybe I mean a nano light year. Hold on. A nano. Hold on. Let me remember. Hold on.
Because 1,000 foot a second doesn't sit. That's like slower than sound, or that is sound is 1,200.
Yeah. So a light nanosecond. Yeah.
400 meters a
second.
A
light nanosecond is about a foot.
400 feet, 800 meters a second, something like that.
No, yeah, a light nanosecond is about a foot. So in a nanosecond, light travels about a foot. Absolutely.
Hang on, in a nanosecond, light travels 1 foot.
Yes.
I'm done with the conversation, Kosho, for now. I'm going to come back to it.
Why is that? You shocked?
That's slower than the speed of sound, Kosho.
Slower than the speed of sound. So
yeah,
there's a billion nanoseconds in a second.
Billion nanoseconds, you say, in a second. Let me see. No, it's 1,000.
Billion nanoseconds in 1 second.
That's not correct.
Really?
Okay, well, okay. So you've got a millisecond, which is 100 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, so millis a thousand, micros a million, nanos a billion.
Okay, right. So we go a billion feet. It'd go a billion feet in a second. You're saying? Sorry, a billion feet in a nanosecond.
See, that doesn't sound. Yeah, wait, a billion feet in a second.
Yeah, a billion feet in a second. Okay,
billion feet in a second. Let me. I gotta do the math. Hold on.
Look, I think the fact that we're using feet to begin with. I mean, we're measuring with body parts. Why don't we use actual fucking?
I know, man. You're 100.
Units of measurement.
It'd be so much easier if I was using meters. But hold on.
Use meters.
Doesn't matter. Just assume that I'm right about this, dude, because it's not the point. Okay. The point is that a nanosecond is in a nanosecond you'd expect light to go 1 foot, and this is no matter where you're viewing this from, this is what you would perceive. So you understand now that a person moving on a train and viewing this laser distance finder measure something that was 1 light nanosecond away. Like I said, it's got a double back, so it's 2 light nanoseconds. Light
Right.
nanoseconds. Split that in half, it's 1, so they realize it's 1 foot, and it measures as 1 foot. So the person who's perceiving that from the moving craft is going to perceive 1 foot as
Look,
being.
Kosho, I know this.
Hold
I
on.
know
Here's
this to
the
be
deal.
true. I know you don't need to explain it. Please don't explain it.
Person viewing the
Please,
same
it's
thing.
torture. It is torture.
Person explaining the same or observing the same thing from the stationary ground is going to notice that that light is much longer, or traveled much further. So I don't understand how you can't agree that light is relative.
Well, I understand this concept of relativity. It's a very simple thing. I don't want you to keep explaining the same thing. What I'm saying is that this relativistic thing that has nothing to do with time. That's to do with distance and movement. Like you're moving through distance over time, so of course this time measurement is going to be slightly different. Take longer to get further. That's a very,
That's the
straightforward
point,
thing.
though. If you in that equation, you're right. It takes longer to get further. That's exactly right. But in the equation where c is constant, and no matter where you are, either if you're on a stationary
C is not
ground or
constant.
craft, yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's the point,
C is
though.
not constant.
That's the point, though. Whatever speed it
C is
appears to be
constant.
traveling
C
at.
is constant in a vacuum if you do it the same
No.
way that they
Listen.
measure.
When I'm saying it's constant, I'm saying it doesn't matter if you're viewing it from moving or stationary or whatever. If it's going slower because it's in water, it's going to appear to be going that speed. That's the speed it's going, no matter what frame you're
No,
in.
but the air itself has variability.
Yeah, but doesn't. That's my point. The air itself, regardless of
Yeah, okay, remove the air as a factor.
light's
Yeah,
moving through the same
sure.
air, no matter
Okay.
who's observing it.
Now what are you saying?
It's not going to vary.
I'm done. I'm done with the conversation, Kosho. You're just going to keep reverting back to this, Newtonian relativistic thing of, it's further, so it's going to take longer. But that's how it somehow tells you the time is dilated. What? The guy's moved over that distance over that time.
Wait, but if two people are observing something travel the same speed, but those two people observed it travel 2 different distances, what can they conclude from that? So we're both, me and you are both observing a baseball pitch, and we both use a speed gun. I'm on the craft, moving with the guy throwing the ball. You're on the stationary ground. We both observe the ball.
I'll give you an idea. I'll give you an example, right? They're saying, right, you guys throw the baseball too hard. We're going to see who has throw it as hard as you can, right? But we're going to see who has the softer pitch, right? And so they both throw the ball at the wall, right? But one of them decides, I'm going to take it longer to get to me. So he throws it at the wall really hard, and then a little bit higher than the other guy, and then he runs backwards a bit. So the ball takes longer to get to him. So he goes, "Oh yeah, I got the softer pitch." But actually, no, they both probably threw it just as hard, but it's taken longer for it to get to him because he's walked back a few
Yeah,
paces.
the problem with your fucking convoluted example is that it's in no way analogous, dude. You're describing those attributes aren't related to one another. They don't correspond to one another. So in the equation of times or of distance times time, or distance divided by time equals speed, all those things have a direct relationship with each other. The thing you're talking about, a baseball hitting the wall, it bouncing at different things. These things aren't. They don't correspond to one another in a one-to-one way, in a relational way,
Sure.
the same way.
Okay.
So there's no point in using that. The point is that if two people have the same speed and they have two varying amounts of distance, then that means that in order for those equations to be, equal out, those variables to equal out, that means that the time would have to adjust on the difference between those two frames. That's the only way that it makes sense, because the space is different. The amount of distance that it's traveling is different. The speed is exactly the same. In order for those equations to equal out to each other, you'd have to adjust the the time.
How do you do that?
Don't ask me. It's not me. Dude.
All right. Well, I'm out of time. So,
Guys,
could,
out here right now.
but Coach, let me. You've let me have those spreadsheets of yours. These Eratosthenes ones.
Okay, give me 2 hours because I can't be on here, so I have to.
Yeah, later. I'm talking like days. I'm probably not going to do it this month, but I want to get this full moon thing. And I think the spreadsheet would still work for the full moon, right? Should do. Just put in different height.
I can help you out with that. If you help me out with that, my test, I'll help you out with yours, and yeah, we'll work it out. I'll get all those together though.
Yeah, I just don't know if I can get people together that want to do the measurement at the same time. Synchronous measurement.
We'll get that sorted out. But yeah, I'll get that to you because, like I said, I got to go now too. But yeah, good talk, man.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about what you said though about the electrostatic. What'd you say about the ether and the it's basically inverse of the what do you call that?
Feedback from ether propagation causes gravity.
Wait, what?
The counter space, the feedback from ether
Every time I hear counter
propagation.
space, that doesn't make sense to me. But what you said before about the inverse of the ether, or no, sorry, the inverse of the resistance,
Ether counter
basically.
space is moving downwards, and that creates a force. I can show the video. I gave you a video in private messages.
All right, I'll check
It
that.
shows you that effect in action. It's timestamped too.
Here, I'm gonna type something. I can't say it. I'm gonna type something in the chat, but I gotta go.
All right, no worries, man. Take it easy. Good talking.
What the fuck? Geo, let me know if you have a minute. When you have a minute.
Veronica and Judy Bassett, who I'm seeing. But yesterday, howdy y'all and welcome. I am Professor Parks, PhD, and I make content on astronomy, mental health, and science skepticism. Today I'm going to be talking about, as the title implies, why it actually matters whether you believe the Earth is a sphere or if you believe it's flat. But before I do that, I'd like to thank my Patreons, Veronica and Judy Bassett, who I'm seeing in the